7 dual chip monster, one for performance, one for display.
एक बार फिर से थोड़ा बैकफुट पर नजर आएगी ऑरेंज रॉक के वैक्सी को यहाँ पे डाउन किया जाएगा गिल के द्वारा। तो जिस चीज की हम बात कर रहे थे एक बार फिर से वो चीज हमें देखने को मिलती है। बट मीनवाइल यहाँ पर एक और स्पॉट जो उनका आगमन हमें जरूर से देखने को मिलेगा। वीकेंड करके इतना ओपन हुआ है ईवो, एक बढ़िया 1v2 यहाँ पर करके जाएंगे। जो एक खिलाड़ी नॉकड आउट है उनको भी इजीली रिवाइवल दिया जाएगा, लेकिन शायद यहाँ पर एंटिसिपेट नहीं किया था उन्होंने कि प्लेयर आएंगे टीम ओ में। उनको कोई भी आइडिया नहीं था व्हीकल लेकर के इतना ओपन में आप आ रहे हैं। ये एक अच्छी स्ट्रैटेजी नहीं थी और फिलहाल उनको पनिश भी किया गया।
नाम है जिगल सर, बिल्कुल भी आपने जिगल नहीं करा वहां पे। आप देखें कि सामने वो प्लेयर खड़ा है, रीलोड कर रहा है, वहां पे वो गन स्विच कर रहा है, उसके बावजूद आप उस प्लेयर को खत्म नहीं कर पा रहे। बट स्काउट की बात करी जाए, सामने से वैक्सी का जवाब आता हुआ, स्काउट को डाउन किया जरूर गया। देखते फिनिश कर सकते हैं या फिर ग्रेनेड्स का इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है, बट नहीं, काफी ज्यादा दूर आपको देखने को जरूर मिलेगा। बट ओबी की प्लेयर काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल में, बट चलिए इसी के साथ उनकी स्क्वाड 16वें स्थान पे स्काईलाइट गेमिंग के द्वारा एलिमिनेट होते हुए आपको दिखाई देगी। बट इस वक्त ओआर की स्क्वाड सर्कल के अंदर नहीं है, टीम एक्सपार्क सर्कल के अंदर नहीं है। लेजेंड जो बहुत ज्यादा बाहर से सर्कल के अंदर पहुंच नहीं पाए और वो खत्म हो गए। 3 फिनिशेस ओआर के पास है तो सही। वैक्सी यहां से निकलने की कोशिश करेंगे, मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली टीम एक्सपार्क शॉट देते हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे। बट गिल की बात करी जाए तो वहां पे 90 एफपीएस पर उनको भी डाउन किया जरूर गया। बट दूसरे साइड पे अगर बात करें टीम एक्सपार्क, मावी लास्ट प्लेयर बचे हुए थे अपनी टीम से। बट इसी के साथ ऑरेंज रॉक ई-स्पोर्ट्स एलिमिनेट करते हुए नजर आएगी टीम एक्सपार्क को।
ओह माय गॉड, एक अर्ली एलिमिनेशन 13वें पायदान।
बट फॉल्ट ई-स्पोर्ट्स की बात करी जाए आए जरूर है, बट क्या वहां पे टिक सकते हैं। बट टीएक्स वर्सेस स्काईलाइट गेमिंग, इनकी भी फाइट यहां पे चलने वाले। एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड आया था बट बचे जरूर। बट देखते ही देखते केवीपी जॉट की जो स्क्वाड थी वो यहां पे एलिमिनेट होते हैं आपको दिखाई देगी। 8वें पायदान पे एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड टेस्ट्रो के द्वारा जाता हुआ, मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली दोनों प्लेयर डाउन जरूर हो सकते थे, बट नहीं, शायद थोड़ा सा शॉर्ट रह गया वो ग्रेनेड। इसी के बदौलत दोनों प्लेयर आपको सर्वाइव करते हुए दिखाई देंगे। टेस्ट्रो की एक और कोशिश, बट वो दोनों प्लेयर एक थोड़ा सा अंदर मौजूद जरूर रहेंगे। बट गमल बॉय एक्सॉर्डर्स को उन्होंने डाउन किया और अब स्काईलाइट गेमिंग का एक और पुश आने वाला है।
बिल्कुल यहाँ पर पूरी तरीके से तैयार टीम स्काईलाइट गेमिंग हमें देखने को मिलती है। पुकार की साइड से वो ग्रेनेड जाएगा, काफी करीब था जोकर बॉट के, लेकिन जो कनेक्शन है वो इतना स्ट्रांग नहीं कि वहां पर नॉक निकाला जाए। ये एक स्लैमिंग की कोशिश जरूर थी। इससे पहले टीम एक और थी गेमिंग, उन्होंने भी वहां पे कोशिश की थी। कमला बॉय यहाँ पर आएंगे एक्शन में, लेकिन उनको डाउन किया जाएगा। पीछे से पुकार जो है वो क्लोजिंग करने के लिए जाएंगे, वो फिनिश वो लेने में कामयाबी नहीं मिलेगी। और देखते देखते स्काईलाइट गेमिंग एक बार फिर से राइज करते हुए स्काई की तरफ, जो आखिरी खिलाड़ी सर्वाइव कर रहा था उनको भी फिनिश किया। 15 फिनिशेस टीम स्काईलाइट गेमिंग ऑलरेडी निकाल चुके हैं। मीनवाइल टीएसएम वर्सेस वीआर1 की जो फाइट है वो भी इनिशिएट हो चुकी है। डिस्ट्रक्टेक्स का एलिमिनेशन, शैडो
गेल यहाँ पर हैं और डिस्ट्रक्टेक्स के प्लेयर्स को भी स्पॉट करने की कोशिश है। दूसरी तरफ वीआर1 के ड्यूस इस बार फिर से हमें पहले डाउन होते हुए नजर आएंगे। अगर हम लोग वर्जन 1 के प्लेयर्स की बात करें, प्लेयर्स के पास लोकेशंस अच्छी खासी थी, बट फिर भी अपने एक प्लेयर को तो यहाँ पर ऐसा लगता है शायद गवा देंगे। हालांकि बैकअप वहीं पर मौजूद है। आप देखिए वीआर1 की तरफ से एक प्लेयर है, बट जिक्सा थोड़ा सा आगे जाएंगे और स्पाइस से, और वो यहाँ पर पिक निकालना चाहेंगे। नॉक प्लेयर को भी यहाँ पर फिनिश किया जाएगा। सत्या को भी नॉक एंड फिनिश यहाँ पर करते नजर आएंगे। ओ वैन जरूर उल्टी हो गई, बट वो चीज यहाँ पर डरने वाली नहीं होगी। डरने वाली बात है कि अभी भी इनको जोन में जाना है और जोन में जाने के लिए इनको अपर एरिया पकड़ना पड़ेगा, जहां पर सिड इनको टेक डाउन करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। एक एक करके प्लेयर्स पनिश किए जा रहे हैं।
जी बिल्कुल, साइको भी यहाँ पे डाउन हुए जरूर, और पीछे से कहीं से तो शॉट आया। वीआर1 का एक प्लेयर डाउन हुआ है, बिल्कुल सामने से शॉट आया था। बट ऑकलेस 5 उनको इस चीज का ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा। बट आप वो सारी चीजें छोड़िए, बट सर्कल देखिए कि किस तरीके से सर्कल बनता हुआ। हील बैटल वाली जो सिचुएशन है, मुझे लगता है कि आखिरी जो मिनट होंगे वो ऑकलेस 5 की स्क्वाड इस तरीके से चार्ज करते हुए नजर आएंगे। वीआर का आखिरी प्लेयर साइको अपनी टीम से सर्वाइव करते हुए दिखाई देंगे। जिक्सो आगे जा जरूर है, सिड को वहां पे खत्म किया गया, बट एक और प्लेयर वहां पे मौजूद है। चलिए उनका हेड वहां पे दिखाई जरूर दिया, बट जिक्सो थोड़ा सा लेट हुए, वो प्लेयर वहां से नीचे कूदा जरूर है। बट काइलो कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बट नहीं, उनको नीचे जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़नी चाहिए थी। अब देखे सर्कल के बाहर भी वो चले गए, सर्कल के अंदर आने के लिए उनको पूरा रोटेट करना पड़ेगा। बट चलिए कम से कम जिक्सो वो आखिरी प्लेयर साइको, उनको भी खत्म करेंगे, साइक को खत्म करेंगे, और इसी के साथ पूरी वीआर1 एलिमिनेट होते हुए 16वें पायदान पे।
एक फिनिश बट वहीं पर टीएसएम के प्लेयर्स ओबे के सामने यहाँ पर फाइट लेने की कोशिश। ब्लेज एक ग्रेनेड करेंगे, एक एक करके प्लेस को डाउन किया। शैडो यहाँ पर पिक करेंगे अपने ओपोनेंट्स को। वेल दे आर मूविंग फॉरवर्ड, लेफ्ट राइट दोनों डायरेक्शन से देखा जा रहा है। इक्विनॉक्स के ऊपर एक ग्रेनेड आया, खुद को आगे बाहर रखना चाहते हैं बट एचपी बहुत लो है। यहाँ पर इनको डाउन किया जाएगा। ओबे धीरे धीरे फ्रंट फुट पर आ रही है। टीएसएम अपने एक एक करके प्लेयर्स खो रहे हैं। ब्लेज गोलियां बहुत कम बची है, उनको भी डाउन किया जाएगा। ओबे इज रेडी फॉर एन अपसेट। ओबे वहां पर टीम्स को एलिमिनेट कर सकती है जब निंजा अकेले बैठे हुए कहीं और ही फाइट ले रहे हैं केबीपी के साथ।
ओह माय गॉड, यहाँ पर निंजा भी डाउन हो गया। टीएसएम का एलिमिनेशन हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। वो टीम जो अभी तक कंसिस्टेंटली डोमिनेट कर रही थी लॉबी, फिलहाल वो यहाँ पर 15वें पायदान पर एलिमिनेट। अरे फाइनल बॉस हमें देखने को मिल जाएंगे और अक्षय और दोनों ही व्हीकल लेके पानी के अंदर, लेकिन टीम एक्सपार्क फाइनली वो शोर वाले एरिया पे पहुंच चुके हैं।
आराम से आए थे लेकिन वहीं पर स्काउट को डाउन किया जाएगा। पुकार के द्वारा वो दूसरे एंगल पर फाइट ले रहे थे और वो उस डायरेक्शन को देख नहीं पाए। सर्कल स्काईलाइट्स के खेमे में वो और के वेक्सी को देखिए। ओबे के शैडो को यहाँ पर पिक किया जाएगा। गिल अभी भी अपने गिल्स का इस्तेमाल करके तैरते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं बट ज्यादा देर तक शायद तैर ना पाए। वहीं पर वन साइड ग्लोरी के प्लेयर ने वो जो पिक है वो फिनिश ऑफ यहाँ पर स्टील किया। जरूर सेल्सियस के मैक्स की बात करें, उन्होंने आदित्य को यहाँ पर पिक किया। 13 टीमें हमारे सामने और 37 लोग जीवित, बट कहीं ना कहीं पानी वाली टीम्स को अब आना है। वेल इट्स टाइम फॉर अ swim or not, I don't know, but it's time to actually hunt down the fishes। और कोशिश उसी की सब्स्टिट्यूट गलत डायरेक्शन में देख रहे हैं। गिल आगे आए, इंस्टेंटली पिक यहाँ पर निकाला है। वन साइडेड ग्लोरी के एक और प्लेयर को अपनी चपेट में लेते हुए नजर आएंगे। मावी भी आगे आ चुके हैं, उसी जगह पर है जहां पर स्काउट थे। अगर निक के पास एक ग्रेनेड रहा तो मावी के लिए मुश्किलें हो सकती है।
एग्जैक्टली, यहाँ पर मुश्किलें जरूर से बढ़ा सकते हैं और वो ग्रेनेड जिसकी आप बात कर रहे थे वो आया भी, बट उतने अच्छे कनेक्शन अभी के लिए बनेंगे नहीं। मवी की जो पोजीशनिंग है वो पूरी तरीके से रिवील्ड है। 3 खिलाड़ी आएंगे लेकिन अल्ट्रॉन पीछे से बढ़िया कवर फायर उनकी साइड से हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। एक ग्रेनेड मवी के काफी ज्यादा करीब आया है लेकिन उनको डैमेज पहुंचाने में अभी के लिए कारगर रहेगा नहीं। जल्दी से जल्दी ये फाइट निपटानी पड़ेगी। अल्ट्रॉन आगे की तरफ जा रहे, वन साइड ग्लोरी अभी के लिए काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल में आकर रुक सकते हैं। पीछे से 2 प्लेयर जो है कवर फायर देते हुए नजर आएंगे। यहाँ पर रिवाइवल वो एग्जीक्यूट कर रहे थे, इसलिए उनको स्पॉट किया गया लेकिन बढ़िया कवर फायर उनकी साइड से भी आएगा। निक जो है वो सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग और देखते ही देखते जहां पर हर तरफ हमें फाइट देखने को मिल रही है। एंड टीम एक्सपार्क का एलिमिनेशन टीम वन साइडेड ग्लोरी का भी,
क्योंकि जोन भी आ रहा है और ग्लेस 5 के बिल्कुल सामने और रैंक 10 के प्लेयर्स हमें नजर आ रहे हैं। ट्रिगर, ऐश, एके और बिलीव। वेल द नीड्स ऑन बिलीव, उनको बचना पड़ेगा, उनको डाउन यहां पर किया जाएगा जिक्सॉ के ही द्वारा। इस गाड़ी का कवर बनाने की कोशिश और एके क्या कर रहे हैं ये इस मौके पर बगी लेकर के आप अपने ओपोनेंट को पूरी लोकेशंस बता रहे थे। दैट वाज नॉट अ गुड मूव। और ट्रिगर लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पर हमें नजर आ रहे हैं और ग्लेस 5 के प्लेयर्स धीरे धीरे आगे जाएंगे, एक एक फिनिशेस निकालेंगे बट ट्रिगर इज स्टिल सर्वाइविंग, वेल नॉट एनीमोर, से नो मोर, ही विल बी टेकन डाउन। एक और एलिमिनेशन।
टीम ओरंगटन यहाँ पर एक बार फिर से निराशाजनक प्रदर्शन हम उनकी साइड से देखने को।
अच्छी प्रेजेंस यहाँ पर VR1 के प्लेयर्स ने भी दिखाई है लेकिन साइको यहाँ पर पकड़ा जरूर जाएगा। अगर हम साइक की बात करें, उनको नॉक किया जा चुका है। गिल के पास एडवांटेजेस पोजीशन थी और उस पोजीशन का अच्छा इस्तेमाल यहाँ पर गिल ने किया, लेकिन पीछे सेल्सियस के ड्रीम्स इन सब फाइट्स को होते हुए ऐसा लग रहा है कि देख रहे हैं। रिवाइवल जरूर दिया जाएगा, यहाँ से आगे नेट तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं जा सकते। क्या टीम एक्सपार्क रश करेगी? अगर मैप पर देखें तो एक गाड़ी जा रही है उसी डायरेक्शन में, एक गाड़ी उधर जा रही है। ऐसा लगता है कि शायद वो गाड़ी आसपास रहने वाली है। सब चीजों को यहाँ पर संभालने की कोशिश रहेगी। ऑलराइट, गिल के पास एक प्लेयर आए उनके।
जी बिल्कुल, पर मुझे ऐसा लगा कि शायद वो रश कर सकते हैं बट वीआर के बाकी जो प्लेयर है वो ऊपर की साइड में ड्रीम्स बड़े आसानी से वो 2 प्लेयर को खत्म कर सकते हैं। मुझे देखना है कि ड्रीम्स एक्चुअली में है कहां पे। उनके जस्ट सामने आके वीआर के दोनों प्लेयर रुके हुए हैं और इसी चीज की मैं शुरुआती दौर से ही बात कर रहा था कि प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट वीआर के लिए बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होने वाले हैं और उसी चक्कर में आप देखें दोनों प्लेयर फंस गए, दोनों फिनिश हो चुके हैं। ड्रीम्स वहां पे सत्या का फिनिश लेने में कामयाबी हासिल की एंड सिड को भी उन्होंने फिनिश कर दिया। टीम एक्सपार्क के हाथों में कुछ लगा नहीं बट बाकी जो 2 प्लेयर थे वो भी बस फंस के रह चुके हैं। और अब अगर टीम एक्सपार्क दोनों के दोनों प्लेयर यहाँ पे रश करते हैं और बाकी जो 2 प्लेयर ऊपर की साइड पे वहां से कवर फायर प्रोवाइड करते हैं, दिक्कतें बिल्कुल भी नहीं होने वाली। बट ड्रीम्स खुशी हुई इस चीज को देख के कि बिल्कुल भी वो डरे नहीं, वो सहमे नहीं। आए 2 प्लेयर, वो फिनिश निकालने के लिए गए, कामयाबी हासिल करी। सेल्सियस इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट उनको चाहिए था, मिल भी रहा।
आई मीन दोनों इंपॉर्टेंट फिनिशर्स यहाँ पर थे और दोनों फिनिशर्स ड्रीम्स के हिस्से में। आपने देखा मावी ने एक प्लेयर को नॉक किया था, गिल ने एक प्लेयर को नॉक किया था, बट वो ड्रीम्स के इतना करीब थे कि ड्रीम्स और कुछ करना चाहते ही नहीं थे, उनको बस फिनिशर्स निकालने थे, उन्होंने वो निकाल लिए। अभी यहाँ पर मिनी के ऊपर जो 2x लगा हुआ है उसको यहाँ पर चेंज करने की कोशिश रहेगी ड्रीम्स की, अगर उनको मिल जाए तो वेल एंड गुड। बट ओबे के डेड पूल की अगर हम लोग बात करें, इनकी गाड़ी यहीं पर है, ये प्लेयर यहीं पर है, कहीं ना कहीं पीछे से ऑब्वियसली इनको टीम दिक्कतें देने वाली है। बट टीम एक्सपार्क के प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर PR1 के प्लेयर्स के ऊपर चार्ज इन कर चुके हैं। स्काउट को देखिए कितना ज्यादा करीब है, शॉट्स लेने की कोशिश, और वहीं पर अल्ट्रॉन काफी अच्छा डैमेज दे चुके, अपने ओपोनेंट को आराम से डाउन किया जाएगा अल्ट्रॉन के ही द्वारा। UMP का बेहतरीन इस्तेमाल यहाँ पर किया गया, एंड फिनिश ऑफ भी यहाँ पर निकाल जाएगा। VR1 का एक इकलौता प्लेयर सरवाइव कर रहा है जो काफी करीब है। ड्यूस हम देख पा रहे हैं उनको कि वो अगले एरिया में, लेकिन उनको भी यहाँ पर फिनिश किया जाएगा। अल्ट्रॉन 2 फिनिशर्स निकाल करके अपनी टीम की
यहाँ एलिमिनेट हुए तो मात्र केवल एक प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट को मिलने वाला है। क्या वो पहुंच सकते हैं? शायद आंसर है हाँ, पहुंच जाएंगे। बट राइवलरी की स्क्वाड इसी के साथ एलिमिनेट होते हुए, विलीव का एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड, और इसी के साथ पूरी राइवलरी की स्क्वाड एलिमिनेट होते हुए आपको दिखाई देगी। 8 फिनिशेस, राइवलरी के पास दिक्कतें नहीं होने वाली, बट ब्लेज जिक्सॉ कहते हो डाउन किया जाएंगे। बट आप देखें ऑगलेस 5 चारों प्लेयर इस वक्त उनके सर्वाइव करते हुए,
और Esports के भी चारों प्लेयर सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं। इनफैक्ट केवीपी के बिल्कुल सामने फाइट ले रहे हैं। जेली एक प्लेयर को पिक करते नजर आएंगे। मावी के पास फाइनली बिलीव का एक फिनिश आता है टीम के लिए, और मोमेंटम बनाने की कोशिश, एंड यस खत्म किया OR Esports के प्लेयर्स ने अपने प्रतिद्वंद।
जोन के बाहर, वार जोन के बाहर, DX जोन के बाहर, AKOP बहुत ज्यादा जोन के बाहर, कोई भी इस वक्त सर्कल के अंदर ओशन है नहीं, और सर्कल इस वक्त पूरी तरीके से रोड पे,
सर्कल सड़क पर आ चुका है। बट प्लेयर्स को कहीं ना कहीं अपने आप को ऊपर रखना पड़ेगा। आप देखिए यहाँ पर टीम एक्सपार्क के प्लेयर्स, OR के प्लेयर्स, डिस्ट्रक्टैक्स एंड ओरंगुटन गेमिंग का एक लौता प्लेयर बागडोर संभाल करके बैठा है। स्काउट तो उसी प्लेयर को पिक करना चाहते हैं, बट क्या वो अपना फिनिश देगा, ये इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल है। हील्स करने शुरू कर दिए, एक पिक्सल यहाँ पर दिखा जरूर था, ऐसा लगा, बट थोड़ा सा गलत एंगल पर यहाँ पर स्काउट देख रहे थे। बट वहीं पर पीछे उनको पता है डिस्ट्रक्टैक्स के प्लेयर्स भी हैं। जोन चलना शुरू हो चुका है, बट प्लेयर्स कब चलेंगे, एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल अभी के लिए बंद करके बैठा हुआ है। ईवो भी उस प्लेयर को देखना चाहते हैं, पिक निकालना चाहते हैं, उनको पता है कोई ना कोई है जो नाक में दम कर सकता है पीछे से, अगर उसको खुला छोड़ा गया इस समय, अगर उसको देखा ना गया। बट जेली की तरफ से आप देखिए, स्काउट की तरफ से आप देखिए, 2 प्लेयर्स, 2 अलग अलग टीम्स, एक टाइप से यहाँ पर टीम अप देखने को मिला। इफ नॉट एनीथिंग, नेड्स और गन्स का इस्तेमाल किया गया था, और टीम एक्सपार्क वेल दे आर मूविंग फॉरवर्ड। स्काउट अभी भी आगे जाना चाहते हैं, 5 फिनिशेस टीम के पास, किल के पास। यहाँ पर अगर हम बात करें एचपी बहुत कम है, लेकिन पेरेंट लेकर के आगे धीरे धीरे मूव कर रहे हैं। वेक्सी बिल्कुल सामने, गन यहाँ पर उन्होंने हटाई, ग्रेनेड यहाँ पर करना चाहते हैं। वेक्सी देयर, वेक्सी देयर, व्हाट हैपेंड? बिल्कुल, लेकिन वहीं पर राइवलरी के ऊपर भी यहाँ पर फाइट आई थी। आप देखिए डोरा ने नॉक और फिनिश एक निकाला। अलादीन थोड़ा सा पीछे से मूव करते नजर आ रहे हैं। राइवलरी के प्लेयर्स की कोशिश है अभी भी, कोई अगर उनको दिखे तो उन पर शॉट्स दिए जाएं। अब फ्रंट फुट पर फॉल्ट के प्लेयर्स आ चुके हैं, स्मोक के बीच में थोड़े बहुत यहाँ पर शॉट्स लेने की कोशिश प्लेयर्स के द्वारा हो रही थी, क्योंकि उनको पता है सामने ही एक प्लेयर नजर आएगा। अलादीन धीरे धीरे आगे जा रहे हैं, उनको पता चल चुका है कि प्लेयर्स जो है वो उनको प्रेशर में नहीं डाल पाएंगे, और यहीं पर निको की तरफ से भी कोशिश जारी है हल्की फुल्की। डेल्टा PG उनको डैमेज हुआ है थोड़ा सा, लेकिन अभी भी बचे हुए, उनको अपने टीममेट्स के पास जाना है, बट बहुत ओपन एरिया से मूव तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं कर पाएंगे। अच्छे शॉट्स यहाँ पर डोरा ने लिए, इनफैक्ट डेल्टा को डाउन किया, बट एक फ्लैश बैंग यहाँ पर एक तरीके से आप स्टन ग्रेनेड का इस्तेमाल किया जरूर गया था। अलादीन कहीं ना कहीं रिवाइवल की प्रक्रिया शुरू कर चुके हैं, रिवाइव कर भी देंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी, सामने कवर है अगर स्मोक हट गया तो। बट फॉल्ट के प्लेयर्स नंबर्स एडवांटेज में आ चुके हैं, क्योंकि डेल्टा डाउन है।
आप वोल्ट्रिक की पोजिशनिंग को देखिए, कितना ज्यादा वो करीब है। अक्षय को उन्होंने पूरी तरीके से अपने ऊपर उनका जो ध्यान है वो केंद्रित करके रखा हुआ है। डेल्टा PG को रिवाइव कर पाना अभी भी बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल होगा। टीम राइवलरी का अगर वो जो फिनिश है वो अगर वो सिक्योर हो जाता है तो उसके बाद मेरे ख्याल से और मुश्किल आएगी। और मैं इसी पोजिशनिंग की बात करता हूँ, वोल्ट्रिक जो है वो बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग पोजिशन पे थे, वहां पर उन्होंने अक्षय को डाउन किया, और अब फाइनल बॉस जो है वो फाइनल पिक जरूर से यहाँ पर बन सकते हैं। कुछ ग्रेनेड्स वहां पर वो करेंगे, प्री ग्रेनेड बिना कुक करे, मेरे ख्याल से ज्यादा मुश्किल यहाँ पर होनी नहीं चाहिए टीम फॉल्ट Esports के लिए। बट अगेन लेट्स सी फाइनल बॉस यहाँ पर क्या कुछ अलग गेम प्ले दिखाने में कामयाब हो पाएंगे। जी नहीं, टीम फॉल्ट Esports 4 फिनिशेस लेकर के जाएंगे इस फाइट से।
फॉल्ट ने 15 सेकंड्स में 7वां सर्कल धीरे धीरे क्लोजिंग करने वाला है। 4 टीमें, सर्कल किसी का भी इस समय साथ ही नहीं है, सर्कल सबको सौतेला छोड़ चुका है, तो टीम्स को आगे मूव करना ही पड़ेगा। स्काउट उनके पास डीपी है, उनके पास प्लेयर्स का वहां पर विजन है, बट पिक अभी नहीं निकाल पाएगा, कोई भी प्लेयर ओपन में नहीं आ रही है। यहीं पर एक प्लेयर को स्पॉट किया, सब्स्टिट्यूट वाला स्पॉट होता है, सीधा उनको डाउन किया जाएगा। दूसरा प्लेयर भी स्पॉट किया जा चुका है। स्काउट आगे नहीं जाना चाहते, वो साइड लाइंस पर जाना चाहते, जो प्रेशर बनाया है उस प्रेशर को रखना चाहते हैं। सामने उन्होंने लेजेंड को भी स्पॉट कर लिया है, शॉट्स लिए जा रहे हैं। 25 गोलियां 18 गोलियां पर बचती है, लेकिन वहीं पर गिल आगे जाएंगे, एक पिक निकालेंगे। टीम एक्स पाक वेल वो लाइटिंग वापस से दिख रही है इनकी द्वारा एंड एलिमिनेशन यहां पर किया जाएगा वन साइड ग्लोरी का। बट अब जोन में जाना एक बड़ी चुनौती बन चुकी है। धीरे धीरे यहां पर अगर हम लोग बात करें प्लेयर्स को रिवाइव करने की कोशिश रहेगी, बट विल दैट बी इनफ, क्योंकि टीएसएम के प्लेयर्स भी सामने की तरफ को है। दिस इज इट 4v2 सिचुएशन, एक्वानॉक्स और शैडो अलग अलग एंगल्स पर। टीम एक्स क्या ये पहला चिकन डिनर लेकर के जाएंगे सेमीफाइनल्स में? इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल। और वहीं पर कोशिश रहेगी, एक्वानॉक्स स्मोक के एरियाज के अंदर बैठे हुए हैं। शैडो की बात करें, उनके पास पत्थर का कवर है, बट मावी ने यहां पर प्लेयर को स्पॉट कर लिया, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ जोन का डैमेज मावी को पड़ रहा है। सामने की तरफ को जाना पड़ेगा, आगे उनको कूदना है। शैडो एक पिक निकालने की उनकी कोशिश, यहां पर मावी को स्पॉट करेंगे, इंस्टेंटली डाउन करेंगे एक्वानॉक्स की मदद से। और एक आखिरी प्लेयर यहां पर टीम एक्सपा के बच्चे अल्ट्रॉन, और उनके ऊपर ग्रेनेड्स किए जा सकते हैं। नीड परेड रहेगी टीएसएम, वेल दे वांटेड इट।
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. And well, this of course is day 4 of the quarterfinals. My name is Angad the Experiment Chehal. Joining me is the mischievous devil himself. It is Floki. That's your name now. It
Absolutely.
is set in stone. But anyway, Floki, 3 days of amazing gameplay. And well, what does the fourth have in store for us?
Well, if the third day is any indication of what's to come, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to figure out which teams are qualifying for sure until the last 2 maps. Because, well, let's be honest, Skylights Gaming yesterday, they had a very, very solid performance. They got themselves 2 chicken dinners. We knew they were in, but about the rest of those teams, there was still some uncertainty regarding if they're going to qualify or not. Because, well, the teams in that 8 to 9 slot, they were performing really, really well.
Well, that's the thing. This competition is razor thin, just the way we like it. And that is the pedestal that iQOO has presented all these players, this grand opportunity, this grand stage. And it's all them, whether they make it or whether they break it. But before this, let's have a word from the official smartphone sponsor for BGIS 2021.
Are you ready for this?
A lot of you might be wondering, what's the deal with the iQOO 7 Legend? What is it with the monster that is inside? Well, we are going to have a few specs come up, but let me tell you one thing. From my personal experience, I haven't been able to put this device down ever since I picked it up. But again, let's just remind them what is inside this bad boy.
Well, absolutely. This bad boy contains one of the best processors out there, top of the line, Qualcomm Snapdragon 888, making sure that your gaming experience is smooth and seamless as ever. Every single time you pick this game up and you load a BGMI, you're not going to have any frame rate drops whatsoever. And guess what? When you run out of juice, it's only going to take 22 minutes to get it back up to full charge, thanks to that 66-watt flash charge.
So are you saying we'll go from a 0 to 100 real quick?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Just like yesterday.
Well, there you have. Those are the stats on your screen right now. Again, if you want that seamless gaming performance, if you want that ultra performance, if you want to have an edge over all your enemies, well, this is what you want to get. The iQOO 7 Legend, the monster inside. And the question is, are you going to unleash it? Well, a few teams have already unleashed their inner monsters because we do have, well, 3 groups have already qualified. And now the question is, who is going to go forth today?
Absolutely. A lot of names are going to be standing out. I do remember that there is going to be Soul and GodLike playing today. So, I'm quite sure that, one of these two teams, if they don't end up qualifying, there's going to be a lot of hullabaloo surrounding that. A lot of people going to be upset. A lot of fans in the chat going to be saying, well, there's some sort of, fixes happening over here. Maybe some sort of rigged matchmaking. But you know what? None of that stuff is actually going to happen.
Us? And rigging and fixing? That is not what we do here at the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series, because again, it is an even pedestal for everyone to come in and shine. But before that, let's have a look at what the fuss is all about. What are we fighting for? Well, we are fighting for a massive amount of money, and don't blink twice, there are no typos over here, because the total prize pool is going to be 1 crore rupees.
Absolutely. 1 crore rupees being split up from the top to the bottom. First place taking away the lion's share with over 50, well, not over, but exactly 50% of the prize pool with 50 lakh rupees. Second place getting 25, third place getting 10, and then we keep trickling down as we keep going further and further down to 10,000 for 16th place. But we've also got some rewards for all the solo players out there, the players who perform really, really well and stand out from the crowd. The MVP is going to take home 1 lakh rupees, the Lone Ranger with 50,000, the Rampage Streak with 50,000, the Redeemer with 50,000, and most finishes by a squad once again going to be split up amongst the team with 50,000 rupees as well.
And we did discuss this earlier. I do believe the one with the higher number of finishes might want a bit more money, but again, if you do end up in the first position, I guess splitting 50 is going to be good enough for them. But of course, this is what the fuss is all about. This is what is on the line, and this is the reason all these teams are going to be battling against one another in the Battlegrounds today.
Absolutely. Well, this is what's all on the line, but it's not just that, it's also the title of being the best in the country, especially for some of these teams who have made it all the way from the open qualifiers. This is one of the best chances they have to take down the Juggernauts, to take down the Goliaths, and make sure that they cement a name for themselves in Indian BGMI.
Well, let's see how they can take down the Juggernauts and the Goliaths, because what you need to do is you need to rack up some points. And well, speaking of points, let's have the point distribution pop up on our screens. Again, something that you are familiar with. First place walks away with 15 and the chicken dinner. Second gets 12. Third gets 10, and then from there onwards you keep going down as you go down. Now, you don't want to end up in well, the 13th to the 16th position, because A, you walk away without any points, and B, even 8 to 12, that 1 point doesn't really justify the positions.
Absolutely. You really want to make it to the top 6, because that is when you start feeling the impact of those placement points coming in. Before that, you might get tons and tons of finishes, but if you don't end up at that 7th place or the 6th place, you're not really going to see it taking you too forward there. You're just going to be stuck down in those bottom trenches.
That is where that balance needs to come, because even if you are picking those early fights, those early schedules, you want to make sure you get those finish points. And talking of early fights, this is where all the fighting is going to take place today, as the schedule is now on our screens. And once again, we are going to kick things off in the fan favorite Erangel, followed by Miramar, then Erangel once again, and then, well, the RNG, the little ace up the sleeve over here, it's going to be Sanhok.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, Sanhok is the map which really throws everyone in here for a toss. It is the map that is the great equalizer once again. We have been saying how Miramar used to be the equalizer in the 3rd round, where all of these teams coming in would have a bit of a more even footing. But this time around, it's going to be Sanhok, and Sanhok is a pretty insane map from what we've seen so far.
I mean, let's just go back to yesterday. Now, if you missed any of the action, where were you? You got to make sure that you mark your calendars, because this is going to be non-stop till the 16th. More on that later. But again, yesterday's Sanhok was not your conventional Sanhok. No action, Floki, till the 15-minute mark.
Absolutely. I mean, very, very unconventional stuff happening. A lot of teams going for those heal battles towards the end. And, well, some of them even being successful. But you have to remember that at the end of the day, a map as crazy as Sanhok cannot be relied upon. So it is one of those things where it's good to have a strategy. It's good to have an approach. But to bank on that and say, this is the map where we're going to perform, when it's only 1 out of the 6 total maps, I don't think it's the best idea. Maybe if you solidify your angle a little bit more, you're going to see a much greater impact coming in on the back of those maps.
I mean, the best thing is, it is game number 4. So if teams do good, like you just mentioned, they can have a little bit of fun in Sanhok. They can, in fact, go in and, bully a few of the opposition. But before that, let's do one thing. Let's bring up one team. Now, of course, there are a lot of fan favorite teams out there. A couple names come to mind, but I'm going to focus on the divine. I'm going to focus on GodLike, Floki.
Oh yeah. Well, GodLike Esports is one of those teams that everyone has had their eyes set on for a long time, and like I said earlier, fans are going to be disappointed in case they don't make it.
Well, let's do one thing. Let's quickly head over to an interview with the boys from GodLike because, well, I want to hear what they have to say.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का iQOO प्रेजेंट्स बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया सीरीज क्वार्टर फाइनल्स डे 4 में। मेरा नाम है अंकित पांडे के एंकी बॉट और मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं मेजी। एंड यहां पर हम बुलाने वाले हैं अ टीम फुल ऑफ गॉड्स के वन ऑफ द गॉड्स जी गॉड को। एंड लेट्स सी कि उनका यहां पर क्या टेक है। तो बहुत जल्दी हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं, काफी सवाल हमारे दिमाग में जरूर से रहने वाले हैं उस पर्टिकुलर टीम के लिए। सो जी गॉड, आपका स्वागत है, कैसे हैं आप?
हेलो, एकदम बढ़िया बढ़िया, आप बताओ।
हम भी यहाँ पर बिल्कुल बढ़िया है। तो जी गॉड, क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में आप यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं, राउंड 3 में एक बढ़िया प्रदर्शन जरूर से दिखाया था टीम गॉडलाइक ने। प्रेशर कितना ज्यादा है टीम गॉडलाइक के ऊपर, क्योंकि कंपटीशन अभी आपने देखा पिछले 3 दिनों में क्वार्टर फाइनल्स के कि बड़े बड़े नाम भी काफी ज्यादा प्रेशर में दिखे और काफी ज्यादा मशक्कत करते हुए दिखे। तो अभी टीम गॉडलाइक के ऊपर कितना प्रेशर है?
हमारे ऊपर तो ऐसा कुछ प्रेशर अभी तक आया नहीं, मतलब जो क्वालिफायर्स थे वो मतलब इतना कुछ सीरियसली खेले नहीं, और अभी जो सेमीज है वो ठीक है। टीम्स में कंपटीशन काफी ज्यादा है, लेकिन वही है, ज्यादा प्रेशर लेंगे तो फिर हम परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो प्रेशर इतना कुछ ज्यादा नहीं है, बाकी देखते हैं।
कम से कम अभी तो टॉप 6 जाने वाली है, तब तो टॉप 4 ही जा रहे थे, तब प्रेशर नहीं लिया गया और बढ़िया खेला गया। बट जीगॉड, एक और चीज़ कि अभी हाल फिलहाल में थोड़े से चेंजेस जो आपकी टीम ने करे हों, जैसे कि अभी जब हम आए थे घातक से हमने बात करी थी, वहाँ पे उन्होंने बताया कि जो रोटेशंस हैं वो खासकर बहुत सारी टीमों से क्लैश होती हैं और फिर उनको फिनिश करने की कोशिश करते हैं। बट अभी आप देख रहे हैं कि कुछ अननोन टीम से जो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट लेके क्वालिफाई हो रही हैं, तो आपको लगता है कि इस वक्त प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट ज्यादा बेहतर रह सकता है गॉडल के लिए?
अब अलग अलग टीम्स का अलग अलग स्ट्रेटेजी रहा है, कोई पोजीशन के लिए जाता है। हमारा सेम है, को लगता है फाइट ले सकते हैं तो हम लेते हैं, वरना अगर हमारे जैसे कैजुअलिटी हो जाती है तो हम फिर पोजीशन के लिए जाते हैं।
जी गॉड, अभी एक मैप का एडिशन हुआ है सैनहॉक के मैप का, तो उस पे टीम गॉडलाइक का क्या टेक है? मतलब ऑल इन अटैक के लिए आप लोग जाएंगे, या फिर जैसे हम देखते हैं कि ट्रेडिशनल एक तरीका होता है कि हील बैटल करने के लिए काफी सारी टीम्स जाती हैं। सो आर यू प्लानिंग टू गो फॉर द हील बैटल राइट फ्रॉम द बिगनिंग, या फिर एक फुलिंग जो अटैकिंग आपका अप्रोच है वही हमें सैनहॉक के मैप में भी देखने को मिलेगा?
वो जोन के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है, मतलब जोन हमारे फेवर में है तो फिर हीलिंग की तो जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, वरना फिर अगर जोन दूर करता है तो फिर ऑब्वियसली हमको फाइट लेनी पड़ेगी अगर जोन में घुसने के लिए।
एक और
तो
चीज
देखते हैं सारा क्या
जी, एक और चीज जो ऑडियंस और हमारे जहन में हमेशा रहती है कि गॉडल एनिग्मा की जो फाइट है वो बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन होती है, देखने में बड़ा मजा आता है। हमने उस चीज के बारे में पहले भी बात करी है, आप उस चीज के बारे में क्या कहेंगे? क्योंकि जो रोटेशन है और जो क्लैशेस हैं, चांसेस ज्यादा होते हैं गॉडल और एनिग्मा हमें देखने को मिले ही मिले।
ये तो अब हमारे दोनों जैसे एरेंगल में हो गया, एरेंगल में वो हमारी रोटेशन में आते हैं, सैनहोक या हर मैप में ऑलमोस्ट रोटेशन में आ ही जाते हैं वो। तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, अगर फाइट मिलेंगे तो उनको भी मारेंगे। देखते हैं।
जी बढ़िया। तो अभी जी गॉड, आपने देखा जब आपने राउंड 3 भी खेला तो हमें कुछ अंडररेटेड टीम्स वहां पर खेलती हुई नजर आई। आपने बोला कि उतना सीरियसली आप लोगों ने नहीं लिया और आप अपना नेचुरल गेम प्ले खेल के रहे थे, थोड़ा कैजुअल खेल रहे थे, बट स्टिल कहीं ना कहीं आपने वो कंपटीशन जरूर से एक आंका होगा, आपने परखा होगा कि क्या कंपटीशन वहां पर फेस करने को मिल रहा है। सो अभी अगर हम कुछ अंडररेटेड टीम्स की बात करें तो व्हाट डू यू थिंक कि वो कहां पर लैक कर रहे हैं और कहां पर उनका बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट आपको देखने को मिला?
ये टूर्नामेंट देख के तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं लग रहा कि टीम्स अंडरडॉग मतलब अंडरडॉग टीम्स खेल भी रही है। जिस तरह से खेल रहे हैं, जिस तरह से T1 टीम्स को मार रहे हैं वो, मतलब उनके गन फाइट, रोटेशन, सब चीजें इतनी अच्छी, अंडरडॉग नहीं बोल सकते उनको जी। तो अंडरडॉग टाइप तो अब कुछ बचा ही नहीं, बाकी देखते हैं कैसा खेलते हैं सब लोग।
चलिए, कम से कम उम्मीद करते हैं कि आज और भी ज्यादा बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन हमें गॉडलाइक के द्वारा देखने को मिले। चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच जी गॉड हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। एंड मैं देख सकता हूं कि तबीयत यहाँ पे खराब हो रखी है आपकी भी, तो ख्याल रखें अपना भी और बाकी सारे प्लेयर्स का भी, ताकि प्रदर्शन अच्छा रहे। वंस अगेन बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका।
थैंक यू सो मच।
ये थे जी गॉड हमारे साथ जुड़े, और प्लेयर्स की तबीयत यहाँ पे थोड़ी बहुत खराब जरूर है। उम्मीद करते हैं गेम पे उतना ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट ना डाले तो ज्यादा बेहतर, क्योंकि ऑडियंस वेट कर रही है, हम वेट कर रहे हैं कि जो गॉड लाइक, जो आप हमेशा बोलते हैं फुल ऑफ गॉड्स, उनका जो गेम प्ले है वो हमें जरूर देखने को मिले। बट इसी के साथ ये जो छोटी सी बातचीत थी यहीं पे खत्म होगी, फिर हम नई बातचीत के साथ मिलेंगे, बट उससे पहले नेक्स्ट मैच।
Well, words of wisdom coming in from Zygot over there. And also, if you notice one thing, I don't see any qualms, I don't see any shakes. These guys are confident, they are ready. And of course, when that question came up about Enigma, well, I think these boys are ready. And speaking of teams, let's do one thing. Let's just show you who all are going to be battling it out in the battlegrounds down below, because, well, the matchup is now popping up on your screens. And to kick things off, we have Team IRONSIGHT, 4 Heroes, Team Insane Esports, GodLike Esports, R Esports, Invincible ESP, Team X Lions. Are they going to be roaring today? We'll find out. And of course, Team Outliers.
Absolutely, got a lot of good teams over here, but let's look at the other side as well, because we've got some great teams here too. We've got Team BE, Tactical Esports, FPS Gaming, Soul, Rage Officials, TKM Esports, Enigma Gaming, and Team MAYAVIx.
I've heard that name before, Soul. I mean, it is something that I've been hearing for quite
I think it's an underdog team, right? They have been coming up recently.
Is it? Of course.
Been winning a couple of local tournaments and stuff.
You know, we're all kidding.
Oh,
I mean, I'm pretty sure we are going to get a couple of males that we don't want to be looking at. But
DM's
again,
open.
It is part and parcel of the game. Now, of course, you've had a look at which all teams are going to be fighting it out for, well, first of all, the spot to the semifinals. The money will come later. But, you know, I'm excited because, A, you have the big teams coming in, major expectations. There is going to be pressure on their shoulders.
Oh, yeah.
Which I'm sure the newcomers, or rather the underdogs, as we like calling them, they can relate to that because, of course, there is a different kind of pressure on them.
Absolutely, and if you notice, the structure and the format of the tournament also changes as we keep going on, right? During the semifinals, we can have a lot more room for error for all of these teams coming in, which is what these experienced teams are used to. But just one 6-map series is not what these teams are used to, and that is what they have to adapt to today, which is why we've been seeing some very, very good teams failing to qualify. Is that going to happen today too?
Well, like that little sync-up over there. We're going to find out. Before we look at all the carnage and all the destruction in Erangel, let's just take a moment and appreciate the beauty of a map that it is. And, well, this is not a good sign when you start off with something broken. But, of course, it is the Milton power plant. And I want to see some action down here. Like we said, it has been quite a while. We haven't seen a circle come towards this direction.
Absolutely. I mean, we really haven't seen an Eastern finish in quite some time. I'm hoping that changes today because, well, an Eastern finish would be the perfect way to end the quarterfinals too. So I'm hoping maybe if the first map doesn't have it, the last map for Erangel, you know, maybe just PJ my gods if you're listening. Be very, very happy.
You should not have said that, Floki.
You know what? I don't want an Eastern finish. In fact, don't give me a finish at all. I don't even want a circle. Let's make a triangle instead.
There you go. Now, as of course the spawn island is going to be rustling and bustling and hustling with life, we are going to be visiting the bridges, and again, I want to see some action over here. Now, luckily, yesterday in Erangel, Game 1, we did see, Game 2, I believe, sorry, we did see the circles shift to the south with the Sosnovka military base in its entirety in the circle, and boy, did that make for some, well, crazy rotations and, you know, some pretty epic gameplays. I want to see something different again, because what I want is, I want the circle to take all the players and all the teams out of their comfort zones.
Absolutely. I mean, we want to see some hard shift circles. I mean, I remember, you know, just watching a couple of circles yesterday and the day before that as well. They looked absolutely amazing, especially the one thing that still stands out to me up until this point is the first circle that shifted towards Rosaken. We had that little delta island finish there with those two rivers or streams cutting it off, and there's just one team in the center. I remember it was Old Hood Esports gatekeeping everyone and racking up those finish points. I want to see something crazy like that. You know, we have seen a lot of you know, southern finishes so far, like you've mentioned. We've also seen some really good hard shifts, but for today I would really like to see the circle do something a little bit different.
Well, we are going to be finding out in about a few seconds because, ladies and gentlemen, you better strap yourselves in. The game is now going to be live as the Big Bird is going to take to the skies for the first time on day 4 of the quarterfinals. Question is, where are we flying to? And, well, by the look of things, it is going to be splitting the map pretty much evenly in half, as we are going to be flying down south a little bit to the southwest. Now, places like Yasnaya are going to be right below. Places like Pachinki could be in dropping distance. And again, since it is pretty much in the center here, Floki, I don't think teams are going to be clashing at the beginning.
Absolutely, but what it does open up the potential for is a couple of people dropping in towards Kameshki and Severny. Usually these places tend to get ignored. All the other places people tend to rotate towards or rotate out of, not a place where you would like to drop into, because the flight path usually does not allow for that. But maybe this time around things could change. In fact, we're already seeing one team making their way towards Stolber over here, and one of the members drifting off in the distance, maybe trying to make his way towards Kameshki or to another city nearby where he can get himself a vehicle, some loot to work with as well. And yeah, this is a wonderful start for all of the teams who are going to decide to drop in towards the northern half of the map.
And you know what the cherry on the cake would be if the first circle is all the way down to the south, because the northernmost team, as you did mention at Stolber, are going to be the gentlemen from Invincible Esports. Now let's see if their invincibility is going to be put to the test, because sooner or later, although they are far away from any other team so far, they are going to have to face their fears, and well, let's see what happens then. But for now, we are going to wait and see where that first circle is going to form. But first, before that, let's just have a look at what the Seoul boys are doing. I'm sure all of you in the chat are going to be ecstatic that they are popping up on your screen now. And well, looks like Viper has donned some colors you all might remember, because that is where Mortal started.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of historic precedent over here coming in from Viper, trying to relive the glory that Mortal once bathed in, but it's all going to come down to his performance today, if he's actually going to be able to play up to that mark. Now, this is the drop location for the side of Seoul. This is where they were dropping in the quarterfinals too. This is also where they got themselves a couple of finishes. So historically speaking, if you're just going on at that, seal this one in the bag, Seoul have made it into the next round, but of course, we still have 6 maps to go for, so, you know, that's why you just don't base your decisions off of history alone.
Now, of course, while we all enjoy watching Seoul, you know, looting up every single building they're in, I wonder if we could have the map come up on our screens, because, well, the first circle has formed, and it isn't going to be as drastic or as dramatic as we had hoped for, because pretty much the farm is going to be in the center. Just to paint a picture for all of you watching right now, the Sosnovka military base is going to be in the circle in its entirety, but for now, it could go either way.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see where that circle decides to shift, if it's going to be going a bit further towards the main island or going to be going further south towards the military base like you mentioned. But every team pretty much having their choice of drop locations. Georgiapol empty, quite surprisingly. Not something I was expecting. Even shooting range and Severny being sort of ignored over here in the meantime. And Yaslia Polyana is the place where Team GodLike have decided to make their home. And hopefully they're not going to be rotating out anytime soon, because there's no reason for them to do that just yet. Now, you do have to remember the teams who dropped in further towards the north in Invincible, they're going to have a harder time going back into the circle, because, well, there's not a single place that isn't going to try and gatekeep them. However, the blue damage at this point, it is sort of low, so you can go all the way around from Severny and Georgiapol and then make your way inside the circle. But once again, there are a couple of teams waiting for them, so wherever they go, resistance is going to be there.
Well, and resisting them is going to be futile, because sooner or later you are going to have to face your fears, as we said before. But for now, all eyes are going to be on this team as well. Jonathan, Neo, Z-God, and ClutchGod. They did put up quite a show last time, but of course, you know, it wasn't what we expected from a team of this caliber. Let's see if they are going to be changing our minds this time around. Now, you know, as far as clashes go early on, we did have a look at the map, and let's be fair, I don't think anything's going to happen for the next circle or two, because you know, every single team wants to make sure they hold on to their numbers for as long as they can, and even if they do see some commotion in the distance, chances are they are going to be going their separate ways. But for now, we will be joining Enigma in Lipovka as well. Looks like they are done with their looting, and now they are moving to greener pastures.
Absolutely. Milter and Milter Power still relatively unoccupied. Maybe they could go over there and find some extra loot waiting for themselves. But one of the great things to note about today is that not only is it the day where we see if all of these teams qualify or not, but it also happens to be this gentleman's birthday.
Is it now? Well, a very happy birthday to Avi from Enigma Gaming, but the thing is he going to have a nice little present to take on with him, or is he going to be just a little bit disappointed? Now, knowing Enigma Esports, Enigma Gaming, I beg your pardon, we already know where this could be heading, and looks like they might just be celebrating later on tonight. But for now, we are going to have a look at another team, Team Insane Esports. Now, Insane, of course, you know, they do live up to the name every now and then. They are a team that love that all-out aggression. They go in for the hunt. And I won't be surprised if sooner or later Riot and the boys are out in their vehicles looking for some fresh meat.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if they're able to just go around and get a couple of finishes early on, because like we said earlier, not a lot of incentive for any of these teams to pick up those early engagements. No notable compounds up for grab over here or provide any significant advantage given the fact that it's the first circle. So none of that crazy stuff gonna be happening. But we will see Team Insane Esports try and capitalize and make the most out of the vehicles that they have found. Just try and go Delta Split, maybe get some information, and then they can utilize that when the next circle shows itself and maybe have the upper hand.
You know, I like one thing that I have kind of noticed over the last couple of days. So all the teams, especially at this stage, they are looting quick and they are on the move even quicker. Of course, you know, you do have a lot of options. You have more compounds along the way, and you know, you can improve your gear. But the thing is, what I've noticed is they love picking fights, right? And then whatever gear that they do need, well, you have 4 crates lying in front of you. It is going to be easy because for now, we are going to have a look at Team Mayavi as they are going to be a top potato hill. Again, a heavy hitting team.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is, against all the pressure today, can they really do that? Because if they fizzle out in the finish department, they haven't historically been good with placement points.
Absolutely. Placement points isn't exactly their forte, and usually this is not the team that likes to drop in towards this part of the map. They usually are the ones going in towards ruins, if I recall correctly. So this is a bit of a change-up coming out for them. But at the same time, you have to remember that Team Mayavi is a team that, at the end of the day, prioritizes those finish points. And before TSM went on their killing spree and got themselves those 31 finishes to work with, it was Team Mayavi getting all those numbers.
It was indeed, and it looks like we might just have some action break out early as Team Insane Esports' Sayam does see something in the distance. Of course, when you see a vehicle go by, it is going to pique your interest in Goblin. Ooh, he is going to be on a different flank altogether. Now, if the opposition does move in their location, well, they could set up quite a crossfire.
Absolutely. Well, not the best places for goblins to be out in the open, in the island, under the warm sun. You usually see them dwelling about in caves. Maybe Miramar would be a more appropriate place for them. But yeah, we'll see if any goblins do get away with some loot or a couple of finishes here and there. In the meantime, Clutch God is, and the rest of GodLike as well, they're just going to be trying to spread out a little bit more and once again, just try and cover their tracks, make sure they've got some information to work with. But what the hell is happening here?
I think the supercars are out tonight because the Koenigsegg's are on the move right now. Now again, I like the fact that, GodLike have chosen this particular compound because A, you can still shoot uphill, and B, those iconic farm compounds, there you have it in the distance. You can see them right now. If anybody moves in, they are going to have a visual on them nonetheless. So what they have to do is make sure they hold their ground.
Oh.
And well, looks like, speaking about holding their ground, Enigma is going to be giving away some sound cues, but of course the boys from Seoul
they might know.
are going to be rolling past in their little convoy. But now they did know, they have stopped their vehicles, and it looks like we might just see a fight break out because shots are being fired. But the question is, who at?
Absolutely. Seoul have discovered someone, but I'm not sure if it's going to be Avi. So Avi still has the element of surprise working by on his side. A little bit of bait and switch could be coming in, and none of the Seoul players are checking their flanks at this point. This could be massive. Seoul need to be careful with where they step because everywhere they go, there could be danger. And look at that, Avi still scouting things out from his position for now. They know that there is someone in the direction to the right of Avi, but they don't know that if the compound that Avi is occupying is clear or not.
Now, the thing that Seoul should be keeping an eye out, because have a look at your minimap. Of course, all that information is available to us, but another team could be creeping in behind them, and that team is FPS Gaming. And well, if the FPS is going to be perfect tonight, there might just be a thorn in the side for Seoul. For now, the circle is going to shift. It's going to go down south. Loki, there you have it. We are going to be heading down south. In fact, the game might just end at the Sosnovka military base itself. And now, the teams that did just cross the bridge, chances are they might just cross back over.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the best possible circle we could have asked for. There's a bit of everything over here. It's really a gamble where you decide to stay at this point, because if you stay in Sosnovka, you got the rotation out. But yeah, absolutely. It seems like you have to hold on to that thought, because Seoul, they are going in a bit of a car chase over here behind FPS Gaming. Okay.
I like the fact they know that every single vehicle just has one man, so if the vehicle stops, that's when the shooting begins. But Rox is playing a dangerous game. Maybe the opponents don't know that the enemy is right behind them. He's going to go by now. That iron plate on the back of the buggy is going to come in handy. Oh my goodness, the cojones on that guy. But unfortunately, finally, it is going to be Aditya who brings him down. Now, of course, it was a risky play. The remaining members of Seoul are going to go down as well. Viper's gone down. They did try to, stay in their wake here, Floki, but unfortunately, they've lost 2 members, and now from above, Chiku, I beg your pardon, does come under fire.
Absolutely. There's also Yuo right next to him, but they don't have the angles to work with over here. They kind of need to make sure Viper and both Rox end up surviving, but Rox is just way too far to live. And looks like Viru is also going to be cutting his losses short and just making his way back. But there is another team coming in the distance. Or no, it is actually one of the members from FPS Gaming itself. It's going to be Pirate coming in from the flank and maybe trying to blow up another.
Arr, says Pirate as he moves into the position of Seoul. And now, again, I like the fact that, Yuva and Viru, they were trying to distract the enemy. But I'm not sure if that was the right play. I understand, sooner or later the enemy is going to catch on to the fact that, hey, wait a second, that buggy is not part of a convoy. And well, as a result of that, Rox and Viper are going to be paying the heavy price. I mean, still some hope here for Seoul. They still have 2 members up and running. Question is, can they survive till the end for those crucial placement points?
Well, I don't mean to be the devil's advocate or the party pooper, but I'm going to be both right now. The man who clutched it out last time around was Rox, and he is off the table. So that clutch potential for Seoul, it's going to have to come from the other two guys. Being the first team to lose two of their players is not exactly a title you want to be known for. In the meantime, Team Outliers out in the blue taking a little bit of damage, but that's okay because we did say that a couple of these teams are going to have long rotations given where they have dropped. In the meantime, GodLike might be crossing paths soon enough with the side of Team Insane Esports, and it looks like they have done just that.
They have done just that, but on the other side, in fact, on the other bridge leading to the military base, looks like we did have a little bit of a clash as 4 heroes got the better of a member from Team IRONSIGHT. Now, they do have that one finish to their names. They do have a good position, and sooner or later, Floki, a lot of teams are going to be rushing over that bridge. But again, coming back to the main island, looks like Enigma Saggy has spotted the enemy, and he almost emptied his entire clip into said enemy. Unfortunately, nothing is going to be brought down for now. Looks like they do realize as well the circle might just shift down south. Hold on, you did mention Insane. Looks like they are going to be taking a few shots, and well, one of their members is going to go down.
Absolutely. Well, it just seems that we are all getting confused today. Insane and Invincible, and as well as Team IRONSIGHT also sort of sharing the same prefixes there. But yeah, in the meantime, it is going to be Team Insane coming in and getting that pot shot from the right flank over here.
Now, keep in mind, at one end of the bridge, we have Team Insane, but have a look at Team BE. They are still lurking on the other side behind the gas station, and well, if Team Insane aren't careful, they might just pay a heavy price for now. Enigma from distance trying to get a knock as the circle is going to shift further down south. It is no. Oh, a little bit of a U-turn. Looks like a massive curveball has come in, Floki, and I'm sure all the teams on our screens right now are going to be happy.
I mean, this is the most interesting sort of finishes you could ever have in a game of Erangel. Just going there towards both of these islands. Once again, there's going to be a bit of a gamble coming in. Which of these teams are going to come out on top? It's going to be down to 50-50. But right now, look at the dead center of the current circle. There is Team GodLike in the middle of it all, and they're going to have to fight a war on multiple fronts.
Well, they will definitely need some divine intervention if they are going to be onslaughted by so many teams. But for now, Team Insane Esports realize the gravity of the situation. They know a couple of teams that they did see, go towards the military base earlier are going to be coming back, but they gave their position away, and now FPS Gaming, they do have that ridge for cover. They do have a lot of options to even move further inland. Basically they can even make it to the city of Milta. But let's see if that's going to happen, because looks like Pirate and the boys are getting ready for a little bit of a scrap over here. Again, Team BE in the same position we left them. Now they have to be a bit careful. You know what? Let me just rephrase something. I do believe Insane did the right thing over there. They moved back. They knew that, the position they were in was going to be hit hard. And speaking of hit hard, Gordon's position is going to come under fire by Tactical Esports.
Absolutely, Tactical Esports. Well, they're going to be in a world of trouble over here. At least Clutch is, because he's still out in the water and he knows that there is someone from GodLike just mounting these rooftops for now and watching over his area. But hopefully distraction can save him and allow him to come ashore, because at this point it's going to be impossible for Clutch to do that. Now, GodLike have an inkling that there could be someone rotating in from the water. They have considered the circle, and they know for a fact that they need to watch their backs too. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards Team MAYAVIx, who could be in some heavy action over here. Outliers, they're going to make their move over here. Denial is going to be the first person to be knocked out. Armor going to come to fall over here. Amax, he seems to be going forward, and so is Pratty, but can they find those angles? Well, it doesn't seem like they can. In fact, Deny will be revived up.
Well, looks like Deny is going to be taken out. Forget the revive it. It's not going to be coming in because that grenade went boom a bit too close for comfort. And well, when it does do that, you are going to be taken out. Now grenades are going to be rained in as TM are going to make sure they can hold on. But on the other side, it looks like we have another fight breaking out. And this time the four heroes are going in. But looks like the numbers are reduced. Forget that. We're coming back to this one because Z-King is going to be on a rampage. He knows the enemy is inside that little shack. And that is all it took. It is going to be Team MAYAVIx with 4 finishes to their name. Elsewhere, looks like Prince is going to be in position to take on the enemy. He does get hit. He jumps. He shoots. He connects. And down goes the IGL for 4 heroes. But now Prince is going to be shot at from afar. And boy, oh boy, it looks like Mighty OP just might be the last little hope for his team, because they have to make sure they get the revives in. I do believe Kalnayak is going to be picked up. And the opposition, again, Floki, are just too far out.
Absolutely. Otter is the only person still standing from the side of TKM. He's going to try to get his teammates back up on his feet, but once again, the Stray Nade couldn't finish them off. Enigma in the distance, though, don't know this is happening. They're just going to be healing up in the meantime, and so are the members of GodLike. But once again, what the hell is the circle shift coming in? It's going to completely favor the member of Seoul, who are right in the smack dab center.
Already, all the Seoul fans are going to be happy with their position. I'm sure they are going to be praying that just keep your head down, let all the bullets fly overhead, and then when the time comes, go for all those finishes, because looks looks like they do have a team coming close by, and it is Team IRONSIGHT. Now, judging by the name, they might just be accurate with those iron sights, and that is what you use up close and personal. For now, what Seoul is going to try and do is, if anyone comes by that aquatic route, anyone tries to recreate Normandy in World War II, well, they are going to be on hand. But for now, Masagi out in the open does get spotted, and there you have it. One big blast of the vehicle, and Z-God gets a finish to his name. And looks like we have some snipers in use as well, as a bolt action went off and someone's head was blown clean off their shoulders.
Absolutely. GodLike Esports, are they going to see another bolt going in the distance? It's going to be YOP who gets taken, or rather Roxy OP who gets finished off over here. 2 members, or is that 3? Wait, that is 2 members being taken off the board over here for Rage officials. In the meantime, GodLike, their work is not done just yet. DKM also going to be driving the car straight into the water, trying to heal up inside over there. Rage officials are also closing in the distance.
GodLike are in prime position right now to break up all those finishes, as RE Esports are going to be coming right towards them. All these buggies are going to be submerged sooner or later. Can he get a knock over here? Clubscott does get one of them, as the little canary is going to fall now. Hero is right next to them, but Kalnayak is going to be nearby as well. In the meanwhile, it looks like another team is going to be swimming across. They don't want to have anything to do with all the fighting taking place in the main islands, as Invincible Esports are trying to get away scot-free. But for now, like I said, GodLike Esports in a massive position over here. They can really get a lot of finishes.
Absolutely. They're just going to start racking up those points. As soon as those heads start coming up the water over here, they do spot one of the members of our Esports and start taking a couple of shots. But all 4 of the members taking 4 separate group shots to work with. I'm sure GodLike are going to start racking up the finishes. Look at the number of teams just trying to swim ashore and make their way over there. But guess what? There is a team in a very, very good position right now that is right behind that side of Team Seoul. I do believe it is Team Invincible, although I could be wrong about that.
I do believe you are talking about Team IRONSIGHT. Now, they're going to be a bit higher up, right? They're going to be further inland. But for now, all the finishes are going to be coming along the beachhead. Of course, it does kind of give me those Utah Beach vibes right now. Floki as Prince, very low on HP. Again, he's got the enemy right next to him. He does have to come up for air at some point or the other. But also, keep in mind, GodLike are going to have to move inside the circle as well. So for now, the strategy is get as many finishes as you can, and then, well, leave everything up else to fate. But again, as more teams are going to be joining the game, they don't really have any options, because keep in mind the bridge is occupied right now by FPS Gaming, and well, they aren't going to let a soul pass through them.
Absolutely. Well, GodLike, they've got the responsibility of watching these rivers and trying to make sure that no one can actually make it across. But in the meantime, so is Seoul. In fact, Viper OP is down in the water. He's scouting things out so that they can fire upon them and secure those finishes. Going to be very, very easy pickings if Viper can do all the scouting for his team. But you have to remember, this is a bit of an all-in play coming in from Seoul. They're not going to focus on trying to secure their position. Instead, just go for those finish points.
Now, the problem is, Floki, a couple of teams are already going to be hitting the beachhead right now, which means Viru and his buddy got to be a bit careful, because although they are tunnel vision in one direction, there you have it. If you look to the left, a couple of teams are already there, and the circle is going to still shift once again. Seoul are still in a good position, but now a few teams, Rage, are going to be hitting land, and of course from behind the enemy could be coming in as well. Have a look at Team BE. They are dangerously close. Just behind them we have the X-Lions. Question is, are they going to be roaring with all their might? Because looks like GodLike have found themselves in a little bit of a predicament, because now the hunters could become the hunted.
Absolutely. Team Mayavi, they're going to go for some big brain stuff over here. They're sending one player back towards Show, so maybe he can get a couple of shots in. But in the meantime, we can turn our attention back towards Yuwa OP from the side of Seoul. He's spotting out all of these members from Invincible, but the shot's not really connecting at this distance. Vito has also come up ashore over here, and he's going to be scouting things out for his team.
He is scouting right now. Again, you know, you got to make sure you hit the trigger at the right moment, because again, a headshot could be devastating for all these fish out in the sea. I mean, it's more like shooting fish in a barrel. But now the play zone is going to do what it does best, as members of FPS Gaming are going to fall. In fact, 3 of them are out, only 1 man still on his feet. But just as I say that, there you have it. He is going to go down. No, it's just going to be them taking the kills for themselves. That's Pirate goes down. Chiku goes down. FPS Gaming are in trouble. Mind you, they were the only team by the bridge, and I guess they just wasted a bit too much time, but it is going to be Team BE who do put them out of their misery.
Absolutely, but look at where Mad Dog is from the side of Rage. He has actually come up ashore over here, and Seoul do not have a single clue about this man. He could go in on the flank and do absolutely massive work if he sees Seoul on the scoreboard, but I believe that is at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams in the water.
Now the thing is, I know that they know where the enemy is. Unfortunately for them, they don't have any of their teammates on land. But who is on land are the gentlemen from Tactical Esports. Now from this distance, yes, if you do use those big scopes, oh boy, it could get a lot easier. Now have a look at Wild69. His teammates are a bit further up towards the beach, just left off our screens, which means, well, they do have all the angles to work with. Now again, you did mention Team IRONSIGHT moments ago. They are still holding on to that position because they're like, you know what, you guys fight it all out. We're going to do the rest. But for now, Soul's position is going to be taken on by Mad Dog, but unfortunately he is going to be taken out, and with that I do believe Rage are going to be exiting this game as well.
Absolutely, Rage have also been eliminated over here quite early on, and we'll see if they can come back in the next few games. But for now, we're going to focus on the teams at hand. Look at Team Mayavi, they are somewhat spread out over here. They've got 2 players, the Admino flank didn't really work out as well, but what are they trying to do over here? I'm not too sure.
If only that boat was still in commission, I'm pretty sure we could see some shots coming out, but now finally Soul is going to be shot at, but it's going to be Avi who takes down, Avi is taken down by Vero. There you have it officially now, Rage officials out in the 13th position, and Soul are the ones who are dishing out all the damage again. I said this before, I will say it again. They are in prime position, especially have a look at that little dip to rack up all these finishes.
My god.
Now, even though the circle has shifted further down south, of course, IRONSIGHT are going to be happy, but for Soul, this is going to be an important time. Oh, grenades are coming in, but one of them is going to be taken down. That is going to be Klushko at the moment. He touches ground, and Soul Yuva is on a little bit of a rampage.
Oh yes, Zigo trying to scout things out over here, but Yuva he's not going to let him do the same. Oh my god, a nade comes pouring in from the backside, but it's going to be Team B, Shamil trying to join in on the action and trying to get involved over here. We'll see how many finishes he can rack up. He does for 1 member from Soul.
Oh my goodness!
This might just be
goodness!
Oh, he still clutches it out. He's still keeping his team at the game over here. Wait, what an insane play coming in from the man Yuva as well, but he will finally be taken out over here by Ryzen. BE, they almost made it work, but they did lose a few members in the process.
Soul is going to be eliminated in the 12th position by Team BE, but they did manage to rack up 5 finishes to their name. And also, let me tell you one thing, that reaction time, because he was patching himself up, the enemy comes in and you will put him in his place. But for now, who is going to be put in his place is Rockstar. Guess his days of rocking are over, because Hero is going to be the last man standing. No, there's another one standing for their team, as now Jadu is the last man standing for our esports. Question is, does he have enough magic in it? Does he have that factor to survive till the end? Because the silver lining is all the teams are now going to have to move further back, because, well, the play zone is going to force them to.
Absolutely, and once again, Team IRONSIGHT in prime position to take advantage of this all. Look at the number of smokes coming in from the members of BE. I mean, Shamil, he is just got tons and tons of smokes to work with, just trying to lay down some cover, so maybe he can get to a vehicle, or maybe even to better spots to try and gatekeep everyone else. But it seems that in the meantime, Team BE have taken up the job of Team Soul, just spawning out members coming ashore and racking up those 3 finishes.
What I'm looking forward to is, well, of course, I like the fact that they are being shot at, but the moment all those teammates hit the ground, they are just pretty much going to be firing in every direction, spinning their phones pretty much left, right, and center, because if a few shots connect, it is going to be a free-for-all at the beat sooner or later, as Shamil is going to be lobbing grenades, making sure he has enough time to patch his teammate up. There you have it, the action is going to start, and one by one, they are going to be falling like dominoes. Question is, who is going to come out on top, as within the blink of an eye, a lot of teams are going to be out. Enigma almost out by a whisker. There you have it, the birthday boy himself is going to be taken down, and now GodLike comes under fire. There you have it, in the blink of an eye, the entire beach is littered with corpses, barring just one.
And then there were 4 that did not involve GodLike, that did not involve Soul, that did not involve Enigma. We've got 4 completely new teams taking the mantle over here. Who's going to come out on top? We've got Team X Lions as well. They will be able to take out the members from BE in the end. The play zone even knocking out a couple of members itself. It too wants to be a part of the Battlegrounds India Series 2021 and take a part of that 1 crore rupee prize pool away. But in the meantime, we're going to be turning our attention back towards Tactical Esports, who seem to have the better position now. They have a line of sight towards IRONSIGHT, and they can see the rotations coming in from the flank.
The best thing is Tactical Esports have a tactical drop right in front of them, but it is going to be our esports, who are a limited kid in a little bit of a pickle, as he is going to be shot at from either side. Keep in mind, we just have 3 teams alive. Of course, there were so many more just moments ago, but for now, Hitman is going to be spotted. This is going to be a bit problematic. Simple, almost getting the knock on him, but for now, Tactical are still going to be a 4-man squad. Keep in mind, we still have Team IRONSIGHT lurking nearby, still holding the ground, still waiting for the enemy to come to them. But Floki, the circle has moved away from them, so sooner or later, they are going to have to go and play with the big boys.
Absolutely, it's going to be patience right now from all of these teams. That is what is going to get them that chicken dinner. Whoever moves first will be at disadvantage over here. Looks like it's going to be the members from Team X Lions. Well, Can they roar over here and take out the members who are a little bit more tactical, a little bit more calculated, or are they going to crumble and fall? It seems that they have lost Samurai now, so they are in a bit of a 2v4. It's going to take a miraculous clutch to pull them out of this one, but Madhav takes a huge nade to the face, has still some life left in him. He is proning on the ground, trying to live, but Simple inside the smoke is also going to be spotted over here. Will he be taken out? No! He's fighting back, he's trying to turn things around. Hitman going forward as well.
He gets
Will he put him down? No! Simple still clutching it out from the smoke, still standing on his feet, but will he finally be eliminated? No, Tactical Esports, they have been taken out. No, wait, never mind, Tactical Esports is still in this. It is Team X Lions who end up being eliminated, and it was Team IRONSIGHT who get the credit for the same.
Let me tell you one thing, they were roaring loud. Simple over there with that drop shot, hits the deck, puts the enemy down, but from afar it was Tactical who got the better of them. Now it is going to be a 3v3 situation. Of course, Wild on his knees means the Tactical are going to be at a bit of a disadvantage. Clutch does have cover behind not just the smoke, but behind that massive airdrop from above as well. Now Hitman needs to be careful. He knows exactly where Clutch is, but does he know where the enemy is? Closer, because a grenade just went off and Wild was almost put 6 feet under. Looks like Addy is still not done yet. They are still going to be chucking everything they've got at the event.
Hitman is the trump card that IRONSIGHT have at this moment. He's just slithering around in the grass, waiting for someone to make a bad move. There could be a bait and switch coming in as well. Look at those nades! Clutch slowly but surely being chipped away at. And looks like finally one of those members will be spotted. Insane. Now that he gets taken out, this might just set up Hitman for the amazing flank. But are Tactical going to push?
Mind you, Tactical, they have managed to get the revive up. That means the numbers advantage is now in their favor. There you have it, Clutch with a grenade. Clutch throws the grenade. Is it going to be good? If it does bounce, it could be devastating. There you have it. The bounce comes in perfect. Clutch is going to finish off Insane, which means now, Ali is surviving by a sliver of HP, but not for long because, well, a vehicle went boom, and with that, now only one man remains from IS. Hitman is going to take one down. Does he take two? No, he doesn't. And, well, there you have it. Team IRONSIGHT falling at the end, even though they have the advantage, but it was the tactical gameplay coming in from Tactical Esports that won them the chicken dinner in Game 1 on Day 4 of the quarterfinals.
Absolutely. Once again, goes to show that the zone advantage does not mean anything. It doesn't mean squat unless you capitalize on it. Team IRONSIGHT, they had the favorable position for days. They could have sent out one player on a bit of a hunting mission or a scouting mission too, but they stayed put, and eventually Tactical Esports, they came ashore and they put them out of their misery.
You know, if I think about what Team IRONSIGHT did, now keep in mind, you did see them in those little buildings the entirety of the time when, you know, there was chaos ensuring on the beach, when basically Normandy was being recreated. I mean, this you can't call it any better than that. I think that's what it was. That's what the chaos must have been like back in the day, but boy, oh boy, within the blink of an eye, everything went calm and silent.
Absolutely. I mean, it was almost like, an all-out war, and then all of a sudden it was like all these teams being eliminated. I think we saw at least 6 teams being eliminated in less than a span of 2 minutes. So you know what? All that action was really hard to keep up with. Let's have a look at the highlights and once again see exactly what went down in the last game.
Well, the first knock did come over here as Rox was taken down. Of course, all fans are going to be a little bit disappointed, but Viper had a good opportunity to get a knock, which he did. Unfortunately for him, there were more members of the opposition, FPS Gaming, on hand. Now, Viru overhead does kind of try and come in for that little bit of a distraction, but it was a bit too little too late. I like what they did, but the execution seemed
somewhat
a bit
lacking.
questionable. There you go.
Absolutely. Well, in the end, I mean, I have to say, it did seem like GodLike or Enigma, someone was going to come up a show, but they all got eliminated right away. In the meantime, though, we are going to talk about Team 4 Heroes as well. They tried their best to hold on to this compound. I think they succeeded too, or did Prince clutch it out? I don't quite remember. Well,
Prince was shot in the back.
Yeah, well, Prince was shot in the back over here. Mighty OP, but did get taken down, and yeah, TKM, they were able to get those reses in and move in further towards the circle. But yeah, not something that I was really expecting coming out of Team Seoul early on. Even Team Maya, we played out of their minds over here. 4 players just going in aggressively and getting those finish points. I really like the fact that despite the fact that we are in the quarterfinals and we've got a much longer road, we've got much more maps to be played, Mayavi are just keeping it OG, keeping it real.
I mean, again, they're doing what they do best.
Exactly.
And we know what they do best is just go out and finish squad after squad until, their lives are snuffed out in turn. So again, they love taking those risks because, you know what? Higher the risk, higher the reward. Now, GodLike at this stage were in prime position, as we said, to rack up all those finishes. Unfortunately, they kind of hit their foot in this pickle over here because, they had to go through the same route that all the enemies were going through just before them. So again, like I said, the hunters became the hunted, and I do believe Seoul did get a couple of finishes on GodLike themselves.
Yeah. I mean, but the good thing for GodLike is that much like Seoul 2, they too got some early finishes, right? When we saw all those teams entering the water, they were all sitting atop on rooftops and trying to gatekeep everyone going in. Even picked up a couple of finishes. I do remember 2 Rage members being taken out over there. But yeah, this was the moment where, well, he really clutched it out for his team and got those extra points.
Now watch what happens next. Of course, we did see this, in the game itself, as he does get the better of Clutch God. Now he's passing himself up. He lets go of it, and there you have it. With the AK, down goes one man, and well, he could have almost got a double.
Yeah, look at that Vector at close range. I think that's the only reason he won that fight, that high rate of fire, allowing him to clutch it out.
The best thing is he made sure he capitalized on that finish as well, which means, well, even though they had an early exit, they at least have 5 points from finishes.
Absolutely, and I do think they get 1 extra point as well from placements because they did just manage to finish on the 12th place spot. So, they're going to be not looking all that great going into the next map, but they made the best out of a worse situation and they negated the impact of the start that they had.
Now, this was the moment we knew that basically everyone on the beach is going to be taken out. Shamil does try to get a few knocks in. In fact, he is going to make sure that Enigma was sent out packing. But again, there's only so much you can do when everyone around you is losing their heads. And, well, they kept falling like dominoes. There you have it. We'll have a look at it one last time. Jonathan, of course, is going to be the last one to hit the beach. Now, he does have his attention on the members still in the water, but from behind, Shamil put a few bullets in the back of his head, and, well, that is all she wrote for GodLike.
Absolutely, GodLike being taken out super early on. No one really expected that. No one really expected the Soul to go in either and, get eliminated like that. But once again, it's like I've always said, you can't afford to disrespect the teams that have made it from the qualifiers. These guys know what they're doing. They have done their homework. They know where you're going to drop. And if you make silly mistakes like that, expect to be punished.
And, you just mentioned homework right now. The bigger the team, the more data there is out there to gather. So by all means, do your homework. Try and read your opponents like an open book. But finally, this is what it all came down to. Now have a look. Wild 69 was down, which means IRONSIGHT, they did have an advantage. But this drop over here is pretty much what saved them. Because had Clutch been taken out at any given time, that is when Team IRONSIGHT would have rushed in. But they lost valuable time. And since Wild 69 was picked up, well, the tables were turned.
Absolutely. When all eyes are on you, when you are the biggest team in this match, then you have the most to lose as well, of course, because the expectations are on you. Everyone thinks you're going to do well, but if you don't, well, everyone's going to be coming at your doorstep and asking you what the hell happened.
I mean, that there's this one saying, damned if I do, damned if I don't.
Absolutely.
That is the situation that there is with most of these teams. But again, let me tell you one thing. We all know who won that chicken dinner. Now, let's have a look and see how all the teams did. Because, well, the points table is going to be coming up on your screen now. And at the tippity top, we have Tactical Esports with the chicken dinner.
Oh, wow.
With 10 finish points. They end up with 25.
Absolutely. They're just a class apart from second place. That is Team BE with 15 points total. They did not finish in, well, even the third place over here. They finished in fourth place, but they got 7 finishes, and that is what took them just a little bit further and got them that second spot. Team IRONSIGHT, of course, with that zone advantage, got 12 position points to work with. Only 2 finishes, though, for a total of 14. Could have probably done more, but we've also got Team X Lions in fourth place with 10 position points and 2 finish points for a total of 12. GodLike, TKM, Invincible, and Soul, all in the single digits.
All in the single digits, and of course that is going to be the story when we have a look at the second half of this table. But let me tell you something about X Lions. They were in a good position. I mean, they did walk away with 10 position points, which means, well, they came in third. But the thing is, they could have done a lot more. But once Samurai lost his katana, after that it was all downhill for them. And well, that is all she wrote. But again, this is just match 1. Each and every team still has 5 more games in hand. Now, as we do wait for the next page to turn up, well, there you have it. Perfect timing. A few teams walking away with 0. Of course, those are Rage Officials and Team Outliers. But overall, the teams, again, have a look at the finish points here, Floki. They did get a taste for blood, which is what I'm happy about.
Absolutely, I have to agree with you over there. And another thing that I kind of want to point out that these invited teams might not have had the luxury of is just knowing how the lobby works, right? Because these qualified teams, they've been playing each other for donkey's years. They know that they have been, practicing against each other, and they have all that experience of knowing how they like to play. So perhaps somewhere or the other, they have that slight edge in terms of understanding, which these invited teams might take a couple of maps to adjust to.
Well, we've seen the teams. Let's have a look and see which one man or woman is going to be the iQOO MVP. It is going to be a Clutch Meister himself. himself from Tactical Esports. It's Tactical Clutch with 5 finishes to his name.
Absolutely great stuff coming out from Tactical Esports in the last game, and Clutch, of course, going the distance over here with 5 finishes, 694 damage done, and a fair amount of healing done as well, so kudos to him. But we're also going to jump into the top 5 and see what other 4 players are following in his wake. We've got Arthur and iQOO, rightfully so, in that 3rd place with 3 finishes and 600 damage done, nearly just being shy of 600 mark by 5. We've also got Shamal in 4th place with 3 finishes and 356 damage. Arthur in 2nd place with 5 finishes but 255 damage, not something we see very often. And of course, Kid from Tactical on the either end of that top 5 squad with 291 damage done and 3 finishes to his name.
Hey, buddy, the thing about Arthur is the simple thing. I mean, he was an opportunistic finisher over here. He saw something in the water, he's going to take those finishes. Now let's have a look at some more facts and figures. As well, you did notice that a lot of bullets were doing the talking in this game, hence only 57 grenades were used, and out of those 57, only 4 ended up putting people in the ground.
Absolutely, and if you're just tuning in, this might surprise you looking at the total amount of healing done only sitting at 3,900. They couldn't heal, they were all in the water. I think a lot of teams were eliminated over there, and as a result, they couldn't do all that much.
I do believe, I mean, not just in Erangel, I think even if I put Sanhok in, this might be one of the lowest healing stats that we have seen in any given map. Again, you've never seen pretty much 12 teams try and swim their way across to the Sosnovka military base in the first place.
Absolutely, and another peculiar thing that you might notice is the fact that the finishes are greater than the number of knocks. Once again, if a guy just tunes in, he's like, what the hell happened in this match? Is that a new updated BGMI that I missed out on? No, it was just a circle.
The thing is, when you are knocked out, well, you can't be knocked out in the water because immediately you drown and well, you are sent to Davy Jones' locker, and that is exactly what happened with a lot of these teams. Now, we've had a look at some facts. Let's have a look at some visual representations as the finish to damage performance graph is going to be out there. And like I said, you know, all the teams, they did get a taste of blood, barring a couple, pretty even Steven.
Absolutely, very even Stevens out there, but you know what surprises me the most is despite the numbers disadvantage, look at Soul's damage done. It is the 2nd highest out of the bunch. In 1st place, of course, you've got Tactical Esports, the winners of it all. You expect them to have a high number of damage done. But Soul, getting that 2nd place mantle as well, kudos to them, man. I mean, they were dealt a rough hand. Sure, that was the consequence of their own play and their own mistakes, so can't really, let go of that. But at the same time, they adapted, they overcame, and they did the best they could.
I mean, like I said, we do every single strategy. There are 2 sides to the same coin, right? So what Rox was doing was pretty impressive because, again, the enemy only realized at the last second that, whoa, wait a second, that buggy does not belong to our convoy. What are you doing here? Now, he did get through. Now, his other teammates did come in behind them. Had they maybe stopped at the bridge with Viper and, given him fight, Rox might have just escaped, and from his position, he could have given some cover fire as well. So, again, woulda, coulda, shoulda, ifs and buts. We are going to try and use those words as little as possible, but all in all, except the couple of teams that did do really good, I think it was a good outing for the majority of them.
Absolutely. It's going to make the next few maps very, very interesting, right? Because now all the underdog teams, or rather the teams who made it from the qualifiers, are on top. I do realize, I know Spirit is going to fault me for this, there's no underdog right now because every team that has made it into the quarterfinals does deserve this spot. But it can't be helped the fact that they've made it all the way from qualifiers. They've got that fighting spirit, man. So for me, they're still underdogs at heart.
They are hungry. That's the thing. Because again, like we said, this is the opportunity that iQOO 7 Legend has presented with all these teams. And the best thing is, it is unbiased. It all depends on whether you are going to make it or break it, whether you are going to crumble under that pressure, or whether you, like the gentleman sitting to my left, are going to be a diamond in the rough.
Absolutely. Well, I hope that a couple of diamonds in the rough are formed over here today. It is pressure that turns goals into those diamonds, and maybe we're going to see a couple of new diamonds in the making today.
Now, we are talking about diamonds, and we've had, every team has their good days and bad days. Let's do one thing. Let's pit 2 players against one another and see how they are going to do, because, well, the player face-off is going to be popping up, and this time it's going to be Shamal Rao up against Soul's iQOO.
Absolutely. Team BE, well, they've got Shamal Rao here on the scoreboard, and I think they performed really, really well getting that 2nd place spot to themselves. On the other side, it is iQOO from Soul, who perhaps did not have that same placement compared to Team BE for his team, but he did play out of his mind. 3 finishes, 595 damage done. This man, he did his job and then some. He put his teammates on his back and carried them as hard as he could. Unfortunately, when the whole weight of the world is on your shoulders, you are bound to break your back and crumble.
Now let's do something more interesting. Now that we've pitted two players up against one another, let's bring their squads in as well and see how they did on a whole, because we are going to have Tactical Esports, your winners of this game, go up against Team BE.
Absolutely. Team BE. Team B. Team Exist. That is what B
Be
means.
the team!
Absolutely. Team B. Well, the full form is Blink Esports, in case you guys are wondering. But I like the existential vibe we give them, when we just call them Team B.
I like the fact that you said that, because it was a blink and you miss situation, because you can see it just written on top of the logo. It is Blink Esports, but again, be the team. That is, of course, what is going to be chanted all around. But again, let me tell you one thing. It was a good affair. The circle, oh my goodness, the circle. The amount of curveballs it threw. We were talking about a ping, 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 ping circle yesterday. This time, this did do some major damage. Now, something that doesn't do damage is this monster in my hands, because, of course, with that crazy liquid cooling, everything is going to stay tickety-boo. Now, again, just a massive shout out to iQOO for making sure they've given all these teams this opportunity, this moment to bask under the spotlight. But you know what? Let's have another word from the official smartphone sponsor of BGIS 2021. Well, that was the iQOO 7 Legend for you, and I wonder if you noticed a little bit of a change over here, because, well, the mischievous devil is out, and hope is finally floating in. Sparrow, how are you doing?
I'm doing amazing, XP. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. I have to say,
I love your name, Hope.
Well, everybody loves some hope, it seems, but at this point of time, I would like to shed some light on the issue. The zone was crazy. I mean,
oh my goodness.
It almost seems like, XP, that the zone was the puppet master just controlling every single team.
Crazy does not even begin defining what the circle was, because again, we kind of expected it to move down south, but it wasn't just that. All the teams, they came to the island, then they went off the base, and then they came back to the base, and then they just didn't have any place to go, because everyone was pretty much just, wandering around in the pool, and well, they did pay a heavy price.
Well, what a beautiful day to have that kind of zone in the first match of this group.
Sunny day out in the water.
I mean, I'm sure none of these teams would love to have a swim at this point of time. There are a lot of teams who likes to be hostile, who likes to be aggressive, but you can't be hostile in water.
You can't be hostile in water because you can only be shot at. But again, just to remind you of who the teams or the teams that are, I almost forgot how to English there, of all the teams that are going to be playing today, of course, it is going to be Team IRONSIGHT, 4 Heroes, Team Insane Esports, GodLike Esports, R Esports, Invincible Esports, Team X Lions, and of course, Team Outliers.
Alongside them, we have some more amazing teams just like Team BE, Team Tactical Esports, Team FPS Gaming, Team Soul, Team Rage Officials, TKM Esports, Enigma Gaming, and Team MAYAVIx. Now, let's address the elephant in the house, XP. First game is done, 5 more to go. Who will qualify? Who will be our top 6 after the end of the day?
Well, look, I'll tell you one thing. I like the strategies that have been on display so far. Now, for teams like Soul, now they were in prime position when the circle shifted and they were in the center. They could be they could have racked up a lot of finishes. So that was one strat that we go look at. Now let's talk about Team IRONSIGHT. Now they could have done that as well. They could have in fact come in on Soul's position, overwhelmed them and taken it for themselves. But what they did was they held back. They could obviously hear all the commotion in the distance, but they held their ground because A, it was the most favorable position in the new circle, and B, I guess they had a little bit of patience and that little trigger discipline. So again, for me, a lot of different strats have come up. It is too early to call the game now.
It's all about priorities, XP. I mean, they prioritized the zone and they got the reward for it. But
the simple thing is, if I might just add to your point, since Soul was down by 2 members, they had to prioritize finishes, as you just mentioned.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, if they had the numbers game advantage in their favor, they would have gotten some more points, it seemed. I mean, Team B, they came here and they managed to get a lot of points. If I'm not wrong, they got 7 finishes in that game, so that was good for them. But, you know, I was looking at the match, and believe me when I say that, a whole lot of India is looking at this match right now, right here. And I have to say, Team GodLike, their aggression was really good. I mean, all 4 of their members were on top of the roofs, and they were trying to get some really good finishes. Team Insane didn't get a chance there because the zone was not in their favor. I love the fact that IRONSIGHT prioritized the zone as well, the way they moved, the way they rotated. I just wish they had something else going in for them in the final few circles.
Now the thing is, you did mention GodLike. Of course, we did talk about the fact, you know, they were on top of those compounds, the barn houses down there. Now they had basically a hell of a time just, you know, raking up a few finishes. However, they did not have a contingency plan in place, because what I was expecting was they weren't going to be swimming behind the opposition. I thought maybe they might just, you know, pass themselves up, get all those boosts to a high, and have the vehicles ready to go across the bridge. Because again, you know, you are shooting down, but sooner or later the enemy are going to be shooting at you. So they kind of reversed their roles, and I guess that is one of the reasons they were clipped out a bit early.
I think they got late, it seems. I mean, Neo was the one who got out of the zone, and he actually finished by the zone. He actually got finished by the zone. So I think, you know, there were a lot of commotions going on. They were seeing right, left, everywhere.
Too many options.
Too many cars were coming in their way, and they were just trying to shot every single one of them. Maybe that was the reason they got late.
That could have been the reason. Again, you know, when you have too many options, it becomes a bit hard to choose. Now, before we head over to the map of Miramar, let's actually have a little bird's eye view and see what we can spot from above.
From the beautiful plains of Erangel, now we are going to the desert. It's going to be Miramar, and boy, oh boy, I love this game. It's going to be professional, it's going to be aggressive, and the best thing is there's going to be no water involved.
Well, I mean, you say that. The thing is, you know, just on the outskirts, just on the, on the seabed, we do have some water. I want to have some drama here, Sparrow. I would love the prison island to be in play. I would love Los Higos to be in play. I don't even mind the little islands off the coast of Impala to be in play. And again, for all of you watching right now, you should know your map, because, well, let me see if all of you in the chat know exactly where we are. If you don't know these iconic buildings, well, you haven't been playing enough of BGMI.
Beautiful heart of Miramar. It seems like Pecado is going to be the epicenter of all the action. But talking about those islands, I would love to see if the zone is going towards those islands. But believe me, it's us, not the players. They don't want that.
I've been there before in a classic game, and let me tell you one thing, decent loot.
So I don't think the players would be thinking about that loot that they are going to get in those islands.
Unless the circle forces them to. Now, if the BGMI gods are listening, which of course they aren't, I mean, let's be honest about that.
They're not listening.
See, they had a mind of their own in the last game. I do believe something like that could happen once again, and of course, we all love that masala, we all love that drama, and it would be quite exciting, to be honest with you.
Well, talking about masala, it's all about the winner chicken dinner at the end, and I would love to see which team is going to get the chicken dinner.
Well, for now, we are done with the beauty shots, because we are going to be soaring high above the grounds of Miramar. And of course, all you see down below are going to be endless deserts with a few buildings scattered over here. Now, Mr. Co-Pilot, where are we flying to?
We are starting near Torre Amuda, going towards Valle del Mar. It's a little bit northern western kind of a plain path. I would love to see where the zone will go, because it's all about prioritizing the zone. You want Puerto Paraíso?
Puerto Paraíso.
I mean, if the BGMI gods are listening to you, we will get that zone as well.
Well, we're going to have to wait and find out, because again, the circle, the zone, I beg your pardon, is skewed a little bit towards the top left of your screens. But again, the circle can form anywhere. Now, interestingly, the first team to drop out are going to be the gentlemen from Team BE, and it does look like they are going to be heading for Torre Ahumada. Now, they do have options. Now, it all depends on the circle, whether they want to head to Campo Militar next, Tierra Blanca next, or whether they're going to be going towards the water treatment plant. But for now, all eyes are going to be on a couple of teams. The question is, Sparrow, where is Soul and GodLike going?
Oh, that's a big question. I mean, are we going to get some drop clashes? That's another big question. But talking about BE, I remind Reckoning Esports. They go to Torre Amuda as well, and they managed to get 100 points in that, day. So let's see if BE can repeat something like that. But talking about other teams, Rage Officials going towards Cruz de Vel. La Cobreria is having 4 heroes, it seems.
And of course, the house of the boss, Hacienda del Patron, is going to be occupied by GodLike's Jonathan. And, well, we didn't expect anybody else. But there you go. I was just going to bring that up. VIP space, says Sparrow. I say it's the intimidation factor that these boys have on the other teams. But again, in due course of time, maybe in the next Miramar, this drop spot might just be located. But for now, the first circle has popped up. Well, on our screens, it should be popping up on your screens as I finish this sentence because, well, it is going to be a bit to the north. It is going to be a bit to the west. We have El Pozo, La Cabrera, Hacienda del Patron, all in play with the center just north of the power grid.
Believe me, the players would be so relaxed, so happy.
Yeah.
There's no water in the zone apart from those oases, I think, in the northern side of La Cabrera. But yes, now the thing is...
Or is it a mirage?
Yeah, it could be a mirage at this point of time. I mean, it's all about, breaking all the mirages, breaking all the suspicions. Let's go, let's play your level best game, and whoever is going to do that is going to win. But talking about the zone, it's a beautiful zone. A lot of teams are going to rotate. Look at the number of teams in the southern side. A lot of car clashes are on the cards.
A lot of clashes could be coming up. Of course, we are just going to leave GodLike as they loot to their heart's content because have a look at that. We did mention it is going to be a bit up to the north, and as you mentioned, down south, Chumacera could see a lot of action. For now, Los Leones, Sparrow, only one team there. That kind of surprises me.
Well, absolutely. I mean, every single day we see a lot of teams in Los Leones, but today it is a little empty. Maybe the real estate prices are going down, it seems. If you want a house there, you can go and get it, but the zone is going to be your enemy at that place. Talking about Team Soul, their strategy was quite simple in the first game. They wanted to have the zone for them. They started early. They had a really good plan that they are going to rotate early, but didn't work out for them, their XP.
It didn't work out for them, but again, they did manage to salvage a few points for themselves. Of course, Yuva was instrumental in those 6 points. Now, let's see if they're going to do something similar. I'm pretty sure Rox is not going to be leading the convoy this time around, but that is, of course, a story for later. Elsewhere, we are going to have a look at what Enigma Gaming are going to be doing because, again, we did mention, GodLike, they love going to Hacienda del Patron, and, well, that massive city just south of the house of the boss is San Martin, and that is exactly where we are. Sooner or later, the big boys might just lock horns.
It's a big place. It's a beautiful place, and right now
Too
it's
big.
in the center of the zone as well. I mean, Enigma, their plan should be simple. They are going to loot. I wonder what they are thinking right though. Are they going towards the big mountain near San Martin? Are they going to have the higher ground advantage, or are they going to stay in San Martin and have that compound advantage in their favor?
What would you do in this situation, Sparrow?
Depends. It depends on the team. If I have a really good aggressive team, I would go straight up on the mountain. If I have a little bit of passive team, I would like to stay on the compound.
Well, let's see. I mean, again, you basically just picked the best of all the answers there. But as the circle is still where we left it last, a little bit of a migration is going to take place. But this time, we're not flying south. We are going to be driving up north. And I do believe the X-Lions could be on a collision course with a couple of teams because FPS Gaming are nearby. And, well, one of the crowd favorites, Soul, are going to be nearby as well. But have a look at that. I do see a couple of vehicles popping out for the team, which means they are on the move. But again, they have the zone for themselves right now. They do have a few options. They have that massive road next to them. They do have a compound under them as well. A lot of options here, Sparrow.
Absolutely. I mean, it's nice to have options, and it's better to pick really good options for your team. But talking about Team Mayavi, it's a wonderful team. King, Elmino, Knuckle, and Daku. The best part about this team is their utility usage. Their nades are just incredible. They know how to use their utilities. But at this point of time, I would love to see what their plans are going to be. It was not a great game for them in Erangel. 5 more games to go. They need some points on the table.
They do need some points on the table, as does every single team if they wish to book a berth for themselves in the semi-finals. But for now, Tactical Esports, your winners of the last game, all by the lonesome down in the south, and well, they're just having a good time enjoying the beach and the water, it seems, because I don't see any teams for miles out. So for now, they can pretty much loot to their heart's content. However, sooner or later, Sparrow, the circle is going to shift. The question is it going to be a drastic one?
Well, they have to travel a lot. I mean, it's not going to be an easy vacation for them at this point of time. It's going to take 1,500 meters of traveling if they want to enter the zone. And the next zone, we don't even know where the zone is going to go.
That is quite a distance.
That is quite a distance, but, it's all about your plans. If you're going to go late, you may be you can get scum to some gatekeeping, it seems, but it's going to be really interesting to see if they're going to do it.
And it's easy in Miramar to do just that, because if you have the high ground, as you are on the edge of the circle, you see vehicles coming in from miles out, and even if the player might not render at a certain distance, well, the vehicles definitely do, and bullets are definitely going to hit that metalwork, and sooner or later, we know what happens in Miramar. Vehicles go by, and sometimes they go boom, and with that, teams are left disappointed. But for now, it seems like no one is going to be on a collision course, as we are coming up to the 7-minute mark and not a single shot has been fired. Before that, let's just put the spotlight on one of the squads, as the round 3 performance for Team Insane Esports is coming on your screens now.
Well, I just have to say it was insane. They managed to get 40 total finishes, 18 position points, a total of points of 58 with 1 chicken dinner to their name. Now, let me tell you, they are a really aggressive bunch of players there, and I think it's going to be fun. If Insane goes against GodLike, it's going to be one hell of a contest.
Well, let's see if that happens, because now you are making me a little excited. I definitely want to see Team Insane Esports go up against the Divine themselves, and as well, of course, GodLike are a big hitting team themselves.
I mean, you have to be insane if you want to take out GodLike, and you want to be #1.
You got to be cray-cray if you want to take on GodLike, but for now, looks like, I thought Soul is going to pick a fight, but looks like they are going to be on the back foot. Viper and his teammate are making their charge, as the Diptia FPS is going to be nearby. Now, this is going to be a crucial fight. This is going to be a crucial fight, because, well, they did do this in the last game, but now it's going to be Viper who gets Aditya down from FPS Gaming, which means, well, the tables could have turned. Viper making sure he finishes what he started. Aditya is put 6 feet under now. Visual confirmation is coming in. A grenade is going to be unpinned. It is going to be cooked. It is going to be flung. It is actually very good. Oh, it's just a bit too long, as Chiku is going to get out of harm's way in the nick of time. But elsewhere, Pirate takes down Viru.
It's going to be super important for Team Soul. They don't want to be a team who gets eliminated at 16 position, and look at this flank coming in from Pirate FPS. That's a beautiful flank, and if that nade is going to get Viper, Team Soul is under a lot of pressure.
Oh, they could be under pressure, but the thing is, Soul needs to basically isolate their opponents right now and take them out one by one, otherwise it could be problematic. Now, Viper, as you mentioned, is in the thick and thin of all the action. He's got to be careful. He is giving out all this information to his teammate, while Rox makes sure that Viru is back up. Oh, this is beautiful. Rox has an amazing vantage point. He knows someone came behind the tree, and, well, expect a grenade to be flung towards the left park, and now he's going to shoot again. This is going to be sound sense on point. Chiku's position has been given away. He could be taken out. A grenade needs to be timed to perfection, and that is, of course, going to be just a bit too far, but it does give Rox enough time to change his cover. Again, Sparrow, you got to make sure the enemy are kept guessing.
Absolutely. I mean, Rox is known for his IQ gameplay, and he's looking to do just that. I mean, it's all about positioning. It's all about positioning. It's all about the advantage and how you use that advantage. Right now, Team Soul, they are looking good.
Wait a second.
Here you go. IRONSIGHT coming in. Hitman. Helping hand coming in.
Hitman from distance gets a knock on. Well, he does kind of help Soul right now, and Viru is going to be going up on the right flank as expected. Hitman, of course, is going to get down Soul Yuva as well. So no love lost here between the two teams, as anyone is going to be up for grabs. Viper taken down as well. Put 6 feet under, but Viru goes in. He gets 1. He gets 2, and with that, the Pirates FPS are going to be in a bit of trouble. In fact, Pirate is the last man standing. He's going to duck. He's going to bob and weave out of harm's way, but can he do so? Oh my goodness! There are so many doors, and Viru almost got him, but now Pirate is going to be prone down. Wait a second, he didn't see him. We saw him on the left of our screens, and now the sound cue has been given away. Viru should get an idea that someone could be hiding in that bush.
Time for the revival as well. I mean, yeah, that's a great plan. They're going together. That's wonderful. And Team Soul would eliminate Team FPS. They lost a player though, XP. That's a big player lost.
They did lose the big boy himself. Well, the Viper isn't going to be striking at anyone in this game. However, Soul fans around the world are going to be ecstatic, as they do get the first squad wipe in the game. 4 finishes to their names with the loss of 1 man. Oh boy, they are off to a flying start. Now, as the circle has imploded in on itself, we still have Enigma Gaming right in the thick and thin of all the action to come. But again, I like the fact that, teams are keeping the distance, and when they are going in for the fight, Sparrow, it is do or die.
It is so big, so many legacies on the line, and for young teams, you know, yeah, they can create their own legacies right now. It is the tournament where you can come in and you can dominate and you can make a name for yourself.
Oh, you take down any one of the big dogs, I'm telling you one thing, your name is going to live forever.
Absolutely, but let's have a look at Team Outliers. It's a brilliant team. They played really well in round 4, and the huge expectations are from this team. But, you know, with huge expectations come huge pressure. Are they going to handle that pressure well? That is the question right now, XP.
That reminds me of something that you might know. With great power comes great
Well, I
responsibility.
changed it.
And
It's my personal dialogue
spidey
now.
senses are tingling just a little bit. Okay, no spoilers for any of you watching right now. But again, Team Outliers, like you did mention, did have a good round the last time around. But this, of course, are the quarterfinals. Like you mentioned, the pressure is going to be mounting. And what happens is some crumble under it and, well, some thrive. Now, the circle is going to be on the move. The blue is going to start forcing people further into each other's directions. But for now, again, it does seem like everyone does have a little bit of a niche in this map, and, well, they know their terrain well.
Absolutely. I mean, TKM Esports, they are looking to go a little aggressive there. They have a team in front of them, but right now, Team Soul, they got a gift from BGMI Gods, and this gift is just, you know, unimaginable. It's amazing. I love this weapon. MK14 with 8x, with level 3 helmet and vest. It's just magical.
A versatile weapon. You can use it at long range, or you could switch to full auto and obliterate anything up close and personal. But for now, looks like Outliers do have some enemies coming in their way, as one of them is going to be shot at, as Arthur was almost taken down. However, he is still on his feet for now. Now the position has been given the circle. It is going to shift a bit to the south. Enigma Gaming still happy with their high ground. And in fact, I do see Soul in the circle as well, and everybody near the power grid are going to be a happy bunch of people. But for now, we are going to see if Outliers do something, because Enigma Gaming, oh boy, they have a nice bird's eye view on the lines down below.
The Lions, they want to roar, but I love the fact that they changed their strategy. In round 3, they were aggressive. In round 3, they were flamboyant. In the first match of Erangel, they were quiet, but they had a really good position.
They did. In fact, I do believe they came in the 3rd position, which means 10 points when they name, and with 2 finishes, a total of 12. Oh, simple. You are not in a simple position. Unfortunately, Rex was just a bit too overzealous with his shooting, and, well, he did get a shot. However, he did not get the knock. Elsewhere, our Esports are taking the fight to Rage, as Rox is going to be taken down, and the Rockstar, man, he finally has found his song.
No more concert in Miramar, it seems, but I would love to see if they are going to make a comeback after that first. I think it would put them under a lot of pressure, to be honest. With only 3 players remaining, it is not going to be easy for them. But talking about the zone, I think this zone is just perfect. Team Enigma found themselves in a really good position. From San Martin to this mountaintop, I think their plan is working.
The plan is working, but let's see if GodLike's plan are working, because they are trying to blow some vehicles off in the distance. However, with the magazine reload, Bloodborne realizes, wait a second, someone else is nearby. Now they've got to keep an eye out. I do see Invincible Esports making the move away from them, but Rage Esports are heading in their direction. Angry Boy, is he going to be a mad lad? Yes, he is, because Z-God is going to put him out of his misery as well. One of the vehicles go boom, and with that, another one's life is snuffed out.
GodLike started off really well. All 4 of the players still surviving. They have the edge of the zone. They got their first finish as well. And, you know, it's a team always brimming with confidence. They're always aggressive. They're always willing to take fights. But at this point of time, they have a good spot. Let's see how they're going to play. Talking about the zone, look at the position of Team Enigma. Perfect position. A big, high mountain. They are spread it on the mountain. It's their territory. And if anybody tries to come in, they're going to bounce on them.
Oh, and of course, you know, they are split up, as you did mention, making sure that every single man is going to be controlling his or her front. Now, Enigma Gaming, they again do have a little bird's eye advantage, and you know, for Simple and the boys, although he has been picked up, they are going to be kept guessing as to where the shots are coming from, because again, have a look at that, so much open terrain, and well, for the Lions, they only have a few angles, and sooner or later they are going to have to move in the circle if the circle shifts away from them.
Well, talking about that, I mean, I was looking at Enigma Rex,
Okay.
and he had no health
Okay.
supplies. But right now,
Okay.
Insane Goblin coming in with that need, and would that need be enough? I don't think so. I mean, he has a great view there, but you know, these Miramar's mountains, they're very filthy.
Also, a little bit of a slip is going to send him a long long way down, and that is, of course, something he does not want to make sure happens. But again, I like his position. However, is correct because the circle has shifted away from him, and, well, his teammate Rye, at least, is still in the new circle. So, you know, not all is lost for now. Elsewhere, Seoul are going to be happy. Tactical are going to be happy, and, well, IS are going to be happy for now. But since it's the power grid, expect a lot of teams heading their way.
I mean, look at the rotation of Team Maya, you have to say. I mean, look at their rotation. Beautifully southern side. They're coming in from the western area. They are going to get into a beautiful position. This terrain, look at the terrain there. Look at the topography. It's maniac. And I would love to see how the teams are going to cope up with that.
Well, let's see, because looks like we have some tactical gameplay coming by Tactical Esports. As a couple of members of Team Outliers are taken down, and sooner or later, in fact, they might be just out of this game altogether because, well, their numbers have been reduced to half. Now, Insane Esports over here trying to take advantage as well as a grenade has been flung. It does look good. If it gets a bounce, no, it doesn't. In fact, it's going to bounce away from the opposition as Max and Harish are still going to be down there with some cover. Again, they are in the circle, so, you know, nothing to worry about right now, but I wonder, Sparrow, if they have any vehicles. Meanwhile, on the other side, across the road, we have GodLike, and, well, let's see if Rockstar is going to make some new fans tonight.
Well, he would love to make some fans, but right now we have seen them getting the first finish on their points table, it seems. But they're getting shot at, it seems. Jadoo, he needs to figure out a magical way to survive at that point of time, and I think they would for now.
They would for now, but down below we have 4 heroes who are coming in. Let's see if they are going to make sure that this team goes out as zeros, because the fighting is going to ensure. Now, Hero from R Esports, oh, this is just too perfect. Hero from R Esports is going to go up against the 4 heroes. The question is, which hero is the real one? Because, well, there can only be one, as all others are going to be villains. Elsewhere, Jadoo, he does have that spring in his step. He does have that magic. He does see someone in the distance. However, that smoke is going to make sure that the enemy's position is concealed, but from afar, it's going to be Rex from Enigma Gaming that brings down the hero from R Esports.
Well, you said it right. There can't be 5 heroes playing in Miramar, but right now there are 4. But what just happened? TM Admino getting the better of our Author, it seems, and Author might not be able to write anything today.
Looks like TM is going up against TKM as a few fights are going to break out, but looks like TKM are going to come under fire from elsewhere as well. Now, as the hero is going to be on his bloodied knees, oof. Respite does not seem to be coming his way because, again, you got to keep one thing in mind, Sparrow. They are out of the circle, and, you know, sometimes you just have to cut your losses. For now, GodLike, they are in a good position. From behind them, 4 heroes could be coming in. In fact, they look like they could be in trouble. There you have it. One is going to be taken out, and is IGL going to meet the same fate? Because, again, they were too low in HP, and the question is...
Barely surviving that. Well, absolutely, barely surviving that. Jonathan is creeping in. Look at the loot there for Jonathan. Level 3 bag, level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, 5 bandits, 3 first aids. They are filled with loot and they have a really good position.
Oh,
they are rushing in, they are pushing in. Heroes have to be ready for them. And Jonathan and Neo are rushing in.
Now, this is the GodLike we all have known to come, and, well, we love them for this. They are going to go in, and there you go. The other God IGL is going to be brought down as Jonathan and Neo are going to make quick work of the 2 members from 4 heroes, which means now the numbers are going to be reduced to 2 heroes. Elsewhere, it looks like Tactical Kid is going to take on Rage Avi as he goes down, and, well, that is all she wrote for a few of those teams. Now, team over here, they have spotted the enemy in the distance. Ooh, that is not a position I want to be in. Rage Mad Dog. Quite a pickle over here, Sparrow.
I think he's done.
Oh,
I think he's gonna get taken out by the zone. But right now, Team Mayavi, they have other problems in their favor. They have to take out Tactical Esports, and they have to worry about the zone as well, because the zone is gone. They have to travel 300 meters if they want to reach the new zone.
And speaking of the new zone, only 3 teams are going to have prime positions. We're going to hold on to the thought right now because it looks like Enigma could rack up a few more finishes as teams are going to be driving dangerously close by. Now, keep one thing in mind here, Sparrow. Enigma, have a look at your mini-maps, ladies and gentlemen. They are at the northern side of the sector, which means it is theirs for the taking. However, if they wish to secure their backs, if they wish to have a wall at their backs, they are going to have to deal with the roaring lions themselves. Elsewhere, Neo is going to be on a rampage once again. He gets 1, he gets 2. Can he get a 3rd? And after that, well, he can definitely get a 4th. For now, Shaman is going to be taken down while his teammates are going to be loading up and letting loose on Team Insane Esports.
I mean, look at the spread of Team GodLike. They are just seeing people, they're just shooting them, and they're just taking them apart. But they have to be careful. Team Soul just coming in from the southern side, and I think it's going to be Team Soul versus GodLike any time now. But Team B, Shamil just getting taken out by Neo's nade. Not only 1, he gets 2 from the single nade.
Now he does get 2 massive knocks, and the Canary is definitely going to be singing here, boys and girls. But now now. Solo, they have this little compound, they have this little shack. One good grenade could be problematic, as Luckle's going to find out. It's not grenades though, it's going to be bullets that bring him down. Now Yuva, he does have that one finish. In fact, Soul have 5 finishes to their name. I love this. They are using their vehicles to get a bit of, tactical advantage, a bit of a third-person perspective, as Saiyan from Insane is going to be brought down. Well, the aggressor tactical is going to be taken down. Oh my goodness, that is the grenades I was talking about. Viru down on his knees. Now, if one of those grenades find its way in, it could be problematic. But for now, the King is making a move as he goes up against Soul. Question is, does he have what it takes to sit off that throne all by himself? Because, well, Soul were dominant once upon a time, but the King is going to get the better of one. Again, inside, there's only one man left standing now. If he looks to his left, he might spot the enemy. Wait a second, that's it? Is that it? They saw him outside here. Sparrow, unfortunately, looks like he was shrouded in all that smoke.
Oh, they don't have any other option. Team MAYAVIx had to push in. They want the entry into the zone, and they got it. They had to take out Soul. They took them out. But meanwhile, it's not over for them. They have to be careful. Tactical Esports now coming in the last match. The champion of Erangel now trying to be the champion in Miramar as well.
However, they are going up against Daku, and if you know the Bandit, he is going to be good in the situation. Unfortunately, his numbers are not going to be in his favor, as Tactical, with some tactical gameplay, are going to rack up 7 finishes to their names. Elsewhere, GodLike Jonathan, he is racking up that grenade. He does love it. It is going to be just a bit too far away, as MAYAVIx, as you saw earlier, exited in the 12th position with 3 finishes to their name. Jadu does take a little bit of damage, and now this grenade could be it. Jonathan has an idea where he is, and with that boom, that could be all she wrote. No, he is still going to be surviving on a sliver of HP, and well, that first aid comes in the nick of time. Now this is when Jonathan could get a bit impatient. If he does so, again, you got to keep in mind, RE's teammate is still on the left side of your screen, and again, this is where experience comes in. He knows it would have been a risky move. They're going to back out and, well, live to fight another day.
Priorities, XP. They want the zone. They got the zone. They had to leave Jadu there, and Jadu survives for some team. But talking about Rage, they managed to get the first knock in on Wild. That's a beautiful knock coming in from Hitman. They got 7 finishes already. A team tactical, they're looking good. Enigma trying to get the better of Hitman there, but the reaction time of Hitman is just amazing.
But it was Eggy who got the better of Wild, and looks like Frosty, I was just going to say, he is warming up. Unfortunately, it's going to be Ali from IS who takes him down, and well, Ali's going to be taken down instead, as Clutch God is trying to make his move into the circle. He wants to make sure he gets to that little dip before anybody else spots him, and well, his teammates are going to try and do the same. Have a look at that. The Golden Marauder is parked there. This is now the ditch of the bosses. And well, the enemies are coming in. The Canary almost flew right above him, but it is going to be taken down by Neo. Of course, that AK did go off, and now Jalu is going to be throwing a magical grenade. Is it going to be magical? It is going to be insane. Unfortunately, he did not get the knocks that he expected, but he has taken out a massive chunk. Now, this is where his teammates should be telling him, come in, lay down a few shots. One good shot could connect, but the thing is, he is going up against GodLike. He gets one. Can he get more? No, he cannot, as there you have the fireworks do go off, and with that, GodLike have 11 finishes to their names.
In the end, leaving Jadu was a bad decision for them. He managed to come in, and he managed to backstab them beautifully. And you know what? Canary was giving perfect positioning. All the players would knock in front of him. He was telling Jadu, nade here, and you will get the finish.
That is what it was again. Had that nade been just a bit closer, it could have been different. Esports out by GodLike in the 8th, and now teams are going to be falling over like dominoes over one another. Bodies are going to be hitting the floor as well. Hitman down on his knees. His teammates know exactly where he is, but Enigma is putting on too much pressure, and now find the Lions, I beg your pardon, are going to come under fire. But the thing is, this is their terrain. This is their prime. Can they do something against the Divine? Because it's only Clutch God, and it's only Neo up against them, as Madhav is going to get a knock, but this time it's going to be on Insane from Team IRONSIGHT.
Beautiful strategy coming in from X-Lions. I have to say, they managed to survive till now. They are in top 5 once again, and they have 4 of their players still surviving. Only 2 finishes though, XP.
They switch things down. Meanwhile, on the other side, looks like Enigma Gaming are coming into fire, as Eggy is going to be the last man standing now. Tactical again. They are being patient. They are being careful, because they know at either end they have enemies. That grenade is optimistic. However, it is going to be just a little bit short elsewhere. Looks like will be taken down by Clutch God. I guess we can thank Clutch God for all the good in this world, as IRONSIGHT have been eliminated in the 5th position with 2 finishes to their name. Again, you mentioned it, Team X-Line, they did kind of change things around. They did a little switcheroo. It is definitely working for them. All 4 members still alive, as we have 4 teams and 10 people still vying for that delicious chicken dinner.
Meanwhile, Team GodLike smoking their way into the zone. Tactical Esports is just waiting for them. Team Enigma is also there. I think they just got taken out by a team. Meanwhile, talking about Lions. They have to enter the zone. They have the numbers game advantage. But believe me when I say that, it's not going to be easy. Tactical Esports, if they can take the TPP advantage, but one of the players is down and Yota is just pushing in. He's just tearing down that bridge, and would he be able to make full use of it? No, he won't.
Let's see if he was the warrior. Unfortunately, he fell just a bit too short because have a look at that kid comes in from behind. I was going to talk about Clock. He is going to be taken down, and with that, he is going to be put 6 feet under. And now, Tactical Kid could have done something. Unfortunately, the Lions roared just a bit too loud for him, and well, that is all she wrote. And it is going to be a 4v1 situation. But here is the best part. They are going up against Neo. Now, if you go back in time, if you just have a look at history, we have seen Neo do some things that are just crazy. We've seen some impossible things, and now he's got that big bad gun, the Mark 14, in his hands. Question is, are we going to see it rattle off, or is Neo going to be taken out before he can do so?
He already got 8 finishes to his name. What a player he's turning out to be. Team GodLike. Now he has to do a 1v4 if they want to win that chicken dinner.
Like I said, I can still see him do it, but again, what he's got to do is isolate the opposition, which is what they are doing right now. There you have it. A couple of shots could be fired off. One of the members is going to be knocked down. Now that means one of them is going to be out of commission. He goes for a second, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, Yoda just burnt Samurai to a crisp. That could be problematic. Neo moving in for the kill. The Mark 14 comes out. Madhav behind the tree. He zigs, he zags, he aims, he shoots. Unfortunately, the flanks were set up, and well, Neo fell just a little bit short. But listen to one thing. Listen to that roar as the Lions are going to be roaring in the deserts of Miramar.
What a brilliant effort coming in from Team GodLike Neo, but in the end, it was X-Lions. You know, we were watching X-Lions. They were having fun. They were having chill in that small little compound when Enigma was looking over them. They didn't make even a single noise. They didn't even peek, but in the end, they managed to get that chicken dinner. You don't poke the sleeping loin XP, and that's what happened there.
That is exactly what happens. Again, a wonderful effort coming in from Neo. We are going to bring him up once again, but all credit where credit is due. Team X Lions roaring the loudest in the deserts, and well, normally you find them in the plains, but this time they are going to be walking away with all that delicious meat, all that chicken dinner in Miramar.
Well, absolutely. They got a lot of meat in Miramar. Maybe it's their favorite place now, and I'm looking forward to the next Miramar, how X-Lions are going to play. But you know what? Consistency is going to be key. Tactical Esports, again, in top 3. They got the chicken in Erangel. They are in top 3, and this one.
Looks like the Lions kind of felled, I think, 8 gazelles. Of course, we are going to find out soon enough, because if you missed any of the action, question 1, where were you? Question 2, well, not a question, a statement. We got you covered, as we do have the highlights coming up on our screens now.
Oh, it all started with Team Soul and Viper just coming in, rushing in, getting the first knock for Team Soul, and they managed to finish their prey as well. It was a beautiful game, XP. I mean, action was on the cards from minute 1.
And, you know, I'm sure a lot of people watching, a lot of the viewers watching would have loved to see Seoul right at the beginning because, you know, historically speaking, Seoul isn't a team that loves getting in others' faces at the beginning. Well, they will fight when they need to, but they obviously prioritize position and placements over anything else. But it was nice to see that, you know, they realized that, look, here's the situation. The team is right in front of us. Either we run away and live to fight another day, or we wipe them out and then move forward, and looks like they chose the latter.
It is unlike Seoul, as you say it, but it's a new team, it's a new lineup, these are new players who are coming in.
It's a new day, it's a new dawn.
But it's the same name. The name is everything right now. The pressure of being in Team Seoul is just immense, and the legacy they have to carry forward is just beyond imagination.
You know, I'm going to agree with you and disagree at the same time, because yes, the name is a bit heavy, right? I mean, you do have that heavy burden carrying on, but again, you have this opportunity.
Yep.
You have made it to Seoul. Make the best of it. Again, if you are going to be caught up in the lights, in the spotlights, well, then something is going to be going wrong. But if you keep your head down, if you keep your nose to the grindstone, anything is possible.
You know what they say? Don't fly too close to the sun. You are going to burn your wings, it seems. But
Icarus
right now,
over here, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we are talking about. If you are into Greek mythology, you should definitely look it up. But no, you're absolutely right.
But talking about other teams as well, I mean, I love Tactical Esports. We are talking about legacies. These guys, these players are going to create their own legacies, it seems.
And this is what I was talking about. One good grenade was all it was needed to wipe out Seoul, and that's exactly what happened. As well, Viper did go down. It started a chain reaction, and the other teams just kept capitalizing on that situation. Now again, GodLike, massive game coming in from them, Sparrow. I do believe 13 finishes, 8 of which belong to one man, and well, looks like even the Matrix couldn't catch up to him.
Absolutely, I mean, the name says it all, right? They are godlike, and Neo was feeling it. I got your Matrix reference there. I mean, Neo was dodging all the bullets, it seems.
Amen, brother. That is what he was doing, and there you have it. He wasn't just dodging the bullets; he was dishing out a lot of damage
He
as
was
well.
sweating bullets, as I say. And,
There you go.
That was just brilliant coming in from all of them. But you know, I just love the aggression. All 4 of their players were separate, and they are just attacking every single of these teams.
Spare, you know the best thing is, I think you and I are going to get along really well. And now over here, Canary God, oh my goodness, the reaction coming in from Clutch God. He just got out in the nick of time, and well, that is all. I could watch this replay again and again and again. The way Clutch God just managed to move away from the car by a whisker. And although Jadu did come in, looks like the magic fizzled out at some point, and there you have it, a little burst of crackers, and out went the team.
It's all about decision making, XP. I mean, they left Jadu there. For a second, I thought, yeah, it's okay. I mean,
Maybe he needs
like
the
they
sun.
were prioritizing the zone, but in the end, Jadu, he bit them in the back, and I mean, they lost a player because of Jadu there.
But also, had they maybe stayed there, it could have been problematic. But for now, Enigma, they did try their best. Unfortunately, the Lions, well, they were a bit too much for them. And even at the end, the Lions taken out tactical. Kid, from his long distance in the back, did do something. But unfortunately, the moment he got up to take out Clutch God, his position was given away. And that is when he was taken down. But again, a wonderful effort coming in from Neo. He did get 2. He almost got a 3rd. Had that grenade been a bit closer. But of course, when you have 2 weapons aimed at you at different angles, I mean, unless, you channel everything Neo has to offer, it would have been tough. But again, a wonderful outing by GodLike. But it is Team X Lions who got that delicious chicken dinner.
But you know, when you have a player like Neo in the final circle and it's a 1v4 situation, you still believe in Neo because he's that kind of a player. It's all about information. Only if he knew that a player was on the left, he would have taken him out with that MK14.
100%. Now let's see how all the other teams did, because, well, the point standings are coming up on our screens now, and at the tippity top, it is going to be GodLike. Despite not getting the chicken dinners, those 13 finish points came in handy as they finished with 25, and, well, your chicken dinner winners, Team X Lion, are in second with 23.
I mean, a lot of eyes on GodLike, and they came under all this pressure. They managed to get all these points. That's just brilliant coming in from GodLike.
Now, the thing is, according to me, pressure is different for different teams. But before we talk about that, let's have a look and see how all the other teams did.
Absolutely. Team X Lions, they rolled really well for 23 points. Number 3, we got Tactical Esports, again consistent with 21 total points. Number 4, we got Enigma. I love their positioning. I mean, they were at San Martin. They managed to get a higher ground.
Not
They
too
were
loud
brilliant.
this game.
Absolutely not too loud, but they were effective. They managed to get 12 total points, out of which 8 points they got from positions only. Number 5, we got IRONSIGHT. Again, consistency is going to be key, and they are consistent.
They are consistent indeed, and well, that is all she wrote for that team. Now, so let's just have a look at them. 7th position, 5 total points, 5 of them coming from finishes. Now, of course, if you do get knocked out in the 13th to the 16th position, the thing is, you do not get any placement points, and that is what's happened. However, Soul fans are going to be happy because, again, this shows they are ready for the fights. They're not going to be backing out, and if I'm not wrong, 11 points in total from 2 games. Yes, it isn't the best. However, the maximum are for finishes. That is what is surprising me.
Again, it's a different Soul. It's an aggressive Soul, and a lot of fans would be loving this attitude coming in from Team Soul. But talking about aggression, Team MAYAVIx, they were trying to be aggressive, they were trying to be tactical, but it didn't work for them in Miramar. A lot of games still remaining, so that would be key how they're going to play. Team BE with 4 total points played well for 9th position. Number 10, we got OUTLIERS who got 3 total points, and number 11, we got Esports who got 3 total points as well.
Well, joining them further down the ranks, we have 4 heroes going up against a hero of, the enemies over there. They have 2, and everyone else, barring TKM, have 1 point to their name. Now, we did kind of mention Team Insane Esports. Now, again, we know this. We've known them for quite some time now. Heavy hitting team. Unfortunately, this time they were caught off guard. Now we've had a look at the points. Let's have a look and see who stands head and shoulders above everyone else at the iQOO MVP. I mean, no surprises here. It's the man who dodges bullets. It's Neo himself from GodLike.
Boy, oh boy. First match was okayish. They were in the water. They were trying to swim. He went out by the zone, but in the second game he came and he conquered. 8 finishes to his name with the total damage of 1255 with 2 assists and 1 headshot taken. Number 2, we got Tactical Clutch with 4 finishes, damage of 546. Number 3, we got X Lions. Simple. I mean, to be honest, he was not simple. Nothing complicated.
Nothing simple about his gameplay because, again, he did his best, but, they did get the job done, and well, that is the end game that one wants. Now, joining them in 4th and 5th, we have 2 more members from Tactical Esports. It is Hitman and it's the Kid, with 3 finishes each to their name. And of course, you know what we're going to do next. We have to look at a few more facts and a few more figures, as the match summary is now going to be popping up on your screens. And uncharacteristically, looks like even though we have 71 grenades used this time, most of them did the knocking, all well concealing positions of people, because only 3 ended up putting people 6 feet under.
62 players got knocked, 58 were finished. Total healing was 6,923, with the longest finish distance was 286 meters. You know, I'm missing round 3 now. You know why? We were seeing 310 meters, we were seeing 320 meters finishes, and I wish the next Erangel would be different.
However, more airdrops looted this time, which is quite exciting. And of course, with that, the next graphic coming up on your screens are going to be all these bars, but can you make out what they are saying? Because it is the finish to damage performance graph.
With GodLike leading the chart, it seems with 2,600, almost 2,600, more than 2,600 the damage there for 13 finishes. Yes, 6 more. I mean, I have to say it was beautiful, but look at Tactical Esports. Again, Erangel was beautiful, and this time also they were aggressive. They managed to get more than 2,000 damage for 11 finishes.
I mean, that is just brilliant. Now, I know you're going to use this word. I already know it. He is going to talk about consistency. That is what you want. Again, it's all about the balance. Yes, you can have that flamboyant game style, go for the finishes, which we do see a couple of teams doing. Or you could be, I'm just going to say this, dare I say, I don't mean cowering in the distance, but, you know, tactically retreating somewhere and, you know, holding your ground, making sure the enemy comes to you. Again, different kind of gameplays coming in. They do finally open up the guns at the end. I said it before I said that word. I mean it in the lightest of my hearts. What's up?
I'm wondering,
are
you talking about X-Lions?
You want to put me under the bus right now? No, I'm not. I think what the X-Lions did was, again, what he's talking about is, you know, before this, they were a bit aggressive, and now they've kind of become passive, but it is a smart move. Now, talking about aggression and, well, passiveness, let's have a look and see how 2 players are going to do against one another, as we are going to make them face off, and it's going to be Neo going up against Avi from Enigma.
Well, right now in Miramar, I think Neo just hands down the better player. 8 finishes, 1,255 damage. Meanwhile, Avi getting 2 finishes, but the damage is there. XP, the damage is still there. He got 2 assists to his name as well with 502 damage.
You know, as we did see in the highlights, now Enigma Gaming, they were picking a lot of fights, so all their teammates, all the members do have the damage points well, to themselves. Unfortunately, they couldn't complete said knocks, and the finishes were in fact stolen. So, you know, yes, the damage is there, but I'm pretty sure they would have wanted that, you know, the finishes were a bit higher as well.
Again, it's all about, you know, we were talking about consistency, we were talking about a lot of things, but to be honest, you know what? It's all about getting those numbers on the points table.
And of course, as is tradition, now that we've had the players face off, let's put 2 squads up against one another, because it's Tactical Esports taking on GodLike.
Oh, look at that stats. It's you know, stats say a lot of things. The numbers in the end are important. GodLike getting 13 finishes, meanwhile Tactical Esports getting 11. I love their gameplay, and you know, talking about that, Erangel, if they are going to fight against each other, I'm going to be really happy.
Well, speaking of Erangel, we might just find out, because that is what is going to be coming up next. Of course, we are done with 2 games on the last day of the quarterfinal, boys and girls. And, well, if you did miss any of the action, make sure you stay for the remaining of this time. Now, the thing is, again, they have 4 games in hands. Now, a couple of teams are pretty much dominating the situation right now. GodLike, the last game was just impressive. And, of course, Tactical Esports just being a bit too tactical and brutal for their opposition. However, all the other teams, they still have a chance. I mean, Seoul, although they still have somewhere around 11 points, I like the fact that it's not from placements, it's all from finishes, because again, like you said, I know you're going to say it, this is the different Seoul, this is the new Seoul, same name, new team, but again, I want to see that balance coming.
Well, balance is really important, but to be honest, if you want to know this, I mean,
I do.
It's all about points table, right? And we are going to talk about it right here, right now. Let's have a look at overall points table and see which teams are in top 6 at this point of time.
Well, he stole the words from my mouth because at the tippity top we have Tactical Esports with 46 points, and in second place, surprisingly, there you have the Lions making a massive comeback, 35 points to their name. Of course, they were a bit quiet in game one. However, they definitely roared in Miramar. Third position, GodLike Esports climbing up the ranks with 34 to their name.
Number 4, we got Team IRONSIGHT. Again, a beautiful performance in Miramar. Erangel also, they played well. Even though they're not getting any finishes, to be honest, XP. They only got 4, but they managed to get decent amount of position points. They got 22 in total, so that's a great thing for Team IRONSIGHT. Number 5, we got Team BE with 10 finishes, 9 position points to their name, and a total of 19 points.
I mean, 19 points isn't going to be something that is shabby right now, but again, the fact is, the competition is still razor thin. It is still out in the open now. You might think even Tactical Esports could be safe. If they have some bad games, they could come tumbling down. But now let's have a look and see what's happening on the other side of this table. And, well, this time no one is going to walk away with nada.
Absolutely. I mean, at least the Rage officials managed to get 1 single point from that game. Number 15, we got FPS Gaming for 3 points they have. All 3 of them coming from finishes, it seems. Number 14, now that's a surprising name. They are Team Insane Esports. They need to do something in Erangel if they want to make a comeback.
So the thing is, we keep beating around the same bush. We talk about the balance. Now, Team Insane Esports, maybe they need to check their sanity right now and stop going in for those finishes, which, again, I don't mind. It makes for great entertainment. However, if you want those points, oh boy, you better just calm down just a little bit. Maybe give a little bit of preference to the circle and, make it to the latter stages.
I mean, to be honest, you have to be a little insane to win these kind of tournaments. But XP, you were right. Absolutely. You are the experiment. And I'm going to agree with you that they have to reach finals first if they want to win the tournament.
There you go. Again, I love the fact that if you do good, I'm going to be singing your praises. But if you don't, well, I'm just going to be speaking the basic truth. And although I know David and the boys are going to be pretty happy, not happy right now, they need to step up just a little bit. Now, before we jump into the next game, let's do one thing. Let's give all of you just a little bit of a breather as well, because boy, we definitely need one. So for now, from Sparrow and I, we're going to say goodbye, but do not go anywhere because we are going to be right back with some more action after this little break.
iQOO 7 Dual Chip Monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है। तो कुछ भी करो पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप। अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए। वेल डन बॉयज।
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021, powered by the iQOO 7 Legend. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is gonna be Spiro. Spiro, the last map of Miramar. Seems like GodLike finally redeemed themselves for map 1.
Absolutely. I mean, GodLike Neo was in some brilliant form. I mean, it is GodLike, of course. I mean, the lights are shining on him, and he managed to get those 8 finishes. But right now, it's all about Erangel, and oh boy, points table is getting heated up, Floki.
Absolutely, and well, the last few matches on Erangel have been very chef's kiss spicy. They've been so good, and I'm just waiting to see what's gonna happen. In which direction is the circle gonna take us? How interesting is the match gonna be? Well, I think we're about to find out, because soon enough the map of Erangel should be ready, and we should be jumping right in. But before we do that, let's talk a little bit more about the teams over here. Of course, Seoul, once again, just not having the level of performance you were hoping that they would have. Once again, being eliminated in that 7 to 8 spot with only 5 points. What is it that's going wrong for them? What do you think they need to do better?
I think Seoul is a little bit aggressive at this point of time, which is a good thing, which is not a bad thing at all. But it's all about getting in the zone, having a decent spot. Right now, their problem is they're not finding a decent spot in the zone. I mean, in Erangel, they had a decent spot in the zone, but they didn't have the numbers game in their favor. In Miramar, they were not able to get in the zone. They were stuck on the edges, and the lot of people coming in to get their spot, and that's what happened there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, it seems that Seoul just has had sort of the short end of the stick for the last few matches. But we've got an interview ready for you guys in just a little bit. We've got an interview with Adi coming up.
Avi, the birthday boy.
Oh, sorry, Avi. There we go. Avi, the birthday boy from Enigma. We've got him lined up for you guys, and I'm very curious to see what he has to say. Enigma as well, they are another team that we should all be keeping our eyes on, because you never know when they're going to start lighting up the finish feed with all those finishes. So let's just jump right in and see what Avi has to say from Enigma Gaming.
iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series में आप सभी का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है। मेरा नाम है जिशाल के मेजी, मेरे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं एंकी द बॉट, बट साथ में आज एक और गेस्ट जुड़ने वाले हैं जिनका आज जन्मदिन भी है। एंकी, हम लोग उनसे बात करेंगे, बुलाएंगे एनिग्मा अवी को और उनसे हम लोग बात करेंगे। अवी, स्वागत है आपका। सबसे पहले तो जन्मदिन की आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
हैप्पी बर्थडे। थैंक यू। हेलो,
कैसे हैं आप?
अच्छा हो, आप सब कैसे हो?
बहुत ही ज्यादा
बहुत ज्यादा
बढ़िया,
अच्छे हैं।
बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया जी, बिल्कुल, क्योंकि आज लास्ट डे है, आज आखिरी दिन है क्वार्टर फाइनल का। अभी मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा, राउंड 3 में आप लोग टेबल टॉपर रहे और फिर उसके बाद क्वार्टर फाइनल में हमने आपको देखा जरूर है, बट अभी क्वार्टर फाइनल का आपका क्या प्लान है?
क्वार्टर फाइनल्स का भी प्लान वैसा ही है, मतलब पहले हम रोटेशन करेंगे, फिनिशेस तो एंड में भी आ ही जाएंगे,
जी।
बट पहले जोन को प्रायोरिटी देंगे जैसा हमने राउंड 3 में किया था।
हम्म।
कुछ चेंज नहीं करेंगे गेम प्लान।
जी अभी एक मैप का एडिशन हुआ है, जैसे कि हमने देखा क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में सैनहॉक मैप का, तो उसके लिए आपकी कुछ अलग स्ट्रैटेजीज है? बिकॉज कुछ टीम से हमने बात करी, उन्होंने बोला कि टोटली वो हील बैटल करने के लिए जाएंगे। सो आपकी जो स्ट्रैटेजी है स्पेसिफिकली सैनहॉक मैप पे क्या रहने वाली है?
सैनॉक में तो मतलब बेसिकली मेरा गेम का सबसे फेवरेट मैप सैनॉक है। सैनॉक में ऐसा कोई गेम नहीं है जो मेरी टीम टॉप 3 नहीं आए, तो सैनॉक का
हो।
मेरे को बिल्कुल टेंशन नहीं है, फुल कॉन्फिडेंट हूँ उसमें, मेरे को 20 पॉइंट्स आएंगी।
ये मनोबल होता है जो टीम को आगे लेके जाता है। चलिए, सुन के काफ़ी ज़्यादा अच्छा लगा। अभी मैं आपसे एक और चीज़ जानना चाहूँगा कि जैसे हमने और भी बहुत सारी टीम्स को देखा, आपने भी जितने भी अभी 3 दिन हुए क्वार्टर फाइनल्स के, आपने देखा कि टीम्स जो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छी हैं वो थोड़ी सी मशक्क़त कर रही हैं, थोड़ा सा पीछे रह ज़रूर जा रही हैं। वो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट अभी भी उनको मिल नहीं पा रहा, क्योंकि जो अननोन टीम्स हैं वो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट में थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा आ गए हैं। तो आपको लगता है कि कोई ऐसी टीम आज के दिन पे जो आपके ग्रुप में हो, जो प्लेसमेंट के लिए पहुंच जाए, या फिर आपको कंपटीशन उस मामले में ज़्यादा दे पाए?
अभी कंपटीशन तो ऐसा बोल नहीं सकते, क्योंकि हमको सिर्फ 4 टीम के बारे में पता है,
जी,
बाकी लोग के बारे में इतना नॉलेज नहीं है, मतलब उनका भी ड्रॉप्स वॉप्स देखा है, बट इतना पता नहीं वो लोग कैसे कहाँ रोटेट करते हैं, तो कुछ भी अनएक्सपेक्टेड हो सकता है, तो सबके लिए प्रिपेयर रहना पड़ेगा हमको।
जी बिल्कुल। अभी हमने देखा, अभी क्वार्टर फाइनल्स की अगर हम बात करें तो दो टीम्स जहन में आती है। एक टीम एक्सो जो एक बहुत बड़ा नाम है, बट बहुत स्ट्रगल करना पड़ा उनको, आखिरी मैच तक डिसाइडेड नहीं था कि वो जा रहे हैं सेमीफाइनल्स में या नहीं। एंड कल टीम एक्सपार्क को भी हमने काफी स्ट्रगल करते हुए देखा। तो कहीं ना कहीं इतने बड़े नाम, आप भी टीम एनिग्मा की अगर हम बात करें, एक बड़ा नाम जरूर से, काफी एक्सपीरियंस लाइनअप है, तो कहीं ना कहीं आपको भी थोड़ा प्रेशर तो यहाँ पर फील हो रहा होगा इन टीम्स को जूझते हुए देख करके?
हाँ, ऑब्वियसली प्रेशर तो है, क्योंकि ये अंडरडॉग्स बोल नहीं सकते इनको अंडरडॉग्स, ये लोग भी काफी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं,
जी।
इनका गन पावर, रोटेशन सब अभी, और पहले से और टीम फिल्टर्स हो गई, तो ये सब भी बेस्ट टीम्स है, ऐसा नहीं बोल सकते कि ये लोग को खेलना नहीं आता। तो कंपटीशन तो बहुत हाई है, बट यही है कि खुद पे प्रेशर ले लिया तो फिर आगे गेम्स नहीं खेल पाएंगे, खुद पे प्रेशर नहीं लेना है।
राइट।
कम से कम
प्रेशर जिसने हैंडल कर लिया वो निकाल लेगा गेम।
हाँ, वो चीज़ हमने राउंड 3 में देखा भी है कि आपने अपने आप को किस तरीके से टॉप पे पहुंचाया ज़रूर है। बट अगेन सेम थिंग कि अगर आपके कुछ भी मैचेस खराब जाते हैं, वैसे बिल्कुल मैं नहीं चाहूँगा कि ऐसा हो, बट इन केस अगर आपके मैचेस खराब जाते हैं, तो क्या आप बस प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट पे ज़्यादा फोकस करने वाले हो? क्योंकि हमने बहुत सारी टीम्स को देखा है पूरे क्वार्टर फाइनल में कि मात्र प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट लेके ही वो सेमीफाइनल में क्वालिफाई करके जा चुके हैं।
ऐसा नहीं है, अगर हम लोग का गेम्स खराब गया और हमको स्टार्टिंग में कुछ फिनिशेस दिख रहे, तो वील गो फॉर फिनिशेस, वी आर क्वाइट कॉन्फिडेंट ऑन अ गन फाइट, तो हमको उसकी चिंता नहीं है। हमको भरोसा है अगर हमने कोई टीम के 2 बंदे गिरा दिए तो हम उसको वाइप करेंगे ही करेंगे, तो फिर गन फाइट तो लेंगे अगर चांस मिलेगा, तो कहीं ऐसा मौका छोड़ेंगे नहीं।
जी चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अभी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, एंड वी आर प्रीटी श्योर कि आपकी टीम बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करने वाली है। वंस अगेन अ वेरी हैप्पी बर्थडे एंड ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग मैचेस।
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच।
तो हमने यहाँ पर देखा अभी को, जिन्होंने क्लियरली बताया कि अभी कंपटीशन बहुत ही ज्यादा स्ट्रांग जरूर से हो चुका है, जो टीम फिल्टर आउट होकर के आई उनके अंदर बहुत ज्यादा पोटेंशियल है। तो आइए सीधे चलते हैं अगले मैच में और देखते हैं कि टीम एनिग्मा का जो परफॉर्मेंस है वो कैसा हमें देखने को मिलेगा। मिलते हैं सीधे अगले मैच में।
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the interview we had in store for you guys with Avi. Unfortunately, Enigma have not been really putting up a very, very solid performance this far. But hey, we're back to Erangel. We're back to square one over here, and maybe they can leverage some of that experience they've had in the first map to use this time around, and maybe have a better performance and hopefully a chicken dinner as well. But let's jump into the matchup and see what other teams are also in the race here, because it's not just them. Also, 15 other teams, some very big names playing today. We've got Team IRONSIGHT, 4 Heroes, Team Insane Esports, GodLike Esports, our Esports, Invincible Esports, Team X Lions, and Team Outliers in the mix over here.
Absolutely, we have some amazing teams joining with us today. This group is very competitive, this group is very difficult, and we are just starting right now. Only 2 matches are over and we still have 4 more to go. After those matches, we are going to witness our top 6 who are going to qualify for semi-finals. But right now, joining with them, there is Team BE, Tactical Esports, FPS Gaming, Team Soul, Rage Official, Officials, TKM Esports, Enigma Gaming, and Team MAYAVIx.
Absolutely, we've got some very, very big names today, and lots of fans tuning in who would not want to see their team being eliminated early on. Of course, I am talking about Soul and GodLike Esports. Let's hope they actually do make it into the top 6, but if they don't, boy, some people are going to be angry. But you know what? There are still a lot of other teams out there who are just as deserving as them, and if they play well, they might get a slot too. And I'm very curious to see which of these teams can actually stand up to them so far.
Well,
You've seen Blink Esports and Tactical Esports do it. Any other teams that come to your mind, though?
Well, absolutely. I think IRONSIGHT, so I think that team has been playing on a different level. Their positioning is perfect. It's just about getting some more finishes. They need to be comfortable. I still think, even though they're getting a lot of points, they're still not open up yet.
Oh yeah, I still think they have a lot to show us over here, and hopefully in the coming games they can show us what they're made of and finally start playing a little bit more aggressively, because it does seem that Team IRONSIGHT do lack in terms of those finish points that we talked about. You know, first game they got 12, last game as well, not really racking up those finish points like we talked about. So yet to have a bit of a breakout performance going on for themselves, but maybe this can change all again on Erangel. I mean, that was when their luck first shined, with the zone shifting in their favor, them being at the southern end of the circle in Sosnovka military base. Unfortunately, they did not capitalize on it as well as they should have. But hey, at the end of the day, you know, I mean, as long as you do get those placement points, you consistently get that top 2, top 3 finish, you will see yourself in the semi-finals.
Well, again, would have, could have, should have. Let's see if they are going to make things happen in Erangel. But right now, I still remember the first Erangel. I was just sitting there watching the match, and the zone was like a puppet master, just making sure every single team was dancing on their tune.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that first zone, it made things very, very interesting. You know, we had seen that there was the main island and also Sosnovka military base in the mix over there. It was just a matter of where the circle was going to shift. It could have gone east, it could have stayed up north, but instead it went right in the smack dab center of both Sosnovka as well as the main island. So that was what made the match very, very interesting. And on top of that, on one side you have GodLike gatekeeping all the teams in the water, and on the other side you had Soul gatekeeping all the teams in the water. So a lot of water action going on. In fact, so much action going on that we saw more finishes than we saw the number of knocks. So yeah, very interesting first map. In case you missed out, do make sure that you check it out once the stream is over. But for now, we are jumping into the third map of the day. It is going to be Erangel.
It is going to be the beautiful island of Erangel, and it has it all. It has bridges, it has rivers, it has beautiful compounds, long plain fields, top-notch mountains, good ridges, and everything a good player needs to be a champion. Talking about champions, we are going to witness some champions in this one, and it's all about legacies. Either you create your legacy here or you are going to defend it.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see which team ends up defending their legacy over here. Of course, we are talking about the big boys over here at GodLike Esports as well as Soul, not only looking to defend their honor but also their title. GodLike definitely have a lot of eyes set on them. And I think after last game's performance, they are going to have some very pleased fans. But this is a 6-mapper. This is a 6-map series. And you have to remember that if you don't perform over here in any one of these maps, it could come back to haunt you later on, because you might just lose it by a margin of 1 or 2 points, which has been the case for the teams in that 5th to 6th spot. So, well, if you want to get up towards the top, make sure you perform out of your minds in at least one game and have that buffer to work with.
It's all about that buffer, right, Floki? I mean, if you have enough points, you can be free. Imagine a team like Insane, imagine a team like GodLike, Enigma being free after 5 games, and the last game in Erangel, they just wreak havoc on every single one of them. But that is in future. Right now, I don't care about future, I care about present, and present says Erangel is upon us.
Absolutely. I mean, I wonder what the flight path is going to be looking like this time around. Last time it started all the way from the northeastern part of the map, ended towards the southwest. Maybe this time around we're going to get to see something a little bit different. I'm hoping that the map is still bisected in half, but just in a different fashion. But looks like we're going to have to stop speculating for now, because the flight is up in the air. And well, if you're able to make out where we're starting off, it's going to be on the opposite end of the previous map. We're going to be going all the way from Quarry and ending towards Talbot this time.
There are a lot of areas in Erangel which is inaccessible by gliding. You have to either get a vehicle to go there or by on foot, which I don't think any team is going to do. Areas like Lipovka, Milta Power, Norepnoe, Milta as well are out of your reach. So talking about this plane path, it's a little bit on the side, Floki. I wonder if we are going to see some drop clashes here.
I mean, it is very possible that we see a couple of drop clashes, but for the most part, I do think pretty much the entire western plus the northern part of the map is accessible. It's going to be a little bit hard going towards Nova, replying on the eastern end, but I think that's still okay. I think we will see teams dropping in towards Primorsk, you know, maybe going towards Fairy Pier, maybe even just driving their way down towards Ostovka military base and then looting it up. So shouldn't be seeing a lot of action, but there might just be some on the table. In fact, keep your eyes on Pachinki because there could be a couple of more teams dropping in, as given the flight path, I think some teams that do like to drop in towards Mansion might be just, you know, in a little bit of trouble. And well, speaking of the team that did drop into Mansion, I'm talking, of course, about Seoul, who have decided to drop in somewhere close towards Quarry and Hospital in the middle of those two areas.
It's their all drop, it seems. I mean, I think it's their dynamic drop, but they are a little bit in trouble. To be honest, they don't get that much loot there, but look at the zone. They are nearby, so if they can get some really decent vehicles, really decent loot, they can instantly go towards the zone, get a decent spot there and hold on to that spot with their dear life. But talking about Team Soul, they got some decent weapons, it seems. Might get to get a helmet. Okay.
Well, just in case you missed it, well, was that from the future or from the past? I'm not entirely sure, but make sure you stay tuned because, well, that might have just been a glitch in the Matrix, and I think we all know who's responsible for that. I think it's a member of GodLike from the last game, still messing around with us.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I wonder if Neo is messing around this reality, but talking about FPS gaming, they managed to spray down Team MAYAVI's player, but missing all of the shots that he took, and right now I think he should focus on looting, it seems.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And FPS gaming are just gonna go around the map, trying to get themselves all the loot that they can find. You know, a couple of helmets, a couple of vests to work with, maybe a few upgrades on their backpacks if they're not high level enough just yet, and a couple of smokes to work with as well for the worst case scenarios. Now, of course, early on you do kind of want to prioritize getting yourself a couple of first aid kits, maybe even a med kit if you do end up finding one. Just make sure that you've got enough healing to work with and you can take those fights. Eventually, as the circle starts closing in, the priority goes towards smokes. You know, you do start dropping out a couple of more unnecessary things. It's all about those smokes and those frag grenades at that point. And we'll see which team ends up coming out on top, as in the meantime we're going to turn our attention towards Team Insane Esports, who are right in the smack dab center of Hospital. They're looting that entire area up, and I think for the most part they should be alright. They did see someone crossing from in front of them, but they weren't really able to connect those shots, so maybe they could end up taking a fight later on down the line. But for now, it's just going to be them having a good time looting and going around shopping.
Meanwhile, 4 heroes, the king of 4 heroes, I think they managed to get one finish out of Outliners. Not only one, they got another one, and it's not heroes, it's Insane Goblin who get a knock on Harish from Outliners.
Absolutely. Well, okay, once again, we're going to be jumping into the future for a little bit and seeing who the winner is. It was Team IRONSIGHT once again. Well, we'll find out if that is going to be true or not, as the Matrix, there still seems to be a glitch in it. And in the meantime, Team Insane Goblin is going to go forward and eliminate Harish OUTL, and that is going to be Team Outliers losing one of their members right at the start. I'm not even sure if it's worth popping a smoke. I don't know if he's going to have anything worth looting. It didn't seem like he had a lot on him, but guess we're about to find out. Well, never mind, I could be wrong. Goblin did find a lot of stuff there from inside that little box, and he's going to happily just move away and move on with life onto greener pastures.
Well, you could never be too careful in this game of Loki. I mean, you need to have a couple of eyes in your back, and those smokes really help. Meanwhile, Team Insane, if you talk about them, off to a wonderful start. They needed this opportunity, they needed a start, and they got one finish to their name. Talking about finishes, talking about consistency, we have Tactical Esports on our screens right now with Clutch, Kid, Hitman, and Wild69. What a brilliant team they're turning out to be. First 2 games, they played well.
Absolutely, and right now they are at the southern end of the main island, in case you guys are wondering. So they are situated close to where GodLike was, trying to gatekeep all of those teams on the first map. And there you go, there's a circle in front of your screens. Thank you so much, production. Just as I talk about the circle, it pops up on the screen, and well, we are going to be seeing X-Lions rotate out of the Sosnovka military base and try and make their way towards the main island. However, real estate prices, they're starting to go up a little bit over here, because I don't think there's going to be enough room on the western side of the map for all of these teams. So a couple of engagements could be breaking out.
But talking about the engagements right now, I mean, look at the zone. Georgopol is empty. Georgopol city is empty. Georgopol northern city is completely empty. And there's a high probability that the zone is going to go towards that. If Team Soul wants, they can easily rotate from the western shore and go there. It has a lot of loot as well, Floki.
It most certainly does, and it does seem that Soul should probably take that path, as Well, you are right, Georgia Bowl is completely empty, but in the meantime, it seems that, well, King, in case you missed it, was the first person to have been eliminated from the side of 4 Heroes, as Piero rightfully pointed out early on. We're going to turn our attention towards Neo in the meantime from the side of GodLike, who is having a happy time once again, just getting whatever he can get his hands on in the middle of Yasnia Polyana, and well, the rest of GodLike Esports as well just going to be scouting out for a couple of vehicles. As long as they've got some access to a couple of those vehicles, their rotations out should be fairly simple and straightforward too. Well, speaking of 4 Heroes, meet them in Pochinki.
4 Heroes in Pochinki, and I think they have a really good spot in the zone. The next zone will decide if they want to rotate or not. Talking about other teams, I think, you know what, a beautiful opportunity for all these young teams. Team IRONSIGHT. Round 3 was good.
Oh yeah.
I think quarterfinals is going to be the end game for a lot of teams, and IRONSIGHT, they want this end game to be perfect for them. They want some points. They got some points already, but they want to have enough points to reach the semi-finals.
Yeah, this is a little bit risky. Now, they are having 3 people inside one Jeep. That could be problematic over here, but they will go ahead and scout things out, you know, try and figure out if there is anyone in the surrounding area, and they are outside farm at the moment. And I'm not too sure if having a Jeep of 3 players up front is the best option to, you know, scout for some action, as you could get unlucky, run into a squad and get blown up. But in the meantime, Team Mayavi, well, looks like they are going to be in some trouble, because there is Team Outliers in Ruins, their favorite location to drop into. And I don't think Team Mayavi can be very, very happy that someone has invaded their home. In fact, getting kicked out of their own home over here. Admino will be taken out and most likely finished off too. Brady is going to be responsible for that. And in the meantime, Admino will finally be taken out, as Deny is the one responsible for that pick.
To be honest, we all know Team Mayavi, it's their favorite spot, but
oh,
one of
the car
few
98
living snipers in this map of Erangel is Adi. I mean, they're getting extinct Flocky, but Adi is still one of them.
Absolutely. Well, Team Insane. Oh my god, that's a Mad Max action right there. Going to be going forward over here. Goblin made a lot of noise. He's going to go forward and secure that finish as well. No, never mind. He still hasn't done that, but with the flank coming in, Insane will be successful in taking out Outliers. Ruins will now belong to them. And in the meantime, Team Mayavi must be wondering what the hell just happened there.
I mean, Team Mayavi, they love this spot, right? We all have seen them in all round 1, round 2, round 3, going to Ruins, holding that spot beautifully well. But right now, they have to figure out a way to hold somewhere else, because Ruins belongs to Team Insane.
Absolutely, Team Insane have complete control of that part of the map, and it does fall right in the smack dab center. It's almost like production is reading my mind. As soon as I start talking about the position, the map comes up on the screen. But in the meantime, let's have a look at where Team IRONSIGHT are. They're still stuck in Fairy Pier in the meantime. They have a lot of real estate to work with, so for them, rotating inside shouldn't be too much of a problem.
You know what, I'm scared right now. Because this zone is actually, I feel, can go towards the river area beneath the bridge. Those areas are going to be so difficult for a lot of teams to survive, and we are going to witness a lot of fishes, it seems, again.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, Enigma Gaming, having the birthday boy on their team, Avi, have had a bit of a slow start over here, but maybe this is the game where they can pick the pace up and set the tempo for the rest of the coming maps. But if we could have a quick look at the zone, that would be wonderful, just seeing where it is going to be shifting. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards GodLike, who are trying to take a fight against the members of Team Invincible. And Team Invincible, I do believe Cypher is down on his knees, although I could be wrong about that. He might just be a bit too damaged over here. And, well, it does look like Cypher has healed himself back up. He is going to be A-okay for the time being. And GodLike, they have revealed where they are at the moment. Although I don't see a lot of other teams closing into their direction. If this keeps up, they might get stabbed in the back.
Well, GodLike is asking a lot of questions, and the first question they're asking right now, are Invincibles actually Invincibles? This is going to be a really amazing fight, and they have to finish it as early as possible, because there might be another rotation coming in from here.
Yeah, Jonathan just looking to find if he has the same luck as he did in the previous game, just, you know, landing a couple of headshots despite the enemy being in smoke. That's just Jonathan that's just Jonathan's thing. In the meantime, though, Neo is going to lay down some fire towards the members of Invincible in the house. Just make sure that they don't have a lot of room to work with, and they can't get those angles that will allow them to pick off GodLike one after the other, because GodLike are somewhat spread out at the moment. A couple of energy drinks going to be popped. It does seem like the assault is about to come in here. And we'll see who's going to be the one who comes out on top. Although, remember what I did say earlier, if you take too much time, you're going to attract the attention of other teams as well. As GodLike Esports, they continue to mount on the pressure on Team Invincible. Team Invincible well, they don't really seem to have an answer over here.
But GodLike is not a team that wastes a lot of time. If they get a knock, they rush you. If they don't care about you. They're just gonna leave you there. And yes, GodLike is leaving. They need to find a better spot in the zone because this zone is going to be actually crazy. Let's have a look at instant replay. Let's find out what has happened in this game.
Oh yeah, let's see what we have been missing out on in the meantime. Well, this is the sweet shot coming in from that weapon. And there you go, because light travels faster than sound, the knock came before the sound was even heard. And I'm not quite sure if the members of Outliers are going to be too happy about that. Team Insane going in and finishing them off in the ruins.
Well, it's all about having a good head on your shoulders. I mean, they must have read the finish rate there. They know that Outliers only got 2 players. Team Insane, they managed to get the first knock in. And boy, oh boy, they rushed to ruins to take out Team Outliers.
Oh, yeah.
But, Floki, right now, the matter of the fact is we still have 15 teams, 59 players in the game. And this zone, believe me, it's going to go crazy and crazy.
Absolutely. In the meantime, we did have a look at where Team Blink Esports were. Seem to be okay for the time being. No one really in their area at the moment. But the same can't be said about Team MAYAVIx, who do have Team IRONSIGHT pushing on towards them. Daku is prepping up a nade, or is he? Well, not sure about Daku, but King certainly is. He's going to drop it through that window, but is going to find its mark. And he has to be careful. He will take a little bit of damage over there, but that's not enough to really prevent him from pushing forward over here. Daku instead going to drop out of the window and try and sandwich them in here. Great boost coming out by Team MAYAVIx, but can the execution match the thought process? King holding on to the terrace in the meantime, looking to go forward, trying to start the fight himself. The AKM rattles off, but doesn't really connect just yet. And now he's going to go down as well, try and provide some support towards Daku, who is by himself and is having a couple of nades being tossed in his general direction. He will answer back, but still Team MAYAVIx with 1 member down are just very happy to take all their members back out and maybe just live to fight another day, because this fight does not favor them at all.
Team MAYAVIx is very smart. They're playing really smartly. They know that they don't have the numbers game advantage in their favor, and that is why they're rushing away. Team IRONSIGHT still trying to use some nades. They just need 1 more knock in, and if they can get that knock, they are going to rush Team MAYAVIx.
Oh yeah, Team IRONSIGHT, it doesn't seem like they are going to be engaging at the moment either. They do seem to be running away too. In the meantime, Team MAYAVIx going to explore the rest of the water city, as I do believe the zone has shifted. So if you could quickly have a look at the map, that would be wonderful, just to see where all of these teams are headed. King still looking to see if he can find a pick over here. Insane, well, bit too late over there, but there's the zone once again shifting in towards the eastern part of the map. Thank you, BGMI gods, you have finally heard my cries a little bit. And while it's not in the dead eastern part of the map, it is still eastern enough compared to the previous circle, so I'm just happy to see a hard shift.
Well, you wake up every day and you think, I'm going to play some good old BGMI today, but the zone ends up playing you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That is exactly what has happened to a lot of these teams in shooting range and Severny, as they'll have to move in all the way towards Yasnia Poliana if they want to stand a chance of taking that chicken dinner. But in the meantime, there is a lot of action breaking out elsewhere too. I think there is a fair amount of tension building up with Seoul just at the cusp over here of breaking out into a fight with a couple of members from some other teams as they close in on their position.
I love the position of Team GodLike, Floki. I mean, look at them. They're just waiting, having that bridge block there, and someone would come, and that bridge is going to have some action really soon. But look at the rotations coming in from Team X Lions. Oh, the silent Lions. They are going to roar really soon.
Absolutely, they most certainly are. But before that, FPS Gaming, this is a bit of an awkward spot for them. I do remember seeing 2 of their players split, trying to look towards Seoul. And in fact, Pioneer is going to push forward and try and take this fight against 4 heroes. This might not be the wisest decision of them all. The nade is going to go through a couple of shots being fired in his general direction. Do they know he is there? Yes, they should. IGL, that nade could be devastating. That he is cooking up. It's going to come in. Is it going to hit the window? No, it is not. But Pirate FPS, he will take some damage still. Not going to be enough to put him out of his misery and down on his feet, but he is still standing strong, and he will be forced to heal up a little bit. Just pop another energy drink and maybe run the hell out of here. As 4 heroes, they can hold on to this compound. As FPS Gaming, they are all over here now, and they will try to establish some control of the school area.
Well, again, we are seeing some altercations, Floki, but no one is going all out at this point of time. You don't want to be the team who gets eliminated early on in the game, and the nades are still going on. Mighty OP with a beautiful nade, doing some chip damage to Chick there, but both teams are successfully in the zone. They don't need to overdo it, and I think that's their plan. But right now, it's all about the next zone. Where the next zone is going to be, that is a big question in everyone's mind.
Absolutely, the tension continues to rise over here as there are still 59 players remaining in the mix with 15 teams in the fight over here. We'll see who comes out on top in the end, but for now, the circle is keeping everyone in check, and soon enough when the next shift comes in, I'm sure some action is going to be coming through. We will be seeing a couple of teams and their hands being forced. Speaking of which, looks like 4 Heroes might have some responses back for the members of FPS Gaming who did come in and try to encroach on their piece of land. They are not very happy about that, and they want every piece of real estate that they can find back in their own name.
Oh boy, can we see the zone really soon? Because that zone is gone towards Team GodLike. That bridge block position that they have is actually quite good. But you know what? There are going to be a lot of teams who want that position from GodLike, and they're going to rush in there right here, right now. But a lot of teams, including 4 Heroes, they're stuck. Either they want to finish this fight or they want to go to the zone. That is a question in my mind.
Absolutely. Well, it does seem that the circle has once again put GodLike in a very favorable position, but with great power comes great responsibility. Of course, I'm talking about Spider-Man, and much like the 3 different versions of Peter Parker that we saw.
Hey, no spoilers. No spoilers, Floki. What are you saying?
That is a spoiler. Everybody knows there are 3 different Spider-Man in No Way Home. Come on. Well, in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards GodLike. They will be looking towards the members of Tactical Esports. They had a very good start early on over here, but can they continue to pile up those finishes? That is the question. Well, it doesn't seem like that is the case. I do believe one of the members has been knocked out over here, as GodLike Esports sandwiching them between Enigma and themselves, making sure that Tactical Esports don't really have a lot of room to work with. On the flank, there is another member from Team IRONSIGHT trying to see if he can maybe sift through the commotion, steal a finish away from one of these teams. But he's going to have to be careful with where he rattles off his shots, because he is by himself and could get taken out just as easily as he can find those finishes. Avi, in the meantime, the birthday boy himself looking to get a little bit lucky in the smoke, hoping to find some action, but can he actually connect? Those smokes fading away. I do believe he spotted out Hitman over here. The shots connect at last, and he knows that there is someone in that smoke. And he has to be a little bit careful over here. He has already expended 2 magazines and not connected. I think it might be time for the DMRs to come out, and that is exactly what he's going to do. He's going to spot out a couple of players, rattle off a few shots, but does not convert them into knocks. Now they know exactly where Avi is going to be, and they might fire a couple of shots. He's just looking to blow up the vehicle at this one. Another teammate coming in to help him out over here. I do believe I see a big old sniper rifle on his back, so we can see how much work he can do with it. Eggy, well, in the distance, trying to see if he can find someone.
Well, in round 3, Eggy lit up with his sniper rifle, but at this point of time, this is just amazing to see. I mean, Avi taking out Tactical Esports all by himself is putting them under a lot of pressure. Talking about GodLike, they still have 0 finishes, and another huge opportunity for GodLike to get a lot of points. Meanwhile, talking about IRONSIGHT, insane, they managed to get the knock on Rage. Avi, a lot of Avis in the game, a lot of magic in the game, and I would love to see which team would be the last team standing after Erangel.
Oh yeah, GodLike Esports currently looking to take that title for themselves, but in close contest are also the members of Enigma and MAYAVIx. Who's going to come out on top though, because there can only be one. And it seems that in the meantime, TMK Esports, they have received the short end of the stick, because GodLike are turning in their direction. It's thought of just keeping them at bay over here. Thankfully, the circle does enable them to stay where they are. And it doesn't seem like TKM will have to rotate out, but GodLike still have their eyes set on a couple of other members over here. Tactical, as well as Team MAYAVIx being one of them. Or rather 2 of them.
Oh,
well, could be 3 of them too, because there's Enigma Rex coming in from the backstab.
Well, there are 3 of them there, but oh, look at that. RE Hero managing to get a really good nade, and Team Rage on the back foot. Now the question is, are they going to rush it? Because rushes are important, but at the same time, if you're in the zone, you need to worry about the zone as well. Hero trying to be a superhero, it seems, but for that to happen, he has to go in the zone.
Absolutely, but look at Rage officials right now. They are just getting well, not pampered exactly, but peppered with bullets and nades. I mean, getting pampered with nades would be wonderful. Everyone just dropping their nades for you to use them. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards the circle. It has once again shifted, well, in a very strange manner. Once again, there's a river dividing those 2 sides, and we'll see who's going to come out on top over here given the zone.
I mean, I think I need some compliments right now, because I already said that some people are going to be in the water trying to do the Healy thingy. Look at Enigma. They're in the water already with the vehicle just chilling inside the water, breathing under it, using that submarine. Let's see how long he's going to stay there.
Absolutely. I mean, he's just going to try and stay there and prevent anyone from taking that same path in. Well, that is a lot of vehicles there for GodLike Esports. Unfortunately, for them, moving out of that position is a little bit risky. There are a couple of teams standing in their way first, and until they move up, they cannot cover for their rotation. Right now, they are looking to see if they can find some things, but that is just the cherry on top, the icing on the cake. They might have just found one, and in fact, I do believe I saw a headshot coming in from one of their members, and look at that. Everyone who can run away is running away. But in the meantime, GodLike Esports, they might just have their hands full because there is another team coming in from the backside. But in the meantime, 4 Heroes going to be going up against X-Lions, the team who took the chicken dinner in the previous map. 2 of their members are on their feet. In fact, 3 of their members are all locked down with just one standing strong between them and a turn in life. Well, we'll see if he can carry his team's dreams forward. But no, he's going to abandon and leave them for dead over here as Madhav will rotate out. And 4 Heroes, they will find anyone who is willing to come into their crosshair, pick up those finishes and rack up those points.
Oh my god, 4 Heroes, they were looking so good, they were looking so composed, but suddenly a third party comes in and they lost 3 of their players. I mean, look at them. Meanwhile, Team MAYAVIx right now in the water trying to survive to get a lot of position points. GodLike Clutch God used that AKM in long range. I mean, I'm having PTSD just thinking about it. With that 3x, he's just trying to shot a lot of people.
Absolutely, and GodLike Esports as well. Once again, they haven't rotated out. The zone does allow them to stay exactly where they are and not move a muscle. But they will make sure that King is not allowed to get to vehicle or allowed to get to cover. And he will slowly but surely bleed out as his teammates will not be able to get him back up on his feet. But something seems to have got your attention, Spiro. Tell me, what do you see?
Team MAYAVIx, they just got eliminated at the number 12 position. Meanwhile, Team Sol, all 3 of their players are in the water, it seems. I mean, a lot of fishes to catch.
Well, absolutely. And right now they might be saying, hello, I'm under the water, please help me. It's not raining, but still I'm drowning. And I do have a couple of bandages and medkits to heal myself back up. But once they run out, I will drown. And oh boy, Team IRONSIGHT, well, they're now going to know what the superior sights are. It is the 6x scope coming in from Neo. Let's see how many more bullets he can connect. Nate being tossed in as well to secure those finishes. And in the meantime, Rex is on rampage from the side of Enigma. As once again, Team IRONSIGHT will be eliminated by them. So all those points being stolen away from the members of GodLike Esports.
Absolutely beautiful, mystical stuff coming in from Team Enigma. And by hook, by crook, it doesn't matter if you knock the player or not. The only matter of the fact is, are you going to finish the player?
Oh
right now,
my
Team
God.
Rage on the back foot. RE Rockstar becoming a rockstar. His concert is lit, actually.
Absolutely, it certainly is lit. In fact, I mean, the music is not the only thing at play over here. It is also the destruction and demise of his opponents at the hands of those AR. And look at that, Jadoo has found his hands on an M642. Let's see how much work he can do with it, as he did secure 2 knocks if you're paying attention to the HUD. But in the meantime, well, GodLike Esports, it does seem that their time might be cut short over here because a lot of their members are being knocked down on their feet. Tactical Esports, in the meantime, they've got access to a lot of vehicles. They can rotate out, and in fact, it does look like they will be doing just that. Clutch will get in the car and start healing himself back up right after popping a couple more healing abilities over here. But in the meantime, lots of teams in the water. Look at that. I count 3. GodLike, R Esports, as well as 4H and Enigma are all in there.
I mean, don't go near GodLike. They are in their submarine and they can open the hatch and they can shoot you underwater.
Oh my God, that is just nasty coming in from Clutch God over here. Just using that car, being in the passenger seat and seeing how many finishes he can secure for himself. Doesn't see too much because the water does prevent them from having a solid amount of vision, but those nades come pouring in could create a lot of trouble as well. Once again, we are seeing a repeat of game 1 and so being eliminated in 10th place with just 1 finish to their name. Once again, not the sort of a performance they were looking for.
I mean, Team Sol is still there.
Oh, they still there? Never mind. That was just a brain fart on my part. Apologies.
Team Sol is there, Floki,
They're
and they
still there.
are
They're
still
there.
fighting. But look at Team Insane, Floki. They're also trying their level best, and it's so unlike Insane. We're yet to see them in the kill period or finish period, seems, and that matters a lot. Talking about GodLike Esports, Z-God on the ground, it seems, and he will love to provide some decent cover. Look at that spray coming in. Soul Viper getting the better of Rockstar at that point of time, and Blazon would get Gyro next.
Well, GodLike with so many gods in their roster, no surprise they're racking up all of these finishes as Z-God and Clutch God, along with Jonathan, still alive and kicking over here. Jonathan just continues to pile on to the misery of his opponents, as there's also an airdrop nearby that can be picked up. Eggy might just be taken out by the blue over here, and yes, he will indeed be finished off. The credit for that not really going to anyone. And we'll see if GodLike can push forward over here and take out the members sitting in the water. Well, I say sitting, but they're actually swimming right now and trying to make sure that they do keep their breath held for as long as possible, because when they surface, those bullets are going to be fired in their direction.
Now it's going to be really hard for Insane to, enter the zone. First, they have to cross the river, then they have to go towards the other side of the zone. This is going to be so difficult for them. Meanwhile, if you ask me, I'm going to give the iQOO MVP to EnigmaVix, not only because he got finishes, just because his smartness, just because he predicted the zone.
Oh, and look at that.
Too early.
Even right now, his big brain just continues to shine up over here. As is he in the passenger seat right next to Mighty OP?
He is.
What?
They're sharing the
Oh
vehicle.
my god, they're sharing a vehicle right now. This is not the way for heroes want to go out. This is not heroic at all. This is cowardice at its peak. And Team Insane, well, it seems that they too are looking to move out of here and instead live to fight another day.
EnigmaVix is still in the zone, and still his vehicle is in the zone as well. So they can just chill, they can just relax. And Team Insane, I wonder if any of their players can get into the vehicle as well.
Well, like I said earlier, it does seem like GodLike Esports still have a couple of gods in their roster. Let's see how much work they can do right now with these members still trying their best to wrap up a couple of shots. What the hell is Goblin trying to do? His vehicle is going to be blown to smithereens, and he will be eliminated over here. Insane Esports will lose a member. In fact, it's just going to be a domino effect of shots because Addy is also going to be going down. And just like that, GodLike add another total of 2 finishes to their name. In the meantime, Viper and Rocks trying to keep the dreams alive for the members of Soul. Those nades come pouring in. Smoke's also being deployed to provide them with some form of cover. That nade, it might just hit it. Smoke! No, it's a smoke. It is a smoke. It was a smoke. It was a bit of a fake coming in. But that is an actual nade that will hurt the members of Insane. They're so low over here. Another nade coming in. Is gonna yes, it is. Soul will secure 2 finish points for themselves and an extra 2 placement points to go along with it. As they are just getting so much value out of every finish they find. Team Insane Esports will finally go down to the hands of Soul. As GodLike also played a small part in that, but now they need to go on the back foot because GodLike are a little bit angry that Soul are coming in and stealing all their glory. In fact, I believe if Soul Rocks does spot out the vehicle in the water, they're gonna find so many finishes to work with. But Rocks, he's just trying to make sure that he's able to set up for the flank as Enigma still somehow disobeying the laws of Mother Nature herself, breathing underwater for so damn long.
I mean, that's what I call carpooling in water.
Oh,
if you know what I mean.
My god. Yeah, that certainly is carpooling, folks, but make sure you do not do that in these times right now. It might result in you, contracting the unnameable disease of unknown origin. In the meantime, EnigmaVix, well, from the passenger seat, he will fire away at the members of Clutch God, the members of GodLike Esports as Clutch God and Z-God. While they're still standing, they might be taken out. Rox has also joined the party over here. Are we prepping up a nade? It might just end up connecting. Clutch God and Z-God, will they live? Yes, they will. They do take a little bit of damage over here, though. And look at that, Alvi. He is smelling blood in the water. He's going forward to find those finishes. Will he be able to secure them? Yes, he will. GodLike will be eliminated in 4th place. And now Enigma, well, they have to blow up their own vehicle, take out the last 2 members from 4 Heroes and Soul, and they will have the chicken dinner to their name. But Rox has left the vehicle for now, and so has Rex. Mighty OP, is he going to fight back? Yes, he is! He will finally let go of those shots, fire a couple of them in that general direction. Once again, going to go back inside the car and try to heal himself back up. He would much rather die to the zone than die at the hands of his enemies. Rox is going to get to the show first. Can he take down Rex? No, but in fact, it does. He made it impossible for him to get that victory. Soul will finish in 2nd place. The 1st place chicken dinner going to be going the way of Enigma Gaming.
What a match that was, Team Enigma Rex.
My God.
And you know what? Rex was in that vehicle from last 15 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy, Team Soul. I was thinking like Rox could get a chicken dinner for Team Soul,
yes,
but the moment he went on the soil,
Mighty,
he did a 360 jump there. He was trying to find the last enemy, but he was not able to.
Absolutely, Mighty OP, in fact, from the car, ended up shooting him over there, making it easier for the last member from Enigma to take him down. He had in fact lost around 60% of his HP right there, and Mighty OP, he might not have been able to secure those placement points for themselves, but he made damn sure that Soul also had a hard time getting that chicken dinner. And once again, it is mutually assured destruction at its finest, as both of those players knew they had nothing to win by taking a fight against each other, but Mighty OP did it anyway.
Look, if it's up to me, I would give the iQOO MVP to EnigmaVix straight away. The way that guy thought about it, that situation, 15 minutes prior to the final zone, that was just incredible. The iQOO, the big brain iQOO play, that was it.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to be having a look at the highlights for now and seeing who is going to be taking that spotlight, of course. I mean, Enigma does come to mind, but great performances by the side of Soul and GodLike as well, as they just completely showcased what their true potential looks like, and man, did it look wonderful.
This was wonderful, but you know what I'm thinking right now? We have witnessed two Erangel and both of them have had a weird zone.
Oh yeah.
Both of them had a really weird zone, but that's the name of the game. Meanwhile, Team Insane are one of the few remaining snipers in Erangel, it seems. But Team Insane with brilliant rushes. Their positional gameplay was also quite brilliant, and they managed to get a lot of points out of this game. If I'm not wrong, they got 7 finishes in this game.
Absolutely. Well, I think four heroes there also have to be, they also have to be given some credit over here, because they too got a lot of finishes to their name, and in the end they played that zone perfectly, staying in the car, carpooling with the members of Enigma like you mentioned. And guess what, just by sitting there for such a long time, Mighty OP got himself and his team an extra 2 points, because GodLike were eliminated, and yeah, at the end of the day there's not much that they could have done. I mean, Enigma, sure, they were the ones partly responsible for it as well, but just the fact that Mighty OP survived until the very end over there made sure they get a few extra points, and perhaps that is going to be the difference between them qualifying and them not being qualifying.
Well, you know what? Mighty OP might just be the superhero for Team 4 Heroes. The way he played, the way he survived the very last moment.
Some might even say he's All Might.
He is All Might. Great reference coming in from My Hero Academia, but at this point of time, Floki, it's all about surviving, it's all about getting those really important points, and by hook, by crook, by surviving in underwater, doesn't even matter.
Absolutely. I mean, Neo, he once again did so much work for his team early on. Sure, he got taken out, but he was the reason why they had that insane lead to work with. And man, that M642 at that distance, just shredding whoever came in front of their sights. That too on a beach. How poetic. We have relived Normandy once again. World War II D-Day is what I'm talking about, folks, in case you're confused. So you can look it up and see exactly what I've been talking about. But in the meantime, great performances coming out from Enigma.
Oh,
they really needed this chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I mean, they needed this chicken dinner. They are consistent and they are racking a lot of points. But, to be honest, I thought that it was a very close game. GodLike could have gotten that chicken dinner. Team Insane could have gotten that chicken dinner. In the end, Rox, I thought, would get the chicken dinner because he was on the soil first. But it's all about information, and he had no info about Enigma Rex.
Oh yeah, he certainly did not, and he had no idea that there were going to be a couple of players staying in the water there. Once again, like you said, those big brain plays coming out, just sitting in the passenger seat of the car, making sure you're not taking a lot of damage, and well, using that to find free finishes like we've always said. I'm a little bit surprised that GodLike did actually shoot in the water and blow that car up, but it could simply be due to the fact that they did not have information as to where those players were, and none of the players even went into the water, so they never found out that there was a car there.
I mean, it's all about information, as you said. If they had some utilities, if they had some really good nades, they could have thrown those nades towards the vehicle, and they could have, damaged a lot of players there. But I have to say, it's time to step up, and Team Soul is stepping up.
They most certainly are over here. I mean, Soul finally seem to be waking up when the third map has come through. And they did perform really well. I do believe they finished in second place, but I'm not sure if their finish points are going to be enough to propel them up just yet. They will get themselves into the top 6 if my calculations are not wrong.
Let me tell you about the calculation. I think they are going to get 18 total points out of this game.
Alright, 18 total points. Well, who needs points table when you've got a big brain like that?
I have my iQOO 7 Legend. I'm using the calculator.
Absolutely. Well, there you go, folks. In case you need a calculator, iQOO 7 Legend has that too. But yeah, jokes aside, I mean, I do believe that Soul sort of needed this victory just as much as Enigma did, because they too have been having, well, a dumpster fire of a time in these series so far. They've not been really doing all that well. And yeah, after this match, I mean, this is what I was talking about. Rox, he got shot there by Mighty OP, and Rex's job was so much easier. Look at that. He had some Navy SEAL training right there, coming out from the water and getting that pick.
I mean, Mighty spoiled it for Soul, but Enigma, oh my god, Rex, what a player he's turning out to be, and what a stage to be the player of the game. I have to say, Floki, this performance, he will, remember it forever.
Absolutely, he will most certainly remember it for a very long time to come. And even in fact, the birthday boy himself, Enigma Avi, had a very good showing. I believe he had 5 finishes coming to his name. So once again, congratulations to Avi, and if you're watching this, a very happy birthday to you once again. But I have to say something, imagine it is your birthday and you're supposed to play over here. You must be feeling such a mixed cocktail of emotions.
Floki, forget about that. Imagine qualifying for semi-finals of BGIS on your birthday.
Well, that would be a reason to have two parties, but let's have a look at the point standings for now and see exactly where all these teams are situated. Well, Enigma rightfully on top with the throne in hand, 31 points to their name. They reign head and shoulders above all the teams in this match. Second place, we've got 4 Heroes with 21. In third place, we've got the members of Seoul with 18 points to their name.
Well, I mean, out of 16, Team Enigma, I think Rex got 10 of them. What a player he's turning out to be for Enigma, I have to say. But number 4, we got Team GodLike with 17 total points. Out of them, 9 were from finishers. Number 5, we got Team Insane. Finally, a short little comeback from them, Floki.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Team Insane having a good performance in our esports as well with 12 points to their name. Not a bad showing at all. But this is where you can really start seeing the difference. We jumped straight from 12 points down to 3 in 7th place for Tactical Esports with just 3 points going to their name. 1 coming from those finishes and 2 from that 7th place finish. And Team BE with 2 points and the rest with 1 and none. But you know what? Let's see if what you say is true. If he did indeed get 10 finishes, I'm curious to see if he's going to be on that iQOO MVP screen. Well, we're about to find out. It is indeed going to be the man himself, Rex, with 10 finishes to his name and 1,200 damage done.
You know, when he had 5 finishes, I told you that I want him to be the iQOO MVP. Maybe he didn't need me. I mean, he got 10 finishes for himself. Let's have a look at top 5 players of this game. And I believe we are going to see his friend, the birthday boy Enigma.
Oh yeah?
5 finishes and a whooping damage of 860.
Absolutely big numbers over here from the side of Enigma, but there are also a couple other teams in the mix over here, so let's not leave them out. It's going to be Team Insane Esports' Goblin with 5 finishes to his name and 636 damage done. Mighty OP as well with 807 damage done.
Big numbers.
Only 4 finishes to show for it as well. Once again, big numbers. And Jonathan from GodLike also making an appearance in the 5th place with 3 finishes and 586 damage done. But once again, it is Team Enigma who took the cake over here, having a 10-point difference between them and the 2nd place. So let's have a look at the match summary and see the overall stats and see how many grenades were used, see how many of them resulted in finishes. Out of the 89 grenades that were popped, Spiro, only 5 resulted in finishes.
Yes, sir. I mean, I love the utility usage. Erangel is a beautiful world where you can get a lot of value if you know how to use those nades. Total healing, if you talk about, there's 7,356. Total knock, 62. Total finishes, 60. And the 3 airdrops were looted, Floki.
Absolutely, 3 airdrops being looted overall. So once again, very efficient play coming out from these teams, making sure they are able to get those bonus weapons as well. But let's have a look at the FT performance graph and see how many finishes were gotten in respect to the damage done. Well, we have a Burj Khalifa in town, folks. It is right over here in the studio. We've got 2,943 damage done by the members of Enigma with 16 finishes to their name. And in 2nd place by a margin of, well, around 900 points, we have got Team 4 Heroes sitting at 2,045 damage done with 11 finishes to work with.
Now, this is what I call the city of Mumbai. You can see a lot of skyscrapers, but there are some slums areas as well, Floki, out there in the bottom. We can see Team X Lion there with 100 damage, 0 finishes. But yes, talking about Team Enigma, what a brilliant performance coming in from them. 2,943 damage for 16 finishes. Everyone played their part. GodLike with 1,900 damage for 9 finishes, and Team R Esports for 8 finishes they got. It's a beautiful city, it seems. Frocky, you are from Mumbai?
Oh yeah, I absolutely am, and well, it does remind me of that a little bit, you know, just seeing those tall skyscrapers with also some of those low float buildings down there as well. But once again, it's almost like I've always said, you know, it's if in the first 2 maps you aren't able to perform, but you're able to understand how or what the meta is shaping up to be, how these teams are playing, well, then you can always make a comeback, because there's 3 maps of Erangel to be played, and you can always learn from your mistakes and improve. But while I do say that, there is a map which is only going to be played once in this 6-map series. It's going to be Sanhok, but we'll talk about that later because we have another very interesting stat for you. It is going to be the player face-off, and we're going to see which 2 players are going to be meeting each other. I believe Rex is going to be on one end. Nope, never mind. Rex is just too good for everyone. You know, you can't compare him to anyone on the server in the last game.
You can't compare Rex with anyone out of Erangel, but talking about comparison, we have GodLike Jonathan on the right, we have Insane Goblin on the left. Insane Goblin managing to get 5 finishes, and he dealt a total damage of 636. Meanwhile, Jonathan, he got 3 finishes and 3 assists with a damage of 586.
Absolutely. Once again, very close performances coming in, but of course, Jonathan having slightly lower finishes. Let's have a squad face-off instead. Put 4 players up against the other 4, put an entire team against each other, combine all the numbers, and what do we get? Well, we get Enigma Gaming going up against the side of 4 heroes.
Well, fear the Enigma is, I think, is the thing must be spamming in the chat at this point of time. That's their slogan. And yes, you have to fear the Enigma. The way they are playing, 16 finishes, almost 3,000 damage. I mean, we were seeing 3,000 in round 3, in round 2s, but nobody would have expected to see that in quarterfinals.
Absolutely, and once again, we are seeing a huge amount of damage done by Enigma with 2,943 points and 16 finishes like we talked about. 5 headshots! 5! That is a big, big number for them.
Oh, look at the assist of 4 heroes as well. They got 11 finishes, but they got 10 assists.
Oh, yeah.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Absolutely. And Enigma, if you do remember correctly, they did steal a few finishes from their close buddies, you know, in the other team. It was GodLike Esports who lined up a couple of them, knocked them down, but it was Enigma to come in like a fox and steal those finishes away. Let's have a look at how Enigma have been performing throughout the day, though, because I do think they haven't had the same level of performance in the previous games. They have been getting finishes, but when it came to placement points, they weren't looking so good. However, with this chicken dinner, they should be in the driver's seat for the maps to come.
Well, improving match by match, and I have to say, first Erangel was average. They managed to get 5 finishes. Second, Miramar, they managed to get 4, but look at the damage. It is increasing. That's the big thing in this one. Comes the match 3, they managed to get 16 finishes and the chicken dinner. That means they got a total of 31 points out of this match. And I have to say, Floki, it only takes one good match and you are up there.
Absolutely, just one good match with one good performance and you propel yourself upward into the sky. And hopefully, if you do propel yourself high enough, you might meet GodLike Esports over there. Because like XP just mentioned, they are from the sky, they are divine beings. So we'll see if any other team can reach those heights as well. But if you want to find that out, you're going to have to stay tuned because, well, the map of Sanhok is going to be coming up next. And you're definitely going to need some help from the gods above if you want to make it out alive out of that one.
Well, after listening to that, I can imagine XP having a little bit smirk on his face. But at this point of time, let's have a look at overall standings. Let's see who is on top of the table and which 6 teams are we going to find.
Well, no, Enigma are not there at top just yet. It is going to be the divine beings themselves, GodLike Esports, with 51 points to their name. But second and third place being tied between Tactical and Enigma Gaming. Now, this is interesting. Both teams have 49 points, but the ones with more chicken dinners get the preference. But once again, the chicken dinners are the same. So where do you go next? You go towards the position points, and that is where Tactical Esports edges them out.
Well, absolutely. I mean, position points, they are really important for you. But right now, at number 4, we got Team Axe Lions, who got 35 total points. They got a chicken to themselves. In the second game, they played really well. Number 5, we got a new name in Team Soul with 16 total finishes, 13 position points. They managed to get a total of 29 points.
Absolutely. Well, those 4th and those 4th to 6th places are going to be looking a little bit dicey for now because Team IRONSIGHT and Team BE not too far behind. They have 23 and 21 points respectively, but it is going to take a breakout performance from these teams if they want to propel themselves upward and get to that top 6 spot. In the meantime, though, there are also a couple of other teams on the other side of this table that I'm quite sure are not going to be feeling too good about themselves. But maybe if the stars do line up, if GodLike or Tactical or Enigma take an early exit, we could be seeing a new winner coming up there on that spot. But for now, it is going to be these 6 teams up at the top. Let's finally move on to the other side and see who it is going to be over there. We've got our Esports, Insane Esports, Invincible, MAYAVIx, TKM, Outliers, FPS Gaming, and Rage Officials. Unfortunately, just not having a good day.
Well, not a good day until this point. I have to say, there's still 3 more games remaining, Floki. And, you know, as we say it, you just need one good game. And there are some amazing names there. I mean, talk about Team MAYAVIx. Their performance in round 1, round 2, round 3 were flawless. They were aggressive, they were ruthless, they were hostile. And now they have to be just that in the next one.
Absolutely. Well, it's almost like, the great wise sage of yellow color, a bald head, and a bulging belly once said, Homer Simpson himself, it is your bad day so far. Maybe it's going to be a little bit better, maybe it's going to get worse, but you don't know that yet. Hopefully Sanhok is the intervention that some of these teams need to get ahead in life. But for now, we're going to be thanking our sponsors, the iQOO 7 Legend itself, the ones responsible for putting this tournament together with a 1 crore rupees prize pool. I mean, this bad boy has you covered on so many aspects. We can talk all day long about it, but I think it's a lot better if you hear it from themselves. So let's jump into this phone and see what it's all about.
Surprise, surprise! We have switched things around over here. Floki's shifted from this seat to that, and well, Hope has finally left the building, and now we're going to experiment with a few things. Welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. My name is Angad the Experiment Chahal, and of course, this distinguished gentleman to my left, he goes by Hiraka. If you know the meaning, it does mean a diamond in the rough, but we like calling him Floki.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for the warm introduction there, Experiment. I do want to ask you, after that game, it's slightly cold. It is a slightly raw. It's still slightly, just pulled out from the fridge yet. It's going to take some time to warm up. But all those things aside, you had a look at the last game. What do you think of Enigma's performance?
I mean, I just loved the entirety of the situation because, well, we had a vehicle in the water and we had 3 teams pretty much sharing that vehicle. Of course, it only had seats for 2. Now, before we talk about anything further, let's have a look and see what Seoul have to say because, well, surprise, surprise, we have a nice little interview for you guys. So let's see what Seoul has to say about the last game itself.
iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series में आप सभी का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है। मेरा नाम है के मेजी, मेरे साथ जुड़े हैं द बॉट। बट आज हमारे साथ एक और बहुत ही बेहतरीन प्लेयर और गेस्ट हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे। नाम है उनका सोल रॉक्स। उनसे हम लोग कुछ बातचीत करेंगे और कुछ इंसाइट लेने की कोशिश करेंगे। चलिए चलते हैं सीधा रॉक्स के पास और उन्हीं से जानते हैं कि आज क्या होने वाला है। रॉक्स, स्वागत है आपका।
हाय, थैंक यू सो मच। कैसे हैं आप लोग?
बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया। और मुझे लगता है कि आज का प्रदर्शन और जो टीम्स हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं उसके बाद तो और भी ज्यादा बढ़िया। रॉक्स, एक सबसे पहला सवाल मेरा यही है कि जैसे राउंड 3 में हमने देखा कि जो वो 2 पॉइंट थे, वो जो 2 पॉइंट आप लोग क्वालिफाई करके गए, हमने वाइपर को देखा वहां पे सरवाइव करते हुए। आज आप किस तरीके से प्लान करके आए? क्योंकि आज तो 6 मैचेस हैं, ऐसा भी नहीं मात्र 3 हो। तो आज सर्वाइवल पे ज्यादा फोकस होने वाला है या फिर दोनों बैलेंस करके चलने वाले हैं?
पहला कोशिश यही होने वाला है कि जो 2 पॉइंट वाली बात आई थी तो वो वाली बात ना आए इस बार।
बिल्कुल जी,
बस यही अपना प्लान है, सिंपल।
जी रॉक, जैसे कि अभी हमने देखा ना कि कंपटीशन बहुत ज़्यादा ऑलरेडी चल रहा है एंड अगर अभी हम पास्ट परफॉर्मेंस की भी बात करें, चाहे वो ग्राइंड हो या फिर हम BGIS का ही राउंड 3 देख लें, तो वो उतना आउटस्टैंडिंग अभी तक देखने को नहीं मिला है। तो अभी आपने क्या स्ट्रैटेजीज में कुछ चेंजेस करने का सोचे या फिर प्लेयर्स के कुछ रोल्स चेंज करने का सोचा या फिर कुछ अलग स्ट्रैटेजीज के साथ इस बार आप इस BGIS के क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में अगर आने की सोच रहे हैं तो?
आई डोंट थिंक अपन स्ट्रेटजिक पार्ट पे लैग कर रहे हैं। जस्ट थोड़ा सा प्लेयर्स आर वेरी न्यू टू द सीन, जो कुछ अनएक्सपीरियंस्ड है एंड थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस की जरूरत है। वो अपन जैसे जैसे अच्छा कर रहे हैं, वी आर गेटिंग इट एंड दैट्स इट। आई डोंट थिंक कि कोई और ऐसा रीजन है। एंड पास्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट द पास्ट परफॉर्मेंस, कोशिश रहेगा पहले से बेटर है as we are improving by day, so that's it।
चलिए, कम से कम इम्प्रूवमेंट आ रही है और आज वो इम्प्रूवमेंट हमें 6 मैचों में ज़रूर देखने को मिले। बट एक और चीज़ की सैनॉक का मैच आने वाला है और कहीं ना कहीं हमें पता है कि सोल का सैनॉक का मैच काफ़ी ज़्यादा बढ़िया रहा है, जितने भी हमने मैचेस फिलहाल के लिए देखे हैं या फिर वो कोई भी मैचेस रहे हों। बट मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि सैनॉक में आपकी क्या स्ट्रेटजी हो सकती है। मेरे हिसाब से जैसे कल हमने देखा था स्काईलाइट 42 फर्स्ट हिट लेके वो घूम रहे थे। आपका ऐसा भी कोई मोटिव कि चलिए ठीक है, हील बैटल के लिए जा सकते हैं या फिर पूरा सर्वाइवल गेम सैनॉक में?
एक्चुअली कल हम नहीं खेल रहे थे तो स्काईलाइट ने उसका फायदा उठाया, हमारी फर्स्ट हिट लूट ले गए डॉग से जी। तो कोशिश करेंगे कि जो उन्होंने किया उसको थोड़ा और बेटर तरीके से करेंगे, उनका आज हम लूट लेंगे जाके।
बिल्कुल रॉक्स, प्रेशर की बात करते हैं थोड़ा, क्योंकि इतना बड़ा फैन बेस है। अगर हम बात करें सोल का, पूरी इंडिया की जनता ये बात जानती है, तो इतना बड़ा फैन बेस और कितना ज़्यादा प्रेशर है अभी उस फैन बेस को भी, क्योंकि काफ़ी सारी एक्सपेक्टेशंस यहाँ पर जनता की रहने वाली, हम सबकी काफ़ी सारी एक्सपेक्टेशंस है। तो वो प्रेशर को भी कैसे हैंडल किया जा रहा है?
प्रेशर तो रहता ही है। आई मीन लोगों को मुझे बोलना चाहिए कि रॉक्स चिल करो, अभी उल्टा हो रहा है। लोग मेरे को टेक्स्ट करते हैं, मैं उनको बोलता हूँ चिल करो। फिलहाल अभी ऐसा हो रहा है जी। प्रेशर तो रहता ही है, इतना बड़ा जब टूर्नामेंट है। बट उसको कैसे डील करें वो ज्यादा मायने रखता है एंड उस पर ही अपन फोकस्ड है कि उतना प्रेशर ना लें, जस्ट अपना जो यूजुअल गेम है वो खेलें।
चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच रॉक्स, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। बातचीत करके काफी बेहतर लगा और जो ऑडियंस है उन्हें भी सुन के अच्छा लगा होगा कि ठीक है, टीम सोल पूरी तरीके से तैयार है क्वार्टर फाइनल के लिए। वंस अगेन बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपको हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए एंड ऑल द बेस्ट।
Thank you so much.
थैंक यू। चलिए रॉक्स हमारे साथ जुड़े, उन्होंने बताया कि किस तरीके से वो तैयारियां कर रहे हैं और क्या अच्छे तरीके से वो जो प्रेशर है उसे हैंडल किया जा रहा है। बट चलिए ये बातचीत यहीं पे हम लोग खत्म करेंगे, बढ़ेंगे अगले मैच की तरफ और कभी और कोई एक और नया गेस्ट हमारे साथ जरूर जुड़े।
Oh, baby, I mean, forget about words of wisdom. Looks like a few shots have been fired over there because Soul, of course, wasn't playing yesterday. And looks like Skylights Gaming took advantage of the fact and, in fact, took a play out of their playbook. I wonder if that's going to be the case in the semi-finals, if both teams do make it. Now, before, again, we get into the next game, let me just remind you as to which all teams are going to be battling it out on the Battlegrounds down below.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to be starting off with Team IRONSIGHT. We've got Team 4 Heroes as well. Team Insane Esports, GodLike Esports, R Esports, Invincible Esports, Team X Lions, Team Outliers, and well, we've also got Team BE, Tactical Esports, FPS Gaming, Soul, Rage Officials, TKM Esports, Enigma Gaming, and Team MAYAVIx.
Pretty impressive. You did that in like almost one breath over there, Floki. I guess, you know, you are doing the right thing over here.
You, man.
Speaking for... Again, I love this banter with him. It's all in good fun.
Absolutely. I mean,
but anyway, before we get into the map of Sanhok, let's just have a little bird's eye view and see if we can see anything moving amongst all those tropical trees down below.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at that and see what that's all about. But yeah, I love these jabs, you know, being taken at each other. That's how you know that, you know, you found a friend in someone else. But we are going to be moving on to the map of Sanhok. No friends over here, in fact. Everyone's just fighting for real estate.
Well, at least you got a friend in me here, buddy. And I wonder how many of you know where that's from. Hey, you set me up perfectly for it. You set me up. But again, you know what's going to be set up right now is the stage is set for the next game because, well, all the carnage is going to come down to Sanhok now. Let me just explain something to you, all of you watching right now. What's going to happen is, teams are going to drop down, teams are going to pick up weapons. If they don't have weapons, they're going to use their fists, and they're going to try and murder one another. But, but that didn't happen yesterday. Yesterday, 15 minutes, no one said hello to anybody else. Not a single shot fired.
I mean, you know, I'm not too surprised. It does seem to be opposite day over here at the studio because, well, the first two matches of, well, Erangel and Miramar, we saw a lot of action coming in early on, and, well, it never stopped. But in Sanhok, that does not seem to be the case. It seems that Sanhok has, you know, put on the wheel of Miramar and Erangel for now, and everyone is quite happy with the amount of real estate that they find. But you know what I want to see? I want to see the first map of Sanhok all over again. I want to see that circle shifting all the way up towards the northwest with 50% of being in water. And, well, this is one island to work with, and is all the way up in the northwest once again. So let's see if that's going to happen or not. Well, what do you want?
We are going to find out right about now as the game is going to begin, and well, we are going to be flying over the tropical island of Sanhok. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you look to your right, you'll see a lot of greenery. If you look to your left, a lot of blue. That's what this is because, well, it is a tiny map, 4x4, which means doesn't matter where the plane path is. All the favorite drop spots are going to be in jumping distance. But the question for today is, are we going to see some drop clashes? Because we haven't seen anything like that happen in Sanhok in the last couple of days, Floki.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sanhok has been relatively quiet and timid, and guess what? I think even the flight path this time around, we may just see some action, but I don't think it even matters. Never mind. It's still going to be accessible. It's still going to be the one team that still makes it to docks.
The best thing is, if the circle forms down south, someone in a docks, cave, and kampong, it could be exciting. But again, it is Sanhok, and by the second or third circle, it is going to be the same amount of space as it is now. Let's see where the circle is going to form.
Drum roll.
No, that was a bit too fast.
There we go.
I mean, it's pretty unambitious, but it looks like we are going to have an early clash as Insane Esports are taking the fight to GodLike. Now, of course, all this action is going to take place in Painan. Are Insane Esports going to live up to the hype? Are they going to live up to their names? Because they are known for their aggression. But for now, they are going up against Divine Intervention itself.
Absolutely. GodLike, well, they've got themselves a couple of weapons to work with over here. Neo being adept at multiple range engagements over here. As we had a little bit of glimpse into the future once again. Well, there is a bit of a glitch in the Matrix. No surprises there when we got Neo on the server. That does tend to happen, but we'll see if Neo can continue to glitch his enemies out, and maybe that's what he might do over here, because Sam has been knocked out over there, and guess what? He might just be finished off too. For now, he's still in cover, but this is merely a bait for other Insane members to come in. If they want to save their teammate, right now they need to push forward. They can't be the ones going towards his teammate instead, because they will be shot in the dome.
Oh, they will be shot in the dome, and that is, well, if you get shot in the dome, chances are you are going to be brought down to your knees, and then after that it's going to be a difficult survival time. But for now, Goblin is going to be taking the brunt of the attack, but Zegod is going to be brought down by Zayed, and now Riot is going to make sure that he takes cover because Clutch Guard was all out aggressing on him. Now, Goblin again, not what you see them in the natural habitat, but he is going to go in for that revive. He's got to be careful though, because Clutch God is trying to make a move. Neo is trying to make a move, but that is where Iardi could be in a prime position. Clutch God again, he's got to make sure his back is secure. Now Iardi did give his position away. Unfortunately, Clutch God is going to capitalize on the situation, and with that, Insane Esports are going to be losing one member. Raid still has that high ground. However, he's got to be careful because GodLike are trying to extend towards the left flank with Jonathan.
Absolutely. GodLike, they're trying to make sure that they're able to have multiple angles covered over here, but they might be spread out a bit too thin. Jonathan, how many can he line up? He gets one for now. Gonna turn his attention to the second one. Light that one up as well. Great headshot coming in from him. And that is it. The story is over. The cookie has crumbled. Insane should also be falling along with it. Siam, the last man standing over here. I don't think there's a lot of hope left for him in this world.
Oh, there isn't, because they know there's only one man trapped in that little house over there, and now the doors are going to be shot in. Clutch God and Neo are making their move. Shots are going to be fired. Can Siam do the impossible? He gets out. He does take a few shots, but you know what? They're going to take it easy. They're going to bombard the room with grenades, and now it's going to be the other way around because, well, Siam has been put out of his misery. But again, their respite is not over yet. Tactical heard all the commotion, and, well, this is the tactical time for them to aggress.
Absolutely. They poke their head out of the window and they see GodLike going up against the members of Insane. They're like, I want a piece of that action too. But in the meantime, it is going to be Team Outliers coming into the mix over here at long range, finding all those knocks. But it's going to be hard to convert them to finishes. They need to get close to do that.
I mean, speak about targeting. The moment they realize, hey, wait a second, I have bullets, and they look at the kill feed, they're like, GodLike over here. Let's go make a name for ourselves. And from each side, they have, well, Team Outliers on one side, and down south, Tactical Esports are going to be pushing up on their position. But for now, again, GodLike are going to be in a good spot. They have a lot of buildings for cover, which means even though they are going to get knocked down, well, they are going to get right back up again. Also, keep in mind, Painan is still pretty much unlooted because, well, the two teams clashed early, which means there's a lot of utility, a lot of weapons, a lot of helmets still lying around.
Absolutely. A lot of the maps still relatively unexplored over here, so we'll see if these teams do get there and grab whatever's inside those little huts. But in the meantime, I like what, Outliers did. They fired off a couple of shots, they let the sense of paranoia set in, and now GodLike are just going to dig their own grave slowly, right? Because they don't know where Outliers are going to be. They probably have to send one man out on a bit of a scouting mission, and that is a big risk in itself. So once again, Outliers playing the map properly and just playing with their enemies' minds too.
Now, I like what you said there. But I do believe, since it's GodLike, I mean, only because it's GodLike, I don't think they're going to be digging their graves right now. In fact, they might just give the opposition the feeling of, that, hey, we're over here, we're a bit vulnerable, why don't you come in? But that is when they are going to strike.
Right open.
Or I could be wrong as well. I mean, I do believe they are trying to give a little bit of a placebo effect to their opposition. Let's see if they are going to take the bait. Because the thing with Outliners is, have a look at the map position, right? They are right between Bootcamp and Painan, which means they are atop that massive hill that seems to be around that place. And, well, they do not want to lose their advantage yet. Elsewhere, Enigma Gaming, winners of your last game, having some fun jumping all these pools at Mong Nai.
Absolutely. Well, these are the rice fields, so we'll see if they do get themselves enough healing to work with. I'd love to see something like that. Maybe a rice ball somewhere or the other. You eat it, you get 40 points of health
You're
back.
just making me feel hungry now.
Well, absolutely, and that is why we are going to be having dinner in just a bit. But Seoul, in the meantime, they had, not a very good start to start things off, but they have stepped up to the table for now. Sanhok is the place where Rox did say that, he's going to be carrying a lot of first aid, a lot of bandages to work with as well. He's got 19 bandages for now, but I sure think he would like a few more first aids to work with.
Elsewhere, it does seem like FPS Gaming have opened up on Team BE, and sooner or later we might just be switching to that action. There you have it. In fact, it looks like Team BE are trying to make a little bit of assault on the boot camp. Now, they do have one of the members knocked out by the cliffs, but of course, he should be picked up without any issues. Now, FPS Gaming, they are making the right moves because they want to make sure they blockade everything that comes in. And it looks like, forget blockading, they're going in for the kill. They want to make sure all the flanks are secure, and sooner or later, Team BEs could be choked out. However, keep a lookout in the distance as Invincibles might just join them as well. In fact, Tex over there almost gave his position away. It was almost taken down, but Chiku, he is going to be moving in. He's got to be careful. careful, because I do believe the moment he gets his footsteps away, it's going to be problematic elsewhere. Tactical are going to be hitting Team Mayavi as Hitman is taken down. In fact, 2 of the members are down on the knees while standing clutch. They have their work cut out, and Wild is going to make sure that Knuckle is brought down along with him. Now, they are going to retreat just a little bit. They are going to have to cut their losses because, well, their fallen comrades are right where the enemy are.
Absolutely. Tactical, they have to sort of just fall back over here. They can't just stay here for long because they don't have cover to work with. In the meantime, elsewhere on the map as well, it seems that Team BE could be in a world of trouble so far. A knock for a knock, or rather, I see 2 people knocked down from the side of Blink Esports. In fact, Voltex might just be the only member still carrying the dreams of his team alive. We're about to find out if he can clutch this out or not. 3 or rather 4 members now from FPS Gaming, all just looking to surround this man. And well, it's going to be his demise over here. He gets taken out, and so does the rest of Blink Esports. They are out in 14th place with no points to show for.
Well, there you have it, Blink, and you missed it because in an instant, all these 4 members, they pushed up on his position, and with that, Team B are going to be out of this map of Sanhok. That means, well, 2 teams already out this early. I'm a happy man. This is not the Sanhok that I was used to from yesterday. Now, you got to keep one thing in mind. Although FPS have moved on towards the warehouses, boot camp for now isn't still up for grabs. One of their members is still going to be holding down the fort, but Floki on the other side, GodLike, seem like they want to pick a fight with Team Mayavi. And keep one thing in mind, Team Mayavi are still 1 man down, and GodLike are on a high with those 4 finishes to their names already.
Absolutely, and guess what? Because of those 4 finishes, they also kitted up to the T. They've got themselves everything to work with over here. The question is, are they going to continue to push forward and rack up those finish points? That should be the case given it's Sanhok, but for now, they're just going to be very, very happy finding that little piece of information and maybe going elsewhere on a bit of an adventure because, well, they are already in the zone for now, and they don't have any real incentive to chase for a couple of finishes. They could be just heading straight into a trap, and well, we all know how that story ends. When you're a bit too hungry for finishes and you discard your surroundings, you discard where the opponent might be, well, a couple of snakes in the grass might just end up finding you.
Speaking of snakes, Viper on your screen right now. Again, if you are going to be traveling to some tropical country, please watch where you do step, because you do have a lot of vipers, pit vipers to be precise, around that place, and it really does sting. But elsewhere, what is stinging is the fact that Aditya's M4 is putting some lead in the opposition, and well, we are going to be switching back to the boot camp once again as Invincibles are going to be coming in now. The invincibility is going to be put to the test. Oh, Cypher is going to be taken down. That is going to be problematic for them. That is a good grenade. It looks good. The bounce just might do what it's intended for. However, it is going to be just a bit too long now. Pirate FPS is going to be taken in. Meanwhile, on the other side, GodLike coming under fire. Tactical Esports making their move as Clutch God is going to be down in no man's land. Clutch making sure he holds off as Jonathan is trying to move in. He comes out, and Jonathan is going to put a few bullets in his back.
Absolutely, and look at that. Neo is also looking to join into the party over here. Clutch God does get taken out, and that is it. Done and dusted. Tactical Esports, the winners from the first game, out.
Z-Guard with the double, well, the DBS over there. Boom, boom, boom. And that's all she wrote.
That's what I love about this map. The fact that the shotguns are still relevant and not something that you see very often on other maps. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards the members of FPS Gaming. Pirate, he's near the water. He's got that plus 50 water buff. Let's see if he can make it work this time around. Invincible, they are falling one after the other. So maybe that Pirate buff is indeed coming in play. Look at that M249. It's just ready to rattle off a couple of shots with 132 bullets still in the chamber, but he will switch over to the M4. But now they don't know he's over there. He's going to go in around for the flag. He will fight the knock on Angry Boy, but will be knocked in turn. Is he going to be taken out as well? No, he is not. Well, it does look like he's going to be able to survive. And FPS Gaming, they're going to come in from the flank and finish him off. Invincible out at 13th place.
Well, FPS Gaming definitely getting the job done over here, and of course, it probably is going to be something that they are looking forward to. Again, you drop down at boot camp, you've got to have the confidence, you've got to have the cojones, because, you know, sooner or later, some team or the other is going to be coming your way, and looks like they were ready for the challenge now. The circle is going to implode in on itself. We are going to shift just a little bit down south. Not a problem for the majority of the teams, but have a look at Seoul. They are going to make it out of the blue somewhere just north of Camp Charlie, north of the cave, in fact. And, well, no opposition in sight for them yet. Elsewhere, I do believe Team IRONSIGHT are going to be coming down. And you know what? They might just pick up a drop in Sanhok. Elsewhere, again, 4 heroes taking the fight to the enemy as GodLike. Once again, they are hungry. They do know where Team Mayavi went. And, boy, they are chasing them down.
Absolutely. You know what? Costa's curse kept in check. I do think Seoul have a very good position for this circle. But we'll see if that does end up becoming a factor. As we're going to go back towards the side of GodLike Esports, who do seem to be, well, wanting to take out the other pirate on the other team, that is Mayavi. Daku should most certainly be eliminated over here. They're trying to round up a couple of shots from under the car. Will they connect? Well, yes, they will. Clutch God will find him in the end, and he will be finished off most likely. He's trying to survive, just be a little bit more annoying, and well, he will do certainly that, and looks like they're gonna try to run him over. No, they are not. That is just horrible. That is a beatdown. My God.
Talk about adding insult to injury. That is what that was. He took a few punches. Again, good chin on the guy, but then that pan finally came in and dang, that was all she wrote for the lad on our screens. Now, again, they are hungry. They're going to turn their attention to the last remaining member of Team Mayavi, probably hunt them down. But for now, looks like the 4 Lions are going to be coming under a bit of pressure over here because, well, the 4 heroes are going to be pushing in on their position. Now, again, you don't usually see Lions over here. It's more of Tiger's Paradise, but looks like they are going to be feeding that brunt as now from 4, they have been reduced to 2.
Absolutely, and 4 heroes. Well, let's see if they can continue braving the hero's journey and walking into the Lion's Den, as they did take out 2 of them, but there is still a pack of 2 remaining to be taken out. In fact, they're just going to be happy with what they found. Instead, they will keep control of this hill, and guess what? They are in a good position to just, not really move and just hold on to their ground.
The best thing is, judging by what I see right now, the circle might actually be concentric this time, and in fact, Painan could still be in play. Just the edge of the ruins could still be there, or we could have boot camp. So again, I have kind of spread my options far and wide, but I'll say something around Painan and boot camp. Somewhere in the middle is where we might just be heading. For now, FPS Gaming again holding down the fort at the boot camp. Meanwhile, looks like the opposition is going to be spotted as TKM Gaming are going to be unloading on the enemy from their concealed positions.
Absolutely, TKM, well, they are hiding in the tall grass for now, but eventually they will have to pounce. They've showed a little bit of their hand, but the rest of the members they still have the element of surprise available to them. In the middle of these 2 airdrops, these guys are fighting, but I do think that they still might have access over here.
Have a look at the left of your screens, just near Tambang. GodLike are hunting down the last member, and the moment I take their name, they are trying to ascertain the position of that last man standing from Team Mayavi, and well, he is going to make sure he doesn't make a peek, he doesn't make a sound, but looks like he is finally going to be caught out, and the Tommy gun does do all its talking. Clutch Guard taking a tremendous amount of damage, but now that Molotov is going in again, good thinking on Admino's spot, but he comes out. Clutch Guard has enough cover over here. Now they are going to be behind the brick wall. Jonathan comes in, but I think he isn't needed here because Clutch Guard has clutched that situation for himself, of course, going gangster with that Tommy gun. Floki, 9 finishes for GodLike already. Did we just awaken the beast?
We might just have. In fact, we said that divine intervention was necessary on this map. We just didn't know that the gods were going to be so biased to their own beings. GodLike Esports, Z-God, Clutch God, and the boys. Well, they certainly are getting a lot out of this map, but what are Soul up to?
Well, they are going to be out on a drive. Of course, they are a band of brothers as well. So, you want to have some good times as well amongst all this carnage. But what stands out to me is have a look at all those team lists. Now, whoever has been picking a few battles, they haven't lost a single man, while all others have been wiped out, of course, except Team X Lions, who are just surviving by 2 Lions themselves. But FPS Gaming with 7 finishes, GodLike Esports with 9. Oh boy, these guys look like they might just lock horns in the not-so-distant future.
Absolutely, and Soul, well, they might just be the team that eliminates the Lions out of their misery eventually, but for now they've got some bigger fish to fry. In fact, FPS Gaming could be on the horizon. In fact, Enigma Gaming are also in there. This could be a great third-party potential for Soul, but in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards the thick of the fight, where FPS Gaming, they do seem to have drawn the short end of the stick. Aditya is still healing himself back up. Enigma members coming in for the backup as well, but they will not be able to save Eggy. In fact, Rex is going to go forward and secure 1 knock for his team, but he's going to get knocked in turn. No, he's still surviving with a sliver of HP. He will be taken out. Enigma eliminated in 11th place, and guess what? Viru also making his presence felt.
Well, you called it. He did. Third party from the distance over there. And, well, he did rack up that 1 finish for himself. Now, this is when all hell is going to break loose, because it looks like our esports are going to be raging on Rage officials as they are taking the fight to them. But again, GodLike, they're like, what's happening over there? Let's go have a look, because they are rushing in. Clutch God, he is going to get that grenade out. He does unpin it, switches back to the M4, and now he might just spot the enemy. Oh, I think he just saw the tip of his head or the weapon, but now he's been spotted as well. The little grenade does come out, does shoot, and Rockstar joins in as well. Clutch God hitting the deck in the nick of time, but the bullets go whizzing past over his head.
Absolutely, and we continue to see the side of GodLike Esports continue to mount on the pressure. Our esports in a world of trouble. Clutch God may not have HP to work with, but he sure has got heart. He's going to heal himself back up first and then go back into the middle of it all. That nade! Oh my god, Canary going to be in a world of trouble. Answers back with a nade of his own, but still, Jonathan, he has got more nades than the enemy can count. Well, he's going to keep throwing them, and Arya like, nope, not at all, none of this, nada, goodbye, sayonara, godlike, we are off.
However, what they've done is they've given the position away because they sat in the vehicle, and that grenade could have been devastating. Fortunately for them, they did have those boulders for cover. Oh my goodness, mistakes like this cannot be made because we saw something similar yesterday when the sound cube was given away, a grenade was thrown, and well, everyone in the car was blown to smithereens. But for now, our esports, they are going to make a little bit of a retreat. Canary's position is still good, but it looks like it has been given out, and now the flanks are coming in. This is where Godlike is going to go in. Question is, if they overextend the summit, they might just get shot at from down below.
Absolutely, and Godlike are going to be the ones to sandwich them sort of in the middle of, well, nowhere. Our esports are still running away, though. I mean, look at that. Mad Dog, in the meantime, I'm not too sure what he's up to.
Well, he is a Mad Dog. Woof, woof, as Rage are going to be moving in. Now, this is where it could get problematic for our esports.
Absolutely, our esports going to be caught between a rock and a hard place, or rather between a divine being and a bunch of mad players. But, well, Frosty OP did get knocked out over here. In fact, IRONSIGHT are coming in and joining the party, inviting themselves in the middle of it all.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what Sanhok is all about. It doesn't matter when you're shooting somebody, because somebody or the other is going to hear that commotion. They are going to come and see what's happening. And, well, forget third parties. We're talking 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, because that is what you can expect now. As the circle goes down south, oh, Jadu with some magical shots is going to get the better of Avi, but fortunately for him, well, I said that too soon. He couldn't get behind cover in the nick of time as Jadu puts him 6 feet under.
Absolutely, and look at that clutch god. In fact, he's going to be knocked down over here. Our esports, can they actually clutch this one out? No, they cannot. I spoke too soon. Clutch god should be get back up on his feet, but once again, you have to be remembering that there are a couple of teams in the vicinity catching all this action. Our esports, they still got a couple of members, and they might just have the memory of an elephant, so they will remember all the wrongs of the past and come back to correct them in the future. But Godlike looking awfully similar to another team that who starts with T and ends with M. I wonder if they're going to be repeating that performance. All 4 players still standing, and they're still hungry for more.
Now, for our esports, although they still have 2 players, one of them is down on his knees, and, well, I don't think that revive is going to be coming through because they are between a hard rock and, well, a rock and a hard place. At one end, you've got Rage officials. At the other end, you've got Godlike, and even Team IRONSIGHT could be joining the party soon enough. But again, have a look at this team. Now, Godlike, they know they've got to be on the move. They've got to keep moving, and, well, they are reading their opponents like an open book.
Absolutely. They're between a rock and a hard place, and a hard rock and a hard place as well. IRONSIGHT in the meantime.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're most welcome, but in the meantime, Godlike have to be a little bit careful with where they position themselves, because they might be exposing themselves to a couple of other players. In fact, IRONSIGHT are looking to take the fight to the enemy team. We talked about how this is the problem for this team. They were playing for placements very, very well, but when it came to finishes, they lack initiative. This time around, they're doing just that, but Z-God might have found a straggler in the midst, and with the blue closing in on him, I'm quite sure he wants that finish for himself. A little bit of Addy has been exposed, but Addy, I wonder if he's going to go down to the zone, or if he will try and go forward, alert his teammate to the positions of Godlike.
Well, Evil has been taken out, and again, it's going to be Godlike, the divine beings themselves, who are going to be dishing all that evil out. Now, the thing is, IS, they are in trouble because, well, Team IRONSIGHT only have 1 man standing, and that man is in a bit of a pickle. Elsewhere, looks like the 4 heroes are going to be joining the party as well. We did see them in action in the last game. Let's see if they can do something this time around. Well, looks like Outliners. Everyone is going to be fighting everyone as the Lions are still roaring. Remember, they did lose 2 members, but Yodha, the warrior, is taking the fight to the enemy. Now the circle is going to be near Pine, and question is, are we going to move to the city, or are we going to move down south into open wilderness? And we are going to find out in just a few seconds, as Godlike still are going to be relentless. But ladies and gentlemen, Seoul Esports are primed for victory. They have the best position, as Godlike Esports do spot a member of Team IRONSIGHT in the distance, and, well, that is all she wrote for that fallen comrade.
Absolutely. We'll see if there is anything such as too much power, because right now that is exactly what Seoul have, being in the smack dab center of that circle. And, well, it looks like Hitman is also not going to be long for this world, as Godlike add another one to their tally. In the meantime, Outliers being eliminated by X-Lions. That is not something I was expecting. Again, X-Lions had a 2-man roster.
They were. Again, you don't go up against the Lions. You need a lot more than, well, 4 men to go up against 2 Lions. You need a pack of hyenas is what you need, because when the Lions roar, well, everybody gets a little scared. But now, 4 heroes, I beg your pardon, are in a good position. Seoul, all they need to do is make sure they have their angles lined up. They don't over-peak, because if you you overpeak, you might get tunnel vision because you're looking in one direction and chances are you might get shot from the other. Before now, the last bird has been found. Canary is the last man standing for our Esports. And it is going to be GodLike who did chase them down again. I'm telling you one thing, they want to make a statement here. They are hunting all their prey.
Absolutely. Some men don't want money. Some men don't want the title. They just want to watch the world burn and incite fear into the hearts of everyone they encounter. And right now, the Divine Beings themselves are up to that task. But can the members of Seoul stop them? They have a couple of heroes in the midst to contend with as well on their right flank. And it seems that Seoul might just have their hands full.
The best thing is we have 7 teams alive, but I'm sure you can only spot 5 of them right now. That is because 2 teams have left a few of their members out in the blue, and they are going to be healing off. There you have it. The blue comes out in the nick of time. It's going to be Team IRONSIGHT, 11 first aids on him, and Rage Official somewhere else in Painan. Now, Seoul Esports, oh boy, they're going to face the brunt of all the action. Neo is going to be taken down by Yuva, as finally GodLike are going to go up against Seoul, but looks like Jonathan spots somebody else in the distance as the little dragon goes raw.
Absolutely. Well, he is furious. He sees a couple of members in the distance, but can Jonathan actually connect? Well, it doesn't seem like he's able to do that, but he's still keeping them out of the blue, forcing them to use a lot more utility and denying them access to the inner sides of the zone. So we'll see if he can continue to dish out that damage and be a pest. But in the meantime, look at GodLike Esports. They have a good line of sight of the members from 4 heroes. The 4 heroes, they will still stand strong and answer back. GodLike do not scare them at all. And it is quite appropriate because it is indeed going to take a couple of heroes to stand up to the members from GodLike.
Now, this is what I was expecting. GodLike are going to be deploying tremendous amounts of smoke, and well, Seoul's position could come under heavy fire. Now, the thing is, if at the same time, brilliant job production, if at the same time FPS trying to move in, or if Seoul are on the back foot, if they try and retreat, well, that is when FPS could get a few kills. That is where TKM could get a few kills, but there you have it. GodLike are making the move against Seoul. Yuva could be in trouble. That grenade is going to go boom. Question is, then will you go down? For now, the strict answer is no. Oh, Kluskard almost being taken out by his own grenade, but now it is going to be raining fire inside the house. Grenades are going to be going off as GodLike. Again, they don't have a lot of options. Soul are holding the ground. Viper's in a good position. Brox is in a good position, but now comes Jonathan. I'm surprised right now. Soul are holding their own, but there you have it. Kluskard is going to come in from behind and put a few bullets in his back. With that, Soul are going to lose 1 member.
Absolutely. That move is so unexpected. You really do not see it coming. Who the hell climbs into a window with such a long animation? Goes for the fight. I mean, in fact, Mighty OP. In the meantime, I might have to turn my attention towards the other direction because Rox is getting those knocks once again. And can he be the member who clutches it out for his team this time around? It does seem that the FPS is trying to do that. And in fact, 4 heroes have been eliminated, taken out in 4th place, and FPS Gaming are the ones to blame. And now GodLike, Soul, and FPS find themselves in a 3-way tie.
There you have it, and all the players still left alive are on your screen right about now. I love this bird's eye view as that Koenigsegg is taking a beating, and sooner or later it is going to go boom. Hopefully, no player is going to be nearby. Now, Rox's position, of course, has been given away. Viper with a nade that bounced out, and speaking of the Koenigsegg, all right, good job there, Viper. He's making sure he smokes it out so that no one harms it. But again, of course, a few grenades are going to go in, a few mollies are going to go in. Brox realizes that in the nick of time, and well, I think Kluskard is exactly what he wants. He forced him out, and now that grenade could be devastating. Rox realizes it loses some HP, but now his body was seen through the splinters over there, and well, Kluskard is going to get the better of Rox. Now, the final man is left. It is going to be Viper himself. Can he strike like a Viper? Does he have all that venom in him? I think he does, because he does get the better of the opposition, but it's going to be Aditya FPS who does help him in that regard.
Absolutely, and now in a 1v3, Viper looking to clutch, looking to make history. He will get 1, but that is all he's gonna get. FPS Gaming, they will claim that chicken dinner for themselves.
They did, and let me tell you one thing, FPS Gaming, boy oh boy have they been firing on all cylinders right from the beginning. They took a fight at the early game, mid-game, end game, but let me tell you one thing, Seoul did try and hold their ground till the end, and well, Viper did do his bit. Unfortunately, it was a bit too short. Now, GodLike, oh boy, somebody must have ticked them off because these boys were out on a rampage. However, it was FPS Gaming that won that delicious crunch.
Absolutely, all the 4 members ventured out to their favorite shopkeeper, asked for candy, and they didn't have it in store, and they were very, very angry. And well, whoever came in their way, good luck to them, because this map of Sanhok really enabled them to be themselves.
Forget coming in their way. Whoever they saw, they chased down to the last man. I mean, Team Mayavi, for example, they did start off with them. They got a couple of the members early on, 2 of the members scattered off, and they knew exactly which direction they went. And on the hunt they went. Then they isolated one of them, and well, when one was left, they were like, you know what, we've got 3. might as well
just
go
go
for
for
the
it.
fourth.
Absolutely. I mean, it's that simple for them, right? And on the map of Sanhok, what else is there to do anyway? There's not a lot of good areas that you can hold. Not any area that is worth just sitting on top of, unless you're in the northwestern island. So, yeah, I mean, complete sense from GodLike Esports.
If you keep running around, chances are you are going to spot someone. And if you missed any of the action, well, we got you covered because the highlights are popping off. And one of your favorite teams, GodLike, was in the thick and thin of it right from the beginning.
Absolutely. GodLike Esports, once again, just in a wonderful position since the very start. They were the ones to take up the mantle of the aggression. They went forward, they took out Insane Esports, and that is when the beast inside awakened. They were like, all right, you know what? We've got a little bit of taste of blood. We want some more.
And more they had indeed.
Oh, yeah,
because,
they certainly did.
I mean, I wonder how many blood types they did get a taste of because they kept going after team after team after team. And over here, we did see FPS push on that one lone man from the opposition. Now, Tactical did have a good game, but this is where they went up against TM. And, well, from behind, we know who's going to be coming up.
Absolutely. Well, there is a certain uninvited guest that was very, very unhappy that they were uninvited. And GodLike Esports, they showed themselves in by the front door into the party, and well, Tactical Esports were booted out of their own house and cleaned up like animals. I mean, that has to be the most disgusting feeling in the world when you're holding a place by yourself and enemy teams, they walk in there and they beat you to a pulp. Well, that is literally what happened with one of the players that they did find. I believe they found one member from MAYAVIx isolated, and they finished him off with a good old bonk off the pan.
You know, I mean, I do love the way you make it all graphic, but you are pretty much describing a home invasion right now. That is exactly what happened.
And there it is.
For Tactical Esports, and there you have it. Now, just hold on, wait, a few punches to the face. They're like, you know what, this guy's a big boy. He can still hold his own, and the pan finally dealt that final blow. Now, Enigma Gaming, they were caught out. FPS Gaming again, just making sure they were on the move, making sure they worked with the tight-knit unit, getting the job done over here. Now, Rex was in a good spot. Again, he switched to the M4. But, you know, even when you do lie next to a house in Sanhok like this, you can be spotted from far, far away.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, these houses, they are propped up a little bit, so there's not a lot of cover to work with. Unless, well, you're in one of the houses that does have those lower stands going for themselves. But in the meantime, Rage officials, they also didn't really have as good of a time as they might have liked earlier. They have been struggling for the first few games, and it is quite disappointing because they did perform very, very well in that third round. It seems that when the stakes are up, they are having some trouble. But maybe there are two maps to make a comeback. Maybe they are going to awaken the beast within. They are going to get angry, and well, you know what happens when Hulk get angry? He smashes.
Or maybe they just might unleash that monster inside. That is what they are going to try and do. But again, this godlike push coming over here was perfect. They made sure they made quick work of the two members of Soul that was in that building. But again, as they did try to cross over to the next one, well, Viper played his part, and a member from FPS Aditya was there on standby as well. Now, the four heroes, again, they almost got the job done. In fact, getting the better of Jonathan is no small feat.
Absolutely, Jonathan. Well, he certainly did have the better taken off him over there. And Viper, once again, clutching things out for his team in the end. You know, I mean, I have to say, credit where credit is due. Viper really did justice to those to the outfit that he donned right now on the map of Sanhok. And finally, it seems that Soul is starting to awaken a little bit over here. I mean, fourth map of the day, you know, first two maps, they don't go as well. But third map, Erangel, they do very, very well. It comes to Sanhok. Once again, they put up a good show. I'm not sure if they can keep this up for Miramar, but if they do, well, we're going to be seeing them in the semi-finals.
You know, speaking of awakening, I am wide awake right now because, of course, all this action is just amazing to watch. And again, Viper over here, even though he knows all the odds are stacked against him, he is going to make sure he squeezes that trigger up until the final breath. And, of course, all the fans watching out there are going to be a happy bunch of people. Now, if we do the maths, which we probably shouldn't, but if we do that, I mean, you know what, forget it. Let's not do that. Let's actually have the screen come up because we don't need to do no maths. The point standing is coming up on our screens now, and well, this is what you are waiting for. FPS Gaming in the first position with 31 ridiculous points, 16 of which came from finishes. GodLike in second with 28 with 18 finishes, and now this is what teams are going to be happy with. Back-to-back podium finishes for Soul.
Absolutely. Once again, 17 points to their name with only 5 finish points, letting those placements do the work for them. Viper, credit is due. If he did not pull off that clutch, they wouldn't be over here. And 4 heroes as well with 15 points to their name in 4th place. In 5th place, we've got TKM with 10, and then it's all single digits down there.
Single digits, not something that you want in Sanhok, but again, the kind of Sanhok that we witnessed today was what we were used to and what we actually expected from all these teams. And boy, oh boy, I mean, I can just go back and again, GodLike started things and they almost ended it. But let's have a look and see, since all these teams did good, well, a couple of them especially, who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP from this game, because it could either be FPS Gaming or it could be GodLike, depending on how they shared all those finishes. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's have a look and see which man or woman is going to be standing head and shoulders above everyone else. And it's going to be on your screens in 3, 2, 1. There you have it. It is going to be Aditya FPS from FPS Gaming here in match 4, group 4 on day 4 of the quarterfinals.
Absolutely. Triple fours over here. You double that, you get the Qualcomm Snapdragon 888. Coincidence? I do not think so, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, 8 finishes to his name, 1099 damage done. This man from the shadows was striking around because we were too busy being fascinated by what GodLike were doing. We didn't even see that this man was going out and getting himself all these finishes. 3 headshots to you. So I'm quite sure somewhere or the other, the inner sniper within you is proud.
Oh, I am proud. But again, you know, the FPS was instrumental in his team's victory over here, because he was pretty much the first in the line of offense for the said team. Now, speaking of the same team, FPS Gaming, looks like the Pirate is going to be joining his teammate in the 4th position with 6 finishes to his name, while everything else belongs to GodLike.
Absolutely. I mean, look at that. GodLike just having sort of a monopoly on the top 5 players over here, along with the members of FPS Gaming too. But another very interesting stat awaits us over here, and that is a match summary. I mean, well, there are a lot of interesting stats in there, plural, multiple S in the brackets there. Let's see how many grenades were used and how many finishes were resulted as a consequence. Well, only 2 finishes out of 58 being used.
I mean, it is Sanhok. Again, you know, the only time you want to throw grenades is when someone is hiding behind buildings, and the easier way to flush someone out is to throw a Molotov. So again, you know, 2 finishes, but a lot more making sure that the opponents were knocked out. Now, speaking about knocks, 67 knocks coming in this game with a total of 60 finishes. Again, I like the fact that once the action started, it was pretty much unstoppable if you think about it, because there were a couple of teams, literally, I mean, I can't even make this up, out on the hunt. GodLike and FPS Gaming. Now, for those of you who aren't too good with numbers, let's give you a little bit of a diagrammatic or a visual description, as the finish to damage performance ratio is going to be coming up on our screens right about now.
There we go. Well, that is the inner Santa in me coming in a little bit too late, but, well, Santa needs his Christmas presents too, and this will do just fine. 3,627 damage done.
You know what's going to happen now? Now, of course, this is the 2nd highest damage in this tournament so far, and of course the highest in Sanhok itself. Have a look at what we see on the sides. Now, the bars were set last time around, right? 32 is as high up as we go as finishes are concerned. 3,200 is as high up as we go as damage. Looks like we are going to have to increase that to at least 3,600 plus from now on.
Absolutely, because, well, GodLike Esports, they are literally raising the bar over here, and we'll see if they can continue to do so in the days to come, because I'm quite sure after this performance, well, their slot in the semi-finals should be secured. FPS Gaming too, though, in the meantime, in a close contest in terms of finishes, with 16 to their name, with a lot less damage done, perhaps being a lot more efficient with that damage, and of course that resulting in actual finishes. All the other teams, though, well, they were struggling a little bit at the end of the day, but you know what? Placement points, they're also over there, and well, when you're not getting all those finishes, those placement points come in handy and they save the day.
Also, when 2 teams are running around willy-nilly and just, you know, making sure that they share the entirety of the finishes amongst themselves, it is going to be a bit impossible for the others to shine under their spotlight, in their shadows, in fact. But again, you know, it is still game 4. 4 games have been done and dusted. 2 more games are still in store for all you lovely viewers. And of course, we are going to be heading to Miramar next. So it's going to be a polar opposite to what you've seen right now.
Oh, yeah.
Massive map, open spaces. I think things are going to be just a little bit chilled out over there.
Absolutely, which is ironic considering that it is the desert. But absolutely. But
I was wondering if he'd pick up on it again. I'm going to keep testing him like he does me.
Absolutely. But once again, you know, if history is to be repeated and believed, well, then it is to be believed that Miramar is also going to see a lot of action. But I believe we have another interesting statistic ready
before
for
the action.
the taking. Yep.
Let's have a look and see how all the teams are doing, because, well, the overall standings are popping up now, and in the first place, it is going to be GodLike Esports with a massive 79 points. And, well, that is a 29-point lead there, Floki.
Absolutely, and once again, Tactical Esports and Enigma tied for 50 points. Well, that is insane. I'm not sure if that was something that was intentional, but I did not see it coming. I believe they only got 1 point each in the last game because they were sitting at 49. In fourth place, we've got Seoul with 46 points, once again closing the distance and further cementing their spot in the top 6. We've got 4 Heroes in 5th and Team X Lions in 6th. Well, these guys have managed to make it into the top 6 so far, but can they stay there?
I'll tell you something, Seoul climbing higher up on the leaderboard, of course, A, is going to make a lot of our viewers happy, and B, they're also just cementing their own mentality right now because, they had a little bit of a shaky time in round 3, and a lot of their fans were like, are they going to make it or are they not? They did finally make it, but just by a few points, and, well, looks like this time it's going to be a different story. Now, if we have a look at the second half of the table, well, you are going to see, again, no teams walking away with 0 points. In fact, well, of course, this is the overall standings. What are you talking about, XP? But Team Outliers on the bottom over there, 5 points. Rage Officials with 7. It is going to be just a bit difficult to, still have those single digits.
Absolutely. And once again, I mean, getting out of this position right now should be nigh impossible. There are still 2 maps remaining. It is only going to happen if literally GodLike, Seoul, Tactical and Enigma all get eliminated in those first 4 clashes, and they all get 0 points total.
Also, they get eliminated by these teams because that's the only way they are going to be racking up all those finishes, but it does look a bit tricky. Now, if I have a look at all the teams that are in the 20s, I'm talking Esports, I'm talking Blink Esports, they still can't do it again. We keep saying one good game, but the thing is, the aggression that is being showcased by certain teams on in this group is just a bit too hot to handle, and there's only so much you can do because A, the pressure is weighing you down, and B, once that dare I say fear sets in, then things can get a bit tricky.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're any one of these teams right now, the only thing you can do is cross your fingers and maybe, just maybe, your performance is enough to edge you into that top 6 spot, maybe steal it away from Team X Lions or whoever's down there. And well, you could see yourself in the semi-finals, but once again, easier said than done. It is a statistical impossibility at this point. Well, improbability.
It is. I mean, yeah, nothing is impossible. Remember that because, we've seen some great odds being beaten in the past. We've seen some amazing clutches coming in. We've seen one man go up against 4 and, well, get the better of all 4 of them. And, well, we are going to see a lot more of that in the future. Again, just to remind you, we still have 2 more games to play. And, well, your favorite teams just might make it to the next round.
Absolutely. And, well, if you want to find that out, I do believe you are going to have to take some time off for you because we're going to be doing that too in just a bit. But I'm quite sure we've got some other interesting stats being prepped up, being cooked up in production right now. The pot is stirring. I wonder what's going to come out on the other end.
The problem is usually I have a lot of voices in my head naturally. So again, it sometimes becomes a little difficult to differentiate between the two because I heard something, but then I heard something else. But again, before we do head in that direction, I like the fact that this Sanhok was not your usual Sanhok. I mean, it kind of was, but again, we had just a couple of teams running around just on a rampage, pretty much eliminating almost the entire server by themselves. I am, of course, talking about GodLike and FPS Gaming. Now, in your minds, I just wanted to pit these 2 teams against one another. Now, they didn't really face off in the final because GodLike was taken out by a combination of FPS and Seoul. But what if these 2 teams went head-to-head with all 4 members alive in Sanhok? Who do you think would have come out on top?
Oh, man, this is just such a hard call to make, right? Because on both sides, you've got some very, very amazing players.
I want to see where your loyalties lie.
Well, you know what? I have to side with the Divine Beings themselves.
I'm going to do one thing. All right, he is going to side with GodLike, but I was going to give you a little bit of an easy way. Let's make a few players face off against one another, as the player face off, of course, is coming up on your screen, and this time it is going to be Jonathan from GodLike going up against Viper from Seoul.
Absolutely. Both of these members having a lot of impact. In fact, Viper having the higher amount of damage done at 770, but Jonathan seeing more of those through with 4 finishes to his name. And, well, Viper, I do believe there is one thing that this does not show, and it is the fact that he clutched it out for his team towards the end, finding an extra 2 finishes, making sure they get another 2 points as well because they survived a little bit longer, got an extra 2 placement points. So clearly the impact over here of Viper instrumental for the success of his team. But at the same time, Jonathan as well with 4 finishes, this man is not to be scoffed at. He also single-handedly got his team a fair number of points to work with.
I mean, when you are in your natural habitat, it is going to be easy for you to strike, and that is what Viper just did. Now, let's do one thing. Let's add 3 more people in the equation, and let's pit one squad against another as the squad face-off is coming up. And this time, oh, baby, we just called it right now. Who would win? Well, before we decide that, let's have a look and see how the teams did in this game, because it is going to be between GodLike Esports and FPS Gaming.
Absolutely. FPS Gaming with 16 finishes and 2,100 damage done are the ones getting that first place spot. They did edge out GodLike by just a tiny little bit, but that is all that is needed for them to get the lead. Headshots, 3 for both sides, but you know what? There's another interesting stat that I'm quite sure all our viewers are going to want to see, and that is GodLike's performance over the course of these 6 maps.
I mean, do we have enough space on our screens for that, though? Because we are going to have to shorten things out, but there you have it. First, match 2, of course, 2,600 points of damage. Match 3, they had 1,900, and now they just shattered everything with 36-27. Also, keep in mind, I mean, I don't really have to say this, but consistent finishes as well.
Absolutely, and remember another thing as well, whatever you're seeing on the graph right now for match 4, group 4, just make sure you increase that by 50%, because right now the graph actually does not have room to accommodate the amount of damage done from the side of GodLike Esports. We are literally going to have to increase the notches in there, and maybe then it'll be a better visual representation of their performance in that previous game. But once again, consistency is key. Like you said, they do have a lot of finishes.
They do have a lot of finishes, and again, that is what is needed. You want to have that balance between finish and placement, and well, that is what GodLike is all about. Now, again, they do have that flamboyancy in the gameplay. Oh boy, again, the fact that they were just hunting the opposition down. They didn't even let Team MAYAVI's last man alone. In fact, they went in the opposite direction of the circle just to make sure that he is put in the ground. That is Team GodLike Esports for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely, they did that purely out of spite. They didn't even care about the circle. They're like, no. You took a fight with us. Now you pay the price. Now we get to punch you in the teeth. And that is exactly what they did with one of the members from MAYAVI.
I mean, that is just going to hurt just a little bit more. But again, let's see if Team MAYAVI have an answer for them in the next game. Because remember, coming up next, we are going to be switching things to the deserts of Miramar. Again, a major contrast to the map that you just saw. It is going to be open. It is going to be kind of hectic as well. Because, all those open spaces, you never know where the shots are coming from.
Oh, yeah.
But let's do one thing. Before we head to Miramar, I guess you can tell from my voice, we do need a little bit of a break, maybe some hot tea to just warm things up. So for now, from Floki and I, we are going to bid you adieu. Stay tuned, because we are going to see you on the other side of this short little break.
iQOO 7 Dual Chip Monster. 1 for performance, 1 for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार, कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है, श्योर, एकदम श्योर, मतलब मान गए गुरु। तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है। तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप। अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए। वेल डन बॉयज।
Welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. Now, as the devilish mischief himself is out, Hope is finally back in. Of course, my name is Angad Singh Chehal. I go by The Experiment, and with me, I have Piyush, but you know him better as Sparrow. Question, what does Sparrow stand for again?
Well, it's a Latin word which means hope. I mean, you already know that, XP, but wow, what a game that was. I mean, Sanhok, I was not expecting that much hostility by the teams in Sanhok.
Oh my goodness, forget the teams in Sanhok. By a couple of teams, they're the ones who basically were on a rampage, were out for blood, and well, GodLike and FPS Gaming, oh boy, they put up quite a show. Now, just again, if by some odd chance you're joining us now, question one, where were you? Just to remind you, these are the teams that are going to be battling it out on the Battlegrounds down below.
Well, we have Team IRONSIGHT joining them. We have 4 heroes, Team Insane Esports, GodLike Esports, R Esports, Invincible Esports, Team X Lions, Team Outliers, who are trying to get some points now.
Well, everyone is going to try and get some points, but the thing is, Sparrow, only 2 games inside. It could be tricky for some. Of course, joining them, we have Team BE, Tactical Esports, FPS Gaming, Soul, Rage Officials, TKM Esports, Enigma Gaming, and the heavy-hitting Team MAYAVIx, who today seem to have kind of fizzled out just a little bit. But again, with 2 games in hand, anything can still happen.
Well, we always talk about XP, you just need one good game, and if you can get that in this Miramar, you are going to get some decent points. And believe me when I say that, if you get some decent points in Miramar, you are still in the game.
Buddy, for some teams though, the odds are insurmountable. That is what it is, because, well, they have a mountain up ahead of them, and this is how they are going to be looking at the summit. But again, anything can still happen. Now, before we jump into the beautiful map of Miramar, let's do one thing again. We are going to have a nice little bird's eye view of the map. Sparrow, the question is, can all our lovely viewers guess where we are? Because, well, we are going to start off with the location. You might know, you might not. If it's out in the open, well, good luck guessing.
Well, absolutely. I mean, our fans are just amazing. They know every single location in Miramar.
I don't know about you. I know you have a lot of fans. I don't know about me, but of course, it is a beautiful day for some action in Miramar.
Well, absolutely. XP, but talking about Miramar, it is the most professional game in, this game. And I have to say, a lot of players would be under immense pressure. A lot of teams, this is going to be their last opportunity, it seems, because if you don't perform well in Miramar and if you already have low points, I don't think you can make it up in Erangel.
Well, I mean, of course, because that's only one game left after this, and you don't want to be taken to church on such a day. Now, if you have a look, we are going to see some gladiatorial fights break out in the map sooner rather than later, and well, most of them are going to end up at the place on your screens right now, the graveyard.
Absolutely, XP, but at the same time, let's address the elephant in the house. How much pressure GodLike and Team Soul had when they started today. And now they have performed really well. I mean, under pressure, if you can play well, that's where champions are born.
See, as far as GodLike are concerned, this was kind of expected. Now, if you have been following BGMI for some time, you know that these guys are the veterans, the pioneers of this game as far as the meta is concerned, as far as the game styles that we see on our screens. Now, as for Soul, I do believe the pressure was just a bit too much. Now, I'll tell you why. Now, Soul is pretty much a household name here in India, and they did get that momentum carrying them forward. Games 1 and 2, not so good. Games 3 and 4, pretty decent, almost getting the chicken dinner both times, which means, forget the fact that the fans are going to be placated. The team itself are going to have that little mentality. They are going to have the boost in their morale. But before we go on, Sparrow, the game is about to begin, and please tell us where we are flying to.
Well, first of all, Miramar is a beautiful island where we are going to witness some amazing battles. And if you can just know the map really well, you can understand, you can guess the playing path. But let me tell you, we are starting beneath Los Leones and going towards Campo Militar. It's an eastern kind of a playing path where it will be difficult for players if they want to go near El Pozo, La Cobreria, Montedio, and Valle del Mar.
Question is, where is the first circle going to form? Because, again, I love the drama. I love that masala. I want something to happen towards the northwest over there. Maybe El Pozo could come in. Even Monte Nuevo would be far enough for me. But now, as the teams are going to be dropping out, something exciting is happening. Looks like someone just might go to that prison island. We might see some action in Los Higos and Minas del Sur.
Well, generally, nobody goes there. But you know what? There could be a lot of loot just lying there waiting for you to come in and get it. It's all about the zone placement, as you said it. If it's going to be a Chumacero circle, we were witnessing a lot of Chumacero circles in past though.
Have a look at that. Looks like a few teams were in fact heading in the same direction, but they are going to be changing their paths as they of course suddenly realize, we're not the only ones who had that idea, but Los Leones is going to be the center for some urban warfare because we do have 3 teams landing down there, and well, the circle is to the north, and Sparrow, my dear friend, most of the teams are outside of it.
Well, right now, if you have a look at GodLike, Hacienda del Patron is in the dead center of the zone, and they must be laughing. They must be thinking, oh, what an easy circle we have.
Also, who's going to go to Hacienda del Patron? Who's going to go to the house of the boss when the boss is in the house?
Absolutely. I mean, nobody would love to take a fight against GodLike. The form they are in is just immaculate. Talking about all the other teams who dropped near the southern side of Los Leones, it's going to be so difficult for them to manage and find a decent spot. Meanwhile, talking about fights, X-Lions already starting their level best.
Well, we were talking about difficulty, and Team X-Lions, they are in a good position, but the thing is, they know that the enemies are isolated. I think they do know that, only one man is going to be down by these 2 buildings. Question is that one man going to be enough? Because it is Prince, and well, he might just deny Team X-Lion a few finishes over here. Now, I do see a vehicle coming in, because his teammates suddenly realize that, we might have to extract him, but now Samurai, is he going to go with his katana? No, he's going to switch to the AKM. He is going to move in, but they are going to be careful. The sound cues have been given away. A few warning shots, rather, just to fend off the opposition. But again, I like the fact that they are taking the time, but for now, Deny is going to be in a position. He does take a few shots. In fact, the Tommy gun is not going to be enough as Yotha, the warrior himself, is going to put him on the ground, and Harish was caught by some bullets as well.
No, again, Outliers are on the back foot, and here you go. Some shotgun action early on in the game. Miramar, we really see some shotguns, but right now it is what it is, and here you go. A lot of damage has been dealt there by that M16, but In the end, Outliers, they're in the bottom of the table. They are at dead number 16 on the overall point standing, and right now they are losing players back to back.
Well, they are losing players, as you did mention it. Amax and Broly are the final two members from this team. I beg your pardon, it is going to be Amax and Praddy who are the final two members from this team. And again, they don't really have a lot of options. In fact, I don't think that little beanie is going to help you over there in case you do get shot in the noggin, because a helmet would be a good idea. See, again, a few teams, they did kind of switch their drop location, because this is what happened down south, right? They suddenly realized, uh-oh, we have too many bodies kind of hit the floor from the heavens above, and a few changes were made. Unfortunately for Outliers, this wasn't in their favor.
Well, of course, I mean, look at Picado. It's completely empty, and it baffles me, right? Picado, the dead center of Miramar, is completely empty. There's a lot of loot just lying there, waiting for someone to come and pick that up. Meanwhile, talking about GodLike, Jonathan is a wonderful player who is right now trying to get some decent loot in, and Hacienda is filled with loot, it seems, XP.
Oh, it is filled with loot, but what's happening down south is Chumacera is full of people, as is Los Leones. Now, of course, all these players, all these teams are going to have to migrate due north at some point, and it looks like Seoul Esports are going to be first to Picado. You did mention Picado. We might just see some action there yet. But if you have a look at what's happening elsewhere, a lot of teams down south, and it looks like the Lions, again, just a little out of their natural habitat. I think they are going to be comfortable with Miramar. They are going to go up against Enigma Gaming sooner rather than later.
Meanwhile, the last Miramar, X-Lions managed to get a lot of points out of it, and I mean, the positioning of X-Lions were really brilliant. Their strategy was actually quite good, and if they can follow the same strategy in this one, that could benefit them once again. But again, talking about GodLike, they got their vehicles, they got their loot. I mean, look at the loot of Clutch. Got level 2 helmet, level 3 vest, 10 bandages, 1 first aid, 1 med kit, and 2 drinks, and now he got a painkiller as well.
You know, Sparrow, what I think about when you talk about TX, I like the fact that I think they're maturing. I think they're learning. I think they have been doing that from day one, because yes, they definitely have the aggression to back them up. They definitely can rack up all those finishes. But now they realize the importance and the essence of the game. They are taking the time. They are trying to pick and choose their battles. And well, sometimes you win some, sometimes you don't. But for now, Seoul are going to be on a bit of a high, as of course this team does tug at your heartstrings, and well, sometimes it reverbs directly through to your soul.
Absolutely, XP, but they have a legacy to uphold, and I would love to see if they're going to do that again. They just need one good game, and I think they would be securing a really decent spot on the points table.
See, talking about legacy, you did in fact bring this point up earlier. Now the legacy is set in stone, right? Like we said, it is a household name. Now it's all about the newer generation, the young bloods, as we like saying. It's all on them to make it or break it, because the name shall live on. Unfortunately, the players sometimes do fade into oblivion, but for now, Team Mayavi, can they make a comeback? Because they have been struggling just a little bit today, and well, this is not a spot we expect to see them. As they do make their way to the next circle, it seems like they aren't really going to be hit with any obstacles, but again, I'm excited to see what's going to happen down south, because funnily, Chumacera still has a few teams nearby, and looks like a couple of them might not make it to the next circle.
It's going to be so important for teams to study the zone. They need to study the plane path, and you know, they would have done that already. If you have a look at Team Seoul, they managed to get into a decent position in the zone. They took the western route in, which was very vital for them. Meanwhile, talking about the winner chicken dinner winners from last game, FPS Gaming, 16 finishes. This team just wreaked havoc in Sanhok last time around.
Oh, they did. I mean, I'm sure they wish they were playing another Sanhok right now. But again, Miramar has been a good outing for them as well. Elsewhere, if you have a look on the right of your screens, boys and girls, you are going to see a couple of teams highlighted in blue. Now, that, of course, means they are still braving the play zone and taking a little damage from time to time. Now, of course, at this stage, it isn't going to be too dramatic. I mean, you aren't losing massive chunks of your HP, but sooner or later, oh boy, it does start adding up. Now, as the teams are going to make their way to the circle, looks like we might finally see some Mad Max Fury action, some Carmageddon, because again, convoys are moving to the next zone, and well, we just might have a little bit of a head-on collision.
Well, this is the make it or break it game. I mean, it's so important for all these teams. Team Insane, they want to enter the zone, and I would love to see what route are they taking. And yes, they are taking the western route as well, which is a smarter move coming in from Team Insane.
I wonder if you saw something on the right of your screens, because another team is nearby, and TKM could be caught by surprise as well. Insane Esports, they definitely know that the enemies are nearby. Now again, have a look at at your map, as they are going to be going past Landriea, there is still yet another team nearby, and of course you mentioned them, the chicken dinner winners of the last game, FPS Gaming, could be in prime position to get a few finishes for themselves. Keep in mind, the fact that they are taking damage from the blue means that the HP is already depleted, and when it takes 10 bullets over here, it might just take a few, and something is happening up top, and you are going to point it out.
Well, look at Team Soul. Look at the rotation. They were
Beautiful.
down south, and they went. They took the western route, and now they are in the center of the zone. I mean, they're trying to be in the center of the zone. They found a beautiful place near water treatment plant.
And again, have a look at that. High ground, check. Center of the circle, check. Which means they are going to be happy for now. But of course, the true center, my dear friend, is going to belong to the bosses themselves, as GodLike are still going to make sure that Hacienda del Patron is going to be theirs for now. Now, as the circle is going to implode in on itself, I do expect a northern shift because, well, that is where we should be heading to. Looks like it is going to be a bit central this time, and most teams that are already up to the north are going to be happy. But have a look at what's happening at Monte Nuevo, because not one, not two, but three squads have their convoys out in full force, and I guess they have white flags in the back of their vehicles because there seems to be a little bit of a truce for now.
Well, as I was saying, I mean, everyone is trying to take the western route because it was the safest option, but not right now. It was the safest option earlier. Now everyone is thinking about the western route, and now it's going to be so hectic. You know what? I love the way Enigma is playing. They were there as well. They were in the south area. They didn't take the western route. They are just going towards the Los Leones area.
Oh, well, Enigma, they are Enigma. They've always been mysterious to me, and looks like they tend to do things just a bit different. I guess it is going to work out at the end, because if you have decent amount of utilities on you, well, you can brave the blue for just a little bit longer. Now, it does seem like TKM are going to be first out of the blue as far as Monte Nuevo is concerned. Question is, are they going to alight from their vehicles and lay down some lead in the enemy's direction? Because Rox over here is just making sure everything is tickety-boo on his device.
Oh, he's just letting them know that they are here. That was it. I mean, he was just trying to make sure that nobody is going to come here.
He's like, hey folks, we have a good position. Tuck, 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 tuck.
Don't come
we
here.
are here. And then again, somebody's ears might perk up. They're like, let me see what's happening there.
Maybe that was a little war cry from Rox coming in.
I think that is exactly what it is, as the prince himself is trying to brave all these dunes. He does have a buggy, which means, well, it is the right vehicle for just this situation, and I'm sure he sees all the enemies drive by. Ooh, did he just do something spectacular? Now he is going to come up behind them, and if Insane Esports aren't careful, they could be in trouble. He needs to stop his vehicle, patch himself up, because looks like Insane Esports just might alight from the vehicles, but lucky for him, they are still on the move.
Brilliant opportunity for the first team to whoever is going to
win
they're
going
this
for
race.
him.
Yeah, whoever will win this race, they're going to go and try to do the gatekeeping scenario, it seems. I would love to see some gatekeeping right now.
Oh, this is so exciting. I love the fact that they are chasing it down. They know that someone's there, but Aditya, what have you done? I believe he did get out of his vehicle just a bit too quick and knocked himself out. That could be problematic for FPS, or couldn't, because one thing that I just noticed on the map, they still have enemies nearby, but everyone is going to try and find themselves a little spot in the next circle. So for now, Chiku is going to make sure his teammate is brought back up, and finally the blue is going to catch up with them.
Meanwhile, in the center of the zone, GodLike starting their show. They managed to get the first knock in, and I would love to have a look at that fight as well, XP. GodLike, if they rush you, they are going to finish you, it seems.
Ask and ye shall receive, Spiro, because there you have it, GodLike pushing up on our esports.
Absolutely. I mean, GodLike, they love this kind of gameplay, right? They already have a lot of points, and right now you have to be scared of them, because right now they are in the mood. Clutchgod is in no mood to waste any bullets now.
Oh, they are in the mood. They are in the mood to bully their opposition to submission. That is what the divine beings are doing, as GodLike do get that first finish to their name. Now, Jonathan in that iconic Mirado is going to be driving, trying to find a little spot for him and the boys. Now, the circle is going to shift. I think it's going to be a bit central this time. And in fact, GodLike's current position could be where they want to be. We are going to find out in a few seconds.
I think they're going to.
Well, they are still going to be happy with the position, a little skewed towards the east. However, that means El Azahar could be where the next action will continue. But for now, it is TKM Esports atop this mountain.
Beautiful zone we are witnessing right now. 4 heroes would be so happy. Team Mayavi would be so happy by having this zone. They have the higher ground as well. But right now, there are a lot of teams in the southern side, southern eastern side. I want to correct myself. Southern western side of the zone, and I think it's going to be a chaotic situation for a lot of the
Spiro, all the teams that started out south, they are still on the move because it looks like they are just going to follow each other in each other's wake. And now GodLike Esports, they see somebody in the distance. Oh, get that wheel over because Jonathan is hungry. And there you have it. Their cavalcade is going to be moving out as well. Down below we have Soul and now GodLike. They are going to be hungry. He's going to stop. He's going to light from his vehicle. He's going to grab his weapon. He's going to shoot and his rock's going to go down. Well, not for now because Soul found some solace in the nick of time. And now the suppression fire is coming on back.
They're scratching the golden Mirado, it seems, but that's okay, XP. That is completely fine. Rux was in open for a little bit, but he managed to survive. They found a really decent compound, and now GodLike is trying to find their solace as well. They're trying to find their new enemies.
Well, speaking of enemies, looks like there's no love lost between these two teams because they were the highest hitters in the last game. As Jonathan is going to be taken down by GOOO, that means that is going to be a big blow for them. But now Pirate FPS is going to come under fire from Neo himself. Elsewhere, looks like Blink Esports are going to be taken out by the Lions, while a grenade is going to be flung in GOOO's direction. Now, that grenade isn't going to do anything. And keep in mind here, FPS, they just have 3 men. And, well, by the look of things, Jonathan could just be brought down. Now, GOOO is going to make sure he stays there because he knows that the enemy are coming in. The sound cues is going to be great. Jonathan could be blown to smithereens. That grenade actually looks good. And, oh my goodness, he still survives. Now, this is where ClutchGuard picks him up, while the other two go in for the finishes.
This is the beauty of Team GodLike. They always manage to rescue their players. They never leave them behind. Meanwhile, FPS Gaming, they already left this position. This compound is to be taken by Team GodLike.
I was just going to bring this up, but the thing is, for GodLike, looks like enemies are going to be coming in from behind as Z-God is taken out by TKM as Prince is going to put the final few bullets in his noggin. And with that, GodLike are going to be down 1 man. But looks like, the tables have turned once again. Now, IRONSIGHT coming as well. It is going to be a free-for-all on that, and as they are going to be occupied with them, which means Neo can now focus all his attention on the boys of FPS Gaming. They're getting shot before he could even get out of his vehicle, as ClutchGuard is in no mood to play. Like you said earlier, he does know where Pirate is. He aims, he shoots, he gets the knock and the finish, and with that, another one bites the dust.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is what confidence does to you. It was a single player, but instead of going all out with the team, they just went single-handedly. ClutchGuard just went single-handedly, and he managed to get that finish down.
He did get that finish, but now this is where things calm down for just a split second. Now, although GodLike's position has been given away, and although they don't have too many finishes, well, they just might rack them up because a few teams are heading their way, and boy, oh boy, Sparrow, they have quite a journey in front of them as the circle has shifted. But for now, TKM, the aggressors on GodLike, come under fire by Team IRONSIGHT. Again, we've seen this fight take place multiple times, and it looks like Team Insane Esports want to join the party as well. There you have it. Iardi is going to shoot. Iardi does connect as Author is taken down.
Well, the number of players in this vicinity is just too immense. I mean, these players, they either have to fight it out or they need to figure out a way to enter the zone. Meanwhile, Team Soul, they are rotating their way inside the zone. Team TKM, Khalnayak is trying to revive his Prince, and let's see if they are going to be successful in that.
Well, of course, every single team over here wants to be successful in that regard, but looks like Raid is going to be spotted. Oh, ClutchGuard with just another bullet or a gust of wind could have brought down his opposition, but unfortunately for him, that is not going to be the case. That's a smart move over there, making sure he destroys his vehicle, but Goblin is going to try and fight some cover, and finally ClutchGuard with a few well-placed shots. In fact, Raid is going to get the better of the man who was trying to get him down, and now Insane are in trouble. Goblin trying to make a getaway, but that is where Jonathan comes in. Keep in mind, Neo's HP is a bit too low right now. He needs to patch himself up, and now Jonathan almost getting focused on one of those down men. He almost had the tunnel vision. Oh my goodness, that is some precision shots, and now he's got to take some respite to patch himself up, and here comes Insane. Sayan is going to be coming right up to his face, but he does patch himself up in the nick of time. Now the weapons are going to be switched. Neo is coming in as well. This is going to be a 2-on-1 affair, and now I wonder if Sayim knows that he is walking into a literal trap.
He's coming in. This is going to be super important. Jonathan is the last man standing, and he is trying to push in. He must have heard that he battled there, but here you go. It's a 1v2 situation. Jonathan coming in, peeks there, gets one. A brilliant spring of Jonathan, but Team Insane, the last man standing, Adi, would come in and be the savior for Team Insane.
Brilliant work over there by Team Insane again against mountain of an opposition, but right now it's going to be TM taking out Soul, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. In the blink of an eye, one of the Goliaths have fallen, and there you have it. Soul are going to be... Wait. I have a correction. There is still one man standing, and that man is still relentless. Viru is still fighting with the opposition, and looks like he just might get a couple of finishes for himself.
That was a weird split coming in from Team Soul. Two players went somewhere. Viru just managing to find a decent spot in the zone, but he is surrounded by teams. But it's not a bad idea to get into a compound in El Hazar.
In El Azahar, of course, all you urban warfare fans out there, that is where the action is going to take place, as our Esports is Rockstar. He is trying to duck his way, making sure nobody sees him, but looks like his teammates did spot somebody else in the distance, and well, he just lost his door. Elsewhere, Dark with the bandit himself is going to be laying down leather. Sagi is going to be brought down, and looks like those hit markers are going to give his position away. Well, if that doesn't do it, looks like Madhav is going to make sure he steals that finish right under the Daku's nose.
Team Maya, we would not be happy with that, but look at their split at this point of time. Two players are trying to get as many finishes as possible, but two players are trying to survive. They are looking to fight for the position first, but would this strategy work, XP?
I have a feeling that the circle is going to shift a bit to the southwest, and well, it is going to be an uphill battle for most teams. Before now, it looks like the bandit himself is going to be relentless with that Scar Rail as he emptied an entire clip in one of the members just downrange.
Oh god.
Oh, looks like I was complete opposite. At least it is going to move to the open, and Rage officials could be in a good spot to rack up quite a few finishes for themselves.
Well, Soul Viru is in the zone, and he has a decent compound there.
But for now, Knuckle looks like he is going to go for the kill. This is a bit of a frantic move over here, dangerous over here, risky over here, but higher the risk, higher the reward. He sees the enemy, he's like, wait, who do I shoot at? And now he whips out his M4, takes a few shots, but I think he made a mistake, and he realizes that as well.
Well, absolutely. He's now trying to survive. He's now trying to smoke his way out, which is not going to be easy. I am waiting for the cavalry, XP. Is the cavalry arriving?
I don't know, because looks like Simple from XL is coming up behind them. So as far as Team Mayavi are concerned, well, it is just these two gentlemen on our screens, because their partners in crime have fallen down. There you have it. Daku was taken out at Mino, down on his knees, and now they are going to fire a few shots in the distance. Look like Knuckle is going to get the better of Angry Boy. He is indeed going to be angry, but Yoda from the other side is going to make sure that Invincible's invincibility is put to the test, and within the blink of an eye here, Sparrow, they are going to lose one member. That means now they are a two-man squad.
Well, everyone is trying to enter the zone at this point of time. Nobody has time for some action outside the zone. Everybody wants to get in, but the gatekeeping scenarios are going to be a thing at this point of time. Soul Viru still holding on, and it seems like XL Simple is going to meet him really soon.
Oh, absolutely. And also keep in mind that the Lions do have a few of their members up top. Half the Pride is coming in. Well, forget that. The entire Pride is moving in, and Soul Viru got that memo because he is out of there, which means now RE are stuck between a rock and a hard place. At one end, they have the Roaring Lions, and well, at the other, we have team shooting at them, but it's going to be Jadu with some magic in his fingers who brings down the Samurai himself.
Meanwhile, it seems the journey has ended for Team Soul in Miramar, and the X-Lions already on the back foot, it seems, and our Esports, if they want to push, and this is the perfect opportunity for them to push in. Jadu coming in from the left flank, and all three players are now looking for some vengeance.
One good grenade could be problematic, but looks like they are going to let their weapons do all the talking as they are trying to find the opposition. There you have it. Oh my goodness, it's going to be a bit of a spot over here. Jadu, again, the man with the magic weapon over there, does get the better of the opponents because Canary is going to be singing a sweet song as well. Elsewhere, Simple does take out his own teammate. That could have been one of the reasons why our Esports do have the upper hand, and now Simple again with yet another nade. The enemy knows his position. The enemy has a cross that high rate of fire could be devastating, and there you have it in the blink of an eye. I did say the Canary is singing, and well, looks like our Esports have 5 finishes to their names as the X-Lions are going to be eliminated in 10th with the massive 12 finishes to their names.
Perfect planning and perfect execution by our Esports. Meanwhile, talking about remaining teams, Team Insane, they're desperate for some points, and yes, they already got 7 finishes. Now they're looking for their 9th one. It seems that nade is going to be so important. It's coming, it's happening, but only some splash damage that it would provide.
I like that splash damage, just a bit too short. Of course, that shrapnel just narrowly missing all that juicy flesh down there, and well, TM are going to be counting their lucky stars, but the question is for how much longer. They are going to deploy a few more smoke grenades. Meanwhile, on the other side, looks like action is going to break out on the outskirts of the city as 4 heroes are fending off against an onslaught of enemies. But again, we're going to focus over here because although we did say Rage have a good position, it's going to be Sayam from Insane who is going to get that first knock, and well, his partner in crime is going to make sure that they are put down now. Team Insane Esports are moving in. Z-King in the smoke. sooner or later that smoke is going to dissipate. But for now, he is still in a good spot. Elsewhere, looks like Tactical are going to go for a tactical revive over there because, well, they do have the cover of this shack.
Are these low on HP? And I would love to see if Team MAYAVIx could do something magical. And he can, he would. And that, I think, would punish Team Insane. But no, Siam would come in and he would take out Zeking.
Well, I wish we could actually have a look at what's happening over there because for now, I do like what Tactical are doing. They are going to smoke their position. They are going to get behind cover. But I do believe we are going to have to wait for the highlights here, Sparrow, because Insane, although they did have an insane fight, they are still alive and kicking. But now they are taking the fight to Rage Officials. Rage Officials got me down, and now it's going to be Roxy, who does spot the enemy moving in the distance, does lay down a few shots. Unfortunately, it's just a bit too late.
Rage Officials, even though they have a higher ground, they are still outside the zone and they need to get into the zone. Meanwhile, Tactical, again in Miramar, they're playing well. They got 3 finishes. They still have 4 of their players still surviving. And I think they are about to lose all of them. Or they're about to lose all of them. They just came in and wrecked havoc. 4 heroes are becoming superheroes of this game.
What? Where did those shots come from? I'll tell you exactly where those shots came from. They came from the other side of the road, from a building, and, well, you mentioned it. 4 heroes are looking good, and now they know, wait a second, someone else is nearby, as Empire is going to make sure he smokes the room before he goes in for the loot. And, well, looks like Enigma Gaming were the ones who were laying down all that lead, Sparrow.
Amazing effort. I mean, talk about Esports. They had to take out their team who just wanted to take that compound from them, but they have the zone now. It's going to be super important for them. Meanwhile, Tactical Kid is going to be the last man standing for Tactical. He has to stop Team Rage Officials from entering the zone.
Again, from that little slit of the window, looks like Rex does get the better of one of the members from Empire. Well, 4 heroes as the king hath fallen. But let's see if his teammates are going to come in and save the day. Elsewhere, looks like Kid is in a good position to lay down some lead. And Enigma, they knew that, or they realized that in the nick of time. Now, the circle is still in their favor, but Sparrow, oh boy, it could go either way right now, as of course all our eyes are going to be glued to the left of our screens, and there you have it. It is going to go uphill. It is going to go in the open, which means, well, all this concrete is going to be there for nothing.
Well, Sanhok was not good for Enigma. Right now in Miramar, they are making a strong comeback, but they have to, I think, cross the crossroads, it seems, and which is not going to be easy for them. Meanwhile, 4 heroes, Mighty OP, he is in a brilliant spot to stop Enigma from crossing the road.
You did mention there is a crossroad down there. Now, Tactical Kid is in a tactical position. However, Rage Officials, if they want to walk away the winners here, oh buddy, they're going to make sure they have to deal with him before they start raining down death and destruction on anyone who wants to be king of the hill. That is exactly the situation, ladies and gentlemen. We have an uphill battle for almost all the teams on your screens right now, as Empire throws that grenade but cooks it just a bit too much. Lucky for them, there was just a smoke grenade. Don't be alarmed. He is making sure his position is concealed.
It's going to be super important for them. They need to cross the road, but the problem is 4 heroes. They have the numbers game advantage, but they are on a lower ground.
They are on a lower ground, but again, now they are going to be deploying smokes and they are going to be moving forward, which means, well, they are going to have to find the enemy, and Enigma is on the other side of the wall. And for now, 4H, they do have a few options here, Sparrow, because again, they have that mountain slab, and as we saw, Rage Official are on the other side. If they take care of Tactical Kid, well, it would be a different story. For now, Enigma Avi getting the better of RE, and oh, just as I say that, Rex comes into fire, and well, in the blink of an eye, there you have it. Enigma is going to be blown to smithereens as Mighty throws a mighty grenade in their direction.
We are left with 4 teams, 9 players, and here you go, Mad Dog with a beautiful nade there. Would he be able to take someone out? Team Rage Officials, a brilliant opportunity for them to get a chicken dinner in Miramar. Today was not a good day for Rage Officials, but anything can change right now.
Anything can happen, but the thing is, what Rage Officials have done is they've let 4 heroes come up on this mountain, and well, they are going to make them pay the price, because Roxy's taken down. In fact, he is put in the ground, but now Mighty, he goes around the tree, he shoots with that Grotza. Of course, that high rate of fire is going to be, well, nigh unstoppable, making sure he has 4 finishes to his name. And now from up top, oh buddy, he is primed, he is ready, he could rain down missile strikes on the opposition as well. Have a look at Jadu, he is still out in the blue, looks like he might just peek in a few seconds, and that is all she's going to riot as Empire and the boys from 4 heroes are looking good. They are moving in. In fact, a grenade might be the end of them all. No, it's a pan that was thrown, and in fact, that was good precision. Wait a second, that was a great pan over there, because the 4 kings, the 4 heroes, again, I'm going to keep calling them the kings, Did you see that? I thought it was a grenade. I was like, wait, that looks like a bottle. Then suddenly, the moment he flung it, it was like a pan, and well, it did hit its mark, and dong, somebody just went down.
Well, that was cheeky, ain't it? I mean, that was just amazing. I mean, to be honest, at this stage, if you are having fun, you are living your life.
I mean, they were having fun, Sparrow. They took out a few of the big dogs in the process, making their way to the chicken dinner, making sure that they are indeed the heroes of Miramar in this game. And you know what? I'm not complaining. I loved the action throughout the game, as I'm sure all the viewers did as well.
What a gameplay coming in from 4 heroes. With this, I think they would be securing their position. One more game to go. We'll have to see how other teams are going to play in that one.
Now, you said at the beginning, what if GodLike falls early? What if, all the teams fall early? Yes, they did still have a few finishes. I'm just trying to build up the suspense. Come on, man. You're on my side over here.
I'm on your side, but leave GodLike aside. Other teams, they have to worry right now.
Oh yeah, GodLike's going through. Let me just say that right now. I think everybody already knows that. But again, it does mean that, the game is still open. It is still going to go down to the final game, especially, if we talk about maybe the 3rd to the 6th position over there. All those 4 spots are still up for grabs, as of course, just the way we like it, the competition is razor thin.
I mean, even at number 2 and number 3, teams only got 50 points. They need to get some points. And Enigma had a good game, but at the same time, Team Soul, they didn't have a really good game. Team GodLike didn't have a really good game, but they are secured, as you said it. But a lot of action happened. Let's have a look at the action, it seems.
There you go. Let's have a look at the highlights, as Sparrow just said. And, I like the fact that action was there from the beginning. We had action in the middle. And, well, right over here, Prince did try to deny them. Unfortunately, he took a shot to the face.
Oh, that action was really good. I mean, X-Lions, they wanted to get some points out of this game, but unfortunately, it was not their best game. To be honest, but Outliers, I think they're out of this competition. They were at the bottom of the points table, and now I think they still would find them there.
I guess, unfortunately, like we always love saying, for some to rise, some have to fall, and it looks like the Outliers are going to be outlined from this competition. Again, this was a good fight over here. The Lions roaring as loud as they could, racking up a few finishes, and of course, GodLike doing what they do best. Just, wrecking chaos and havoc all around them.
I think GodLike would be free in Erangel, and we can see some really good rampaging GodLike in the last one.
You want to see some classic game action, don't you?
I want to.
What I want to see is, I want to see every single man drop at every corner of the map, and then, just make their way in, because, in all essence, they are one-man armies. There you go. I'm talking about the classic games.
I've seen that happen a lot of times, but right now, I don't think these players are going to do something obnoxious like that. Meanwhile, talking about GodLike, Jonathan tried his level best. That was a great fight between GodLike and Insane. It was a 2v2, which was turned into a 1v2. Then it was a 1v1, in which Team Insane managing to win that fight.
I mean, finally, this is what Insane is all about, right? They've been saying it before, they've said it again, that they are all about the aggression. They love going hard. It's a do-or-die mentality for them, and it looks like this time they did a lot more before they did finally die.
Absolutely. Team Soul didn't have a great day. Team MAYAVIx as well, I have to say. Not a good day. Team Soul, meanwhile, have a good day. Not this match.
Not this match, but then again, Sparrow, the pressure. We talk about that pressure. The pressure is going to mount. Now, this is where it gets a bit tricky. If they trickle down to the 6th position, say, then, of course, it's not just the pressure on the players, but they know that, there are so many millions, in fact, millions of people out there watching who are going to try and egg them forward. So what I want is for them to take all those good vibes and, well, just get through to the next round. But again, can that happen?
I think they would need at least 10 points out of Erangel, and if they can get that, they are going to secure a position into the semi-finals. Meanwhile, Team X-Lions played well, but Canary, oh boy, that guy with that Groza wreak havoc on X-Lions.
Normally Canaries are, the sweet-sounding birds and all that, right? But it looks like he let his Groza do all the singing in that situation.
Well, give Canary a Groza and you would see the wild bird in action. But meanwhile, talking about Tactical Esports, I think they are off to a really good start. They had 50 points, it seems, but now it was not a great game. It was not a bad game. It was an average game, and I think consistency counts.
So you're saying it was somewhere in the middle for Tactical. Again, with one game in hand, they just need a few points to, make sure that they do book a berth for the semi-finals. Remember, again, ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to the final game, as we, of course, love it, because this is the final day of the quarterfinals, and only 6 more teams are going to be going through, and let's be honest, a couple of them we already know about, but again, 4 spots still open. Rage over here, almost losing a few of their members, doing a good job, and well, they could have taken it all the way, but unfortunately they had to go up against a few heroes.
Well, especially I'm worried about FPS, I'm worried about Team Insane, or both these teams. They want to make sure that they play well in Erangel. If they can get really good points in Erangel, they can get into top 6.
They could, but again, see, it's a last game. Now, as far as GodLike are concerned, no one's going to be messing with them.
They don't want to fight with GodLike in the last one.
Let's think about it. Let's just be honest about this. I don't think the drop spot is going to be contested. Oh, baby, that little pan over there was just beautiful. Let's have a look at it from his point of view. Hit his head. Hit his head, and that is all she wrote. Now, Rage, of course, they did try, but Mad Dog over there couldn't really do much at that position. Again, we do talk about adding insult to injury. That is what it was, but of course, it is all in good fun and humor. Now, a lot of banter coming over there, a lot of banter between us. But boy, oh boy, now, the teams, they did good. I wonder how they stacked up, because soon, actually, we are going to have the points table. Actually, you know what? Let's not delay that anymore. Let's head straight over to the points table, because it is going to be popping up on your screens right about now.
The most important screen of the day, it seems. 4 heroes getting 27 points out of Miramar. Number 2, we got Esports who got 15 total points. Number 3, we got Rage Officials who got 13 total points XP.
13 points is not bad, but the thing is, Lions have a total of 13 as well, but there's a major contrast between Rage and Lions. Now, while the Lions roared and did manage to secure 12 finish points, Rage aren't really being that aggressive. They aren't really raging that much. Looks like they have taken a few chill pills, because they only have 1 finish point to the name. However, they do have those crucial placement points.
Well, they need to rage in Erangel if they want to do something in the points table. Talking about number 5, we got Tactical Esports who got 11 points. As I said, they were consistent and they are still looking good. Number 6, we got Team Insane Esports, 11 points. I don't think they would be happy with only 11.
Well, at least they did get 9 finish points, so they are waking up. Maybe they just might go all out in the next game. Now, let's have a look and see who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. There you have it. It is going to be Madhav from Team X Lions.
Well, I have to say, Madhav the Lion played really well with 6 finishes, 649 damage. He was the star of this game. Talking about number 2, we got Insane Sayyam who got 4 finishes with a damage of a whooping 900.
I mean, that is the maximum damage on our screens right now. Looks like they are a bit insane here, Sparrow. But of course, in number 3, we have Clutch God with 4. In 4th, we have Yodha, the Warrior, with 4 finishes to himself. And, tying things up at the end, we have Mighty OP from 4 heroes with 4 finishes to his name as well.
Well, he is actually a hero for their team, getting a lot of finishes, getting a lot of assists as well. But let's have a look at the match summary. Let's see how many nades were used in this one. Only 58 XP.
But the thing is, the question is, okay, we see the grenades. How many of them ended up in finishes? Well, the answer is 2. Made sure that people were put in their graves. Not at the graveyard, unfortunately, as predicted. However, the grenades were used to knock a lot of people around.
Look at the healing. That's a good amount of healing for Miramar, 8,458. And finally, longest finish distance is more than 300.
I'm not even joking. The moment he said finally, I was already doing the little sniping action, and that's why we had that little chuckle. Finally, it's about time. It's been a couple of days. We haven't seen the longest finish, cross that 300 mark.
Well, absolutely beautiful performance by a lot of players, and it seems like desperation times. It's time for Erangel, and I would love to say, but before that, let's have a look at the Manhattan. I want to see some big buildings in this screen.
Well, let's see if that's going to be the case. Not a lot of tall buildings, as you like calling it, because the finish to damage performance graph is going to be not even Steven. Of course, a couple of teams, 3 to 4 teams are going to be just outperforming everyone else. But again, I do feel for teams that were taken out in the beginning, because they didn't really have a lot of options available to them.
Absolutely. I mean, they played well. If you have a look at X-Lions, they managed to get 12 finishes, it seems. And, even 4 heroes, they managed to get 12 finishes as well. But again, the big question is, who are our top 6? I mean, who are going through to the semi-finals? That is a big question at this point of time, and it's all coming down to Erangel.
You know what? Now, I don't know what I'm going to hear in my ear, right? I don't know whether it's going to come up or not. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see the overall standings right now. I want to create I love the suspense. My heart is pounding. My hands are a little bit shaky. The adrenaline is coursing in. But what we can show you is we will try and pit 2 players against one another, as, of course, the player face-off is popping up on your screens now. And I wonder who it's going to be.
Well, I wonder the same thing. Maybe it is someone from X-Lions, and let's have a look at it. It is going to be GodLike Clutch God on the right and Team Insane Sayyam on the left.
Well, both of them are going to share the finishes, 4 to each man, but it's going to be Sayim from Insane, who has, well, an insane amount of damage, 900 to be precise, as compared to Clutch God's 588. Now, even in the assist and headshot department, Sayim is going to be a bit further up ahead, but again, on the overall standings, it's GodLike who are taking away that mantle. And, speaking about teams, let's do another thing. You know what's going to come next. We are going to now pit two squads up against one another. Any guesses here, Sparrow?
Well, I think it's going to be X-Lines and 4 heroes, but we'll see. Oh, I'm right.
All right, let me just tell you one thing. That was not made up. There was no way he could have predicted this, and I like that. Again, the heavy-hitting teams are the ones that are going to be on our screen, but the major contrast is, even though 4 heroes did get those 12 finishes and the chicken dinner, X-Lions did the same, but they're in the 10th position because, well, they did all the fighting way too early.
Absolutely. I mean, they played well. They got some finishes. They got some points. But in the end, I mean, it's all about getting those points. In the end, it's getting all those finish points and those position points. You have to get both.
I mean, although this game is called BGIS, and of course the game is BGMI, the name of the game is to make sure you rack up all those points. And let's do one thing. Let's actually put the spotlight on one particular squad because the squad performance charts are coming up. And there you have it. 4 heroes for you, Sparrow.
Last 3 games were fantastic. They were consistent. Match 3, they got 11 finishes. Match 4, they got 7. And match 5, they got 12. So consistency, as I was saying it is key and they are looking good.
It is looking good indeed, and I wonder if they are going to do even better in the next game because judging by what I'm seeing, I think they could. I think they have the momentum. I think they have the drive, and again,
I think they can qualify.
I think they can qualify. Honestly, I just hope if somebody is listening, don't put up the overall standings right now because just I want to dwell in that suspense as well. It is going to be easy, just to walk over to the next room and see what's happening. But again, I love it. Again, yes, we are casting over here, but the viewing experience is what we are truly here for.
Absolutely. I mean, overall standings, we all know how many points every single team got. I mean, we have some really good mathematician in the chats as well who already would have predicted who is at what position.
Of course, they've already got their sheets out, they've got the calculators out, and I'm sure they're already spamming all the results in the chat down below. But again, like I said, we are going to find out. Now, before we do anything else, again, a massive shout out to the company, the team that actually made all of this happen. I am, of course, talking about the iQOO 7 Legend. And let me tell you one thing. When you are given this grand stage, it's all on you, whether you want to make it or break it, whether you want to unleash that monster inside.
Absolutely. I mean, you can do a lot of things, and the best thing you can do right now is to check the description because there is something special for you. You can just go there and register yourself for this amazing giveaway.
There you have it. And of course, you have to just answer one simple question. It is kind of easy. Who will be at the top of the leaderboard at the end of this day? And well, if you answer quick and if you answer right, you just might walk away with some amazing BGMI merch. I think I'm a bit too late for it, isn't it?
You forgot that today.
I forgot that today.
Well, it's okay,
I was just enthralled by GodLike and what all they did. But again, a massive shout out to iQOO 7 Legend for making all of this possible, for giving these unknown teams a chance to shine in the spotlight. But you know what? Before that, let's have another word from the official smartphone sponsor of BGIS 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021. During the little promo, we had a bit of a switch up. Experiment is out. I am back in. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be Spiro. Spiro, the last match was entertaining as all heck. We saw the head-to-head Team X Lions going up against Team 4 Heroes, but in the end, it was Team 4 Heroes who edged them out in terms of points. Well, of course, because of that first place finish. Do you think Team X Lions can get the chicken dinner this time around, though?
Well, they would love to. I mean, you know what I think is, I think we're going to have a brilliant game of Erangel now, and believe me when I say we love these cliffhangers.
Oh yeah, we most certainly do. In fact, let's have a look at the matchup and see once again, just to jog your memories, what teams are going to be here in the mix. Well, if you have been sleeping so far, firstly, good morning. Secondly, you need to start tuning in a little bit earlier so you catch the entire storyline. But we have Team IRONSIGHT, Team 4 Heroes, Team Insane Esports, GodLike Esports, R Esports, Invincible Esports, Team X Lions, Team Outliers to work with over here, and these are just some of the teams who have made it from the qualifiers, of course, GodLike being the exception over here. But let's look over to the other side and see who else is here as well. We've got Team PE, Tactical Esports, FPS Gaming, Soul, Rage Officials, TKM Esports, Enigma Gaming, and Team MAYAVIx.
All these teams, all these wonderful players who played really well in round 3, and you know, it's quarterfinals now. There's just one game remaining, and if you're on the top of the table, just like GodLike, you can chill, you can relax, you can wreak havoc on your opponents. But if you're not, you have to play well.
Absolutely, you most certainly have to play well. But once again, there is a $1 million question that needs to be answered. GodLike, are they going to break the points record today?
Well, if I say yes, are you going to give me $1 million?
Well, maybe, you know, when I'm 70 years old, you know, when I've invested all my earnings and I actually have some money to spare, maybe. So,
done deal. So yes, I think GodLike could break that record. I think the record was created by Reckoning Gaming, who got 100 points in 6 games.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, that is the record to beat over here, folks. So make sure you keep a keen eye on GodLike, because you never know when they might be running away with that title. But once again, there are a couple of teams who are on the cusp of making it to the top 6 over here. Of course, I'm talking about a couple of teams like Team MAYAVIx and well, a couple other teams joining them in the fray as well. What do these teams have to do if they want to make it to the tippy top, to the top 6, and see themselves in the semi-finals?
Get 30 points. I mean, here you go. I said it. I said it. I mean, you need to get at least 15 finishes, and you need to get a chicken dinner. And if you can get a 30 bomber, then you might be able to qualify for semi-finals.
Absolutely. Well, if any teams out there are looking for analysts, you've got a very simple and straightforward one right here, Spiro. Just get those 30 points and you will be doing just great. But yeah, jokes and sarcasm aside, we should be jumping into the map of Erangel soon enough. Let's have a look at what this map has to offer as we are walking through the streets of Pochinki.
Absolutely beautiful map of Erangel, and you know, Pochinki is in dead center of it. I wonder if any team is going to go and have a really good time in Pochinki. But talking about Erangel, you have to put everything on the line in this one, Floki. Blood, sweat, tears, everything, whatever you got, just use that well and get some decent points.
Absolutely, get all those points for yourself, because this is the last chance that you have. What goes around comes around. We started the day with Erangel, and now we are back to Erangel to end things off. We'll see if we will be seeing a repeat of Game 1 over here, and if Soul and GodLike will be eliminated early on, or if they will prevail this time around and get the chicken dinner. Or well, if we're going to be going in for a wild ride of sorts, as we might just see a lot of early action brewing out as well, because that is what Erangel has been for the past few maps. It did seem to me that Erangel was the epicenter of all the action this time around. I mean, Sanhok, yes, it was Sanhok, it was chaotic, there were a lot of fights breaking out, but still, it seems that it took some time for that to be activated. And for Sanhok, it did feel like those fights took a little more time than they usually do on average. Erangel, on the other hand, we have been seeing fights break out quicker and quicker. Do you think that's just because of the flight paths, or do you think teams are actually starting to target each other in terms of their drop locations?
I mean, it's all the factors that you have stated. It's all combined that we can see some chaos here. And believe me when I say that, I expect some hostility in the last one. I mean, a lot on the line, and when there's a lot of pressure on you, sometimes you crumble, but sometimes you create magic.
Absolutely, create magic. That is how goals are turned into diamonds. Just a lot of pressure. Are we going to be seeing a couple of lump of goals maybe turning into diamonds, rough around the edges, making it to the top 6 and maybe even the semi-finals? Well, we will be finding out. We'll see if any of these teams are actually going to be in there, as I do think that some of these teams over here are going to be having a slightly rougher time, because, well, the pressure is going to be on them, and we will see them trying to make their way in here. Of course, some of these teams may not have a lot, they may not be in a very good mental state to work with over here, due to the fact that, well, let's just say that, they've had a lot of pressure building up and this is the final game. So if they don't perform here, that is it. It is the end of the line for them. And, well, I do believe we have a bit of a technical issue coming up. So one player did fail to connect, and I think we just might be rehosting the lobby for the same. Just make sure everyone has, well, a bit more of an even footing over here in this final map for Erangel. So, yeah, well, let's see if that does end up happening. But, yeah, in case you're wondering why we're still on the beauty shots and admiring the beauty that is Erangel, well, there you have it. We're trying to make sure that the competition is fair for everyone.
Oh boy, increase the pressure again. I mean, they have to wait for it. They have to get in the plane path once again, and it's going to be so difficult for a lot of these. Maybe, they saw the plane path. They were trying to make plans. They have plan A, they have plan B, they have plan C, and all the alphabets as well. And then you get this voice in your head that it's gonna restart. So you need to figure out once again.
Well, absolutely. I mean, in the spirit of fair competition, it is the final day, it is the final match, it is the final map, and we're gonna make sure all of these teams start off on an even footing. Of course, even if one player disconnects, that means we're gonna be rehosting the entire lobby, giving everyone a fair chance, because, well, a lot of money is at stake over here. But you know what, just one interesting detail: the circle from the map that we did load into previously, not that interesting anyway. So I'm glad that the lobby is gonna be rehosted. In the meantime, we are gonna be having an interview coming up for you guys. We're gonna be interviewing Insane Adi and seeing what he has to say about his experience so far. So you know what? We're going to be talking a little bit more about that. Insane, they've had an okayish time so far, but somewhere or the other, they're having a tough time making it. Let's see if they can push themselves over, and let's jump into the interview with Adi. There you go.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का iQOO प्रेजेंट्स बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया सीरीज में। मेरा नाम है अंकित पांडे एके एंकी बॉट, और मेरे साथ जुड़ेंगे जीशान आलम एके मेजी। और अब हम यहां पर बुलाने वाले हैं एक बहुत ही प्यारे से गेस्ट को, जिनका नाम है इंसेन आदि, और उनसे हम जानेंगे कि क्या उनकी कुछ अलग स्ट्रैटेजीज रहने वाली है इस क्वार्टर फाइनल्स को लेकर के। तो पेश है आपके सामने इंसेन आदि। एंड इंसेन आदि, कैसे हैं आप? स्वागत है आपका।
मैं बहुत बढ़िया हूँ, आप लोग कैसे हो?
बहुत बढ़िया, काफी अच्छे हम लोग जी। तो आदि, जैसे कि हमने अभी देखा है टीम इंसेन, नाम भी उनका इंसेन है, और जिस तरीके से वो इंसेनली खेलते हैं, स्पेशली अपने जो असॉल्टिंग है उसके लिए जाने जाते हैं, काफी अग्रेसिव गेम स्टाइल है आपका। तो क्या क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में हमें वही गेम स्टाइल देखने को मिलेगा राइट फ्रॉम द फर्स्ट मैच, या फिर इनिशियल मैचेस में थोड़ा सा आप लोग रुक के खेलेंगे, देखेंगे बाकी की टीम्स के प्रदर्शन, और उसके बाद उस अग्रेशन पे पुश करेंगे?
नो फर्स्ट मैच से एग्रेशन दिखेगा आपको।
चलिए, एक साफ और सीधा जवाब यहाँ पे ऐसा मोहर लगा दी उन्होंने। बट आदि, मैं हमेशा जब से बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया सीरीज शुरू हुआ है तब से मैं अपनी ऑडियंस को हमेशा कहता रहता हूँ कि अगर कोई कंटेंडर है, और भी टीम्स हैं जो जीतने के लायक हैं और उनकी मेहनत वो दिखती है, मैंने उनमें हमेशा इंसेन का नाम ऐड करा है। बट ग्राइंड में जिस तरीके से हमने आपकी प्रदर्शन देखी है, उस बेसिस पे अगर मैं बात करूँ तो बहुत सारी चेंजेस, बहुत सारी चीजें आपकी टीम में अचानक से सडनली चेंज हो गई। तो आपको क्या लगता है कि अभी क्या मेन एक फैक्टर हो सकता है कि जो आप लैक कर रहे हो?
उस टाइम ग्राइंड में हमारे साथ हुआ था कि जो एम असिस्ट ऑफ था, साउंड विजुअलाइजेशन ऑफ था, उससे हमें थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम हो रहा था जी। लेकिन बाद में यूज्ड टू हो गया, जैसे प्रैक्टिस करा उसके बाद। और अभी कुछ नहीं है, अभी ऑल सेट है। आज आप लोग देखना।
बिल्कुल, यानी कि अभी टीम इंसेन पूरी तरीके से तैयार है, वो जो रेडी है, बिल्कुल फुल रेडी। उन्होंने जिस चीज को बोला, और बोला कि अग्रेशन के लिए जाएंगे, जो उनका प्राइमरी गेम स्टाइल है। अब अग्रेशन की आपने बात करी, बट आदि हमने देखा है कि सैनहॉक का मैप जो हमें क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में एक इंक्लूड होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है, उस पर यूजुअली टीम्स जो है वो राइट फ्रॉम द बिगिनिंग हील बैटल करने के लिए जाती है। हमने कल देखा 42 फर्स्ट स्टेट से टीम स्काईलाइट के पास। तो आपका क्या अप्रोच रहने वाला है सैनहॉक मैप में स्पेसिफिकली?
हिल बैटल के लिए नहीं जाएंगे, फिनिशेस के लिए जाएंगे।
चलिए, काफी सटीक जो जवाब है एंकी, वो आपको इस वक्त मिल जरूर रहा है, आप खुश होंगे इस चीज से। बट एक और चीज की अभी इस वक्त बहुत सारी चीजें चल रही हैं मार्केट में, ये अपनी जो कम्युनिटी है उसमें, कि अभी जो ड्रॉप क्लैश होने वाला है इंसेन के साथ, आपको भी पता होगा कि कौन सी टीम के साथ आपका ड्रॉप क्लैश हो सकता है। तो उस चीज के बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे कि ड्रॉप क्लैश होने ही वाला है, या फिर अगर ड्रॉप क्लैश हुआ तो आप फाइट लेने वाले हो, या कुछ और चीज जो आपके प्लान में हो?
काफी सटीक
हम
सटीक
fall back नहीं करने वाले।
बिल्कुल
काफी सटीक सटीक आंसर मिल रहे हैं।
एग्जैक्टली मतलब आदि यहाँ पर सीधे सीधे ये चीज कहना चाह रहे हैं कि भाई अगर आप हमारे ड्रॉप क्लैश पे आएंगे तो आपको हम मारेंगे, अगर आप हमारे रोटेशन के बीच में आएंगे तो हम आपको मारेंगे, और अगर आप कहीं नहीं आएंगे तो भी हम आपको घुस के मारेंगे, बिकॉज हम अग्रेसिव टीम है और हम अपने उसी चीज को कैपिटलाइज करना चाहेंगे। चलिए आदि, बहुत मजा आया आपसे बात करके। एक और चीज मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि अभी कॉम्पिटिशन कैसा चल रहा है, बिकॉज राउंड 3 में भी आपने खेला, तो वो जो अंडररेटेड टीम्स हम बोलते हैं, जो कि आई डोंट थिंक कि अब वो अंडररेटेड बची हैं क्योंकि बहुत बढ़िया प्रदर्शन उनका आया है, तो अग्रेशन, जैसे आपकी टीम काफी अग्रेसिव है तो आपने भी काफी अग्रेसिव टीम्स को देखा होगा, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि वो टीम्स किस चीज में स्ट्रांग है और कहां पर ये जो अंडररेटेड टीम्स हम बोल रहे हैं जिनको, वो थोड़ा लैक कर रही हैं?
राउंड ट्री जो हमारा था वो हमें बहुत मतलब इजी लगा, हमारे इसमें इतना कुछ था नहीं। लेकिन बाकी टीम्स जैसे कि जो क्वालिफाई करके आए वो बहुत मतलब एग्रेसिव भी है और मतलब बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं स्ट्रेटेजिकली।
एक और चीज, आखिरी चीज,
कुछ जो लैग कर रहे हैं, हाँ
जी बताइए। जो लैग कर रहे हैं,
कुछ जो लैग कर रहे हैं वो एक्सपीरियंस के कारण लैग कर रहे हैं, जैसे जोन में जाने में मतलब उन्हें नॉलेज नहीं है कि कहाँ जाना है, कहाँ पे कौन कौन सी पोजीशन पे जहाँ खेल सकते हैं, ऐसा मतलब वो एक्सपीरियंस में बहुत लैग कर रहे हैं अंडरडॉग टीम्स आगे।
कम से कम वो एक्सपीरियंस धीरे धीरे खेलते हुए आएगा जरूर। बट एक और चीज, एक आखिरी सवाल की, आपकी टीम में से आपको कोई ऐसा लगता है कि अगर तीनों खत्म हो गए तो ये प्लेयर तो है जो आपकी टीम को ऊपर तक तो ले ही जाएगा?
गॉब्लिन
जी, उनका गन पावर मैंने देखा है, बहुत ही बढ़िया सॉल्टर अपनी टीम से। चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच आदि हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, बात करके आपसे बहुत अच्छा लगा। आपका जो परफॉर्मेंस है जरूर चाहूंगा उतना ऊपर तक जरूर जाए। वंस अगेन बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए।
ऑल द बेस्ट।
थैंक यू।
ये थे आदि हमारे साथ, वो जुड़े और उन्होंने बताया सटीक जो जवाब होता है वो उन्होंने कोई भी घुमा फिरा के बात नहीं कि नहीं हमारा ये स्ट्रेटजीज है, हम ये करने वाले, ये हम तो मारने वाले हैं, हम फॉल बैक नहीं करने वाले, हम सारी चीजें करने वाले। तो ये थे इनसेन आदि, उनसे हमने बातचीत करी और कुछ डायरेक्ट जवाब जो थे वो भी हमें मिले। बट फिलहाल के लिए चलेंगे अगले मैच पे।
Well, ladies and gentlemen, those were the words of wisdom coming in from Adi from the side of Insane. Make sure you show them some support down there in the chat because they still might just make it with your love there. But once again, the stars, they do have to line up for this team to qualify as the top dogs in the group, GodLike, Soul, and all these other players, they need to be taken out along with everyone else to make sure that there is enough room in the top 6 for some of these newer entrants coming in. And man, the competition, it is going to be kicked up a notch. But you know what? I do want to take this time out to talk about some of the qualified teams over here. Team X Lions, today, even if they don't qualify, I kind of feel happy that they played their hearts out. In the previous game, they didn't get those placement points. They got eliminated, I think, in 10th place. So, yeah, at the end of the day, they didn't get a lot of placement points to work with. But once again, they show that they aren't afraid. They're willing to take fights. And when they do, man, did it look glorious. And I'm very, very excited for the future of India and BGMI because all of these teams, they have been raising the bar. I mean, how many invited teams have we seen not qualify for the semi-finals over here? I think the first 2 days itself, we saw an even split of 3 teams from the invited list and 3 teams from the qualified list making it into the next round.
There's no doubt in my mind, Floki, that these rising stars are going to be the future of Indian BGMI. That is for sure. But as you said, for X-Lions and the 4 Heroes, both of these teams have impressed a lot today. I mean, I was expecting more things from IRONSIGHT, to be honest. The first game was really good. The second game was average. But they kind of, left out after that.
Absolutely, they most certainly did. IRONSIGHT, they seem to be having some trouble being consistent across the map. Now, we did mention early on in the first game that they had very good placement points, right? They came in second at the end of the day. They got those 12 placement points, but they only had 2 finishers. And given the position they were in, given how lucky they were getting with those zones, I do think that they could have stepped it up a little bit over there. Maybe been a little bit more aggressive. And if they did, well, it just might be so that they wouldn't be in the spot that they currently are in now. And well, I know what you're gonna say next. Could have, woulda, shoulda. But yeah, at the end of the day, the mistakes are, your mistakes are your mistakes. And if you don't work on them, if you don't improve, you're not going to be making it to the semi-finals.
Look, every player makes mistake. It's just that you have to learn from your mistake. You have to correct them at the right time. And this is the right time. This is Erangel. 1 more game remaining. And what we say always, Floki, one game is enough.
And absolutely, one game is all it takes to turn things around, folks. So don't give up hope just yet. Maybe, just maybe, if all the stars align, your favorite team might actually make it into the next round. I'm quite sure a lot of members from Insane and a lot of their supporters are as well are going to be thinking about that same thing. So make sure you show them some love in the chat, because they're going to be needing some of that energy going into this game. And man, once again, we're going to be starting out, or rather ending it on Erangel, as we will be starting out on the map in just a bit once the players are in the lobby. But yeah, I do want to say that this map is once again going to be fairly interesting, because this is where we started out on. This is where GodLike and Soul sort of got dumpstered, but you know, they came back. They played well on Miramar, they played well on Sanhok, and the next Erangel as well. Is that going to happen again? Well, we're about to find out, because we should be jumping into the map of Erangel and having a look around that area. We should be seeing all the different sites that Erangel has to offer. Milta Power, Pochinki, Severny, Stolber. If you could choose just one place to sit at and admire the view, where would it be on Erangel?
Well, if you ask me, maybe Seven Sisters in the Sosnovka military base. I mean, that's a tower. We call it Seven Sisters because it has 7 towers, and it's an internal thingy, Floki.
Absolutely. Well, the Seven Sisters, of course, your choice of land. I would like to be on top of Milta Power and, you know, just sit there on those abandoned reactors and just observe the view. Of course, it's going to be a scary ride down, no doubt about that, but it's going to be fun to see the view for sure. But before we go into this game, of course, I am going to put you in the spot, and then myself as well. You have to pick a winner out of these 16 teams to take this map. Who is it going to be?
I think I'm going to go with either Soul or Insane. I would love to see if any of them can come in and, you know, they have the experience, right? They have those players who got it all. They just need to come and perform.
Absolutely, they most certainly do. So, well, he has set Soul. Spiro, that is going to be your prediction. I am going to go with the side of X-Lions. I really want them to roar out loud and find themselves in that top 6. Hopefully this time around they can turn things on Erangel as we jump straight into the map and see for ourselves what this map has to hold for us. Of course, that is what it looks like. So, this is the first place we're going to be taking a little view of. A little bit of shelter, a little bunker where you can hide, where you can stay. And speaking of shelter, I have to say I haven't really seen a lot of teams prioritizing shelter at this stage. It does seem that the places of choice seem to be Severny, Kameshki, even Lipovka and Milta a couple of times. We saw teams dropping into Sosnovka military base, but shelter stays relatively empty over here. So maybe this time around that can change up. And, you know, Soul, of course, you said that you want to see them win. Well, that is terms and conditions applied, of course, thinking that if nobody can test them on Mansion, they should most certainly be able to make it to a good finish. But, once again, if they get contested, it might be a different story.
Absolutely. I mean, it's time. It's the most important game of the day, and Team Soul Viper is going to drive this play. And I mean, this is going to be so important for Team Soul. They had only 1 point in the last game. They need a lot of points in this one. Talking about the plane path, starting on the eastern side of Primorsk, going towards Stalber. It's a beautiful plane path where you can go, where you can pretty much go wherever you want to go, apart from Zerki and Milta Power, maybe.
Yeah, well, there you go, Team Iron sights. Well, they have their sights set on the area of Primorsk as they seem to be dropping in. A couple of other teams also seem to be making their way towards that general direction. They might go towards Quarry or Gutka. That could also be on the menu. But no, Soul is actually changing their drop location for now. Where are they headed? I am curious to find out. In the meantime, Team X-Lions going to be taking the island of Sosnovka, and joining them is going to be the members from FPS Gaming too. Now, of course, this flight path does allow teams to go towards Georgopol if they want to. Yes, it's going to be a bit of a longer run. You're probably going to have to find a couple of vehicles and then move in towards there. But once again, that area should be accessible. In fact, given where the plane path is ending, Kameshki could also be on the menu.
Absolutely. I mean, you can find really good loot at Kameshki if all 4 of your players, or even 2 of your players, just go there. But drop clashes, you have to be careful about that, because if you're thinking Kameshki, maybe someone else would be thinking Kameshki as well. Talking about players, talking about teams, this is going to, as I said earlier, the most important map of the day and the zone. Again, this could be a weird zone, Floki. I mean, we have witnessed some amazing zones in Erangel today.
Absolutely, we most certainly have witnessed a couple of amazing zones in Erangel, and well, once again, it's not going to disappoint because it did shift in the right way. What? Well, there you have it, folks. A little bit of some early drop action coming in from the members of GodLike and Invincible. Let's see who's going to come out on top. The pan has been picked up by Jonathan. And well, I think I know what he's gonna do with it next. He's got the micro Uzi in his hands too, just looking for a better weapon to work with over here. We'll find the UMP, and maybe that's all he needs to start playing a little bit more aggressively.
Well, Invincibles, they are showing their class. It seems they want to take out the top dog. They want to take out GodLike early on in the game. Of course, GodLike got enough points on the table, but they would love to finish at number 1. And if they want to do that, they need to win this one. Meanwhile, on the other side, it is Team Insane who are under insane pressure. They need to win this one, and they are fighting Outliers, who are at the bottom of the table, it seems.
Absolutely, Team Outliers are indeed at the bottom of the current table, but maybe if they are able to fight this one out, they should be able to make it towards that top spot. Once again, Team Insane having a very easy time just looting near farm. No one to really contest them or put an end to whatever they're doing here. But in the meantime, Outliers, the same can't be said for them, as we're going to jump back towards the fight happening in Yasnia Poliana, where it does seem that Team GodLike have eyed up the members of Invincible, but no one has made a move just yet. Everyone just holding on for the time being, as Jonathan acts as the eyes for his team.
It's all about the first knock, Floki. It's all about that information that Jonathan is looking to gather for his team. He has a sharp eye, and I think he just spotted Rango. He's looking to get more information. He wants to know the position of every single player. And once they got it, they're going to knock a guy, and they're going to rush. Talking about Invincibles, they would love to make sure the first knock is in their favor.
Absolutely. If they do find that first knock, then they can certainly push ahead and be a little bit more aggressive. But GodLike's position, I'm not sure if it's gonna give them the opportunity to do so. They should be able to just hold out from the windows and see any sort of flanks and maneuvers coming in, as Kyrotex does seem to be making one, but he has to be careful because Jonathan, he's got his eyes set over this area, and you can see him trying to move around and maybe get some more views around the map. And there you go, there's the squad spotlight coming in for GodLike Esports. 10,000 total damage done, 52 finishes to their name, just in case you're wondering what their stats look like. In the meantime, Team Outliers, they will finally be pushed into from the side of Team Insane. They will look to secure those knocks, convert them into finishes, but Goblin has to be careful. He's quite low on HP. Thankfully, he's got a couple of bandages, but that is going to take some time off and allow maybe the knock player to move to a different position.
Absolutely, I mean, I don't think Harish would be safe there, and here you go, Simple getting the better of Zord. Chico, it seems. I think they were fighting at Military Base Island. Both those teams love to go there. Meanwhile, Adi would get the job done. He would get the first point on the board for Team Insane.
Absolutely, Team Insane will be able to get that first knock and finish of the game, both in their favor. And now we're going to turn our attention back towards the side of GodLike, going up against Invincible. Cypher has been discovered. He could be in a world of trouble. 3 different angles from which nades can be rained down, and Cypher trying his best to stay alive, as that trajectory a little bit too far for it to connect on him. But Cypher, he's going to continue sticking to the walls, and it seems like GodLike are out of grenades for now. At least even if they do have a couple more, they don't want to use it to flush him out. Instead, they'd just be more happy to get a vehicle and maybe get the hell out of here instead, because now they're starting to take some time, and well, the circle isn't exactly in their favor. Invincible, in the meantime, Angry Boy is going to continue to just stay over here and maybe catch some stragglers going away from him, as Jonathan is going to start to tuck tail and run after rattling off a few shots, and hopefully he can find the rotation in towards safety. And guess what? He even found a first aid kit for all of his troubles.
I mean, he is looking for a vest, it seems. So he is short of a vest, and we all know Jonathan. He loves to go up close and personal with his opponents. Talking about that, Outliers, they're on the back foot certainly, without a helmet, without a vest, without any sort of healings. Max is on top of this mountain, and if he can spot someone, if he can knock someone, then it's good. But if he gets spotted, it would be bad for him. Meanwhile, it's just the patience game, Floki. Who is going to get the second knock? That is the important question right now.
Absolutely. Aim Max Outliers. He's got the AKM. He's got aim in his name as well. But does he have it when it comes down to brass tacks? Well, in the meantime, we're going to focus on Cypher. Come back to that a little bit later, because he has been knocked down from the members of GodLike. It seems like, the aggression, it didn't stop in Sanhok. It didn't stop in Miramar. And it's not going to stop in Erangel either. The pan is out. Clutch God is going to rub salt into the wounds over here. As clang, 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 the pan goes. Oh, wait, he actually used his fist to punch him out of his misery. Just removed all the blood from his body there, and that's all he really needed, just his fist doing all the talking.
Well, you have to save your ammo, right, Floki, for the fights? It seems like that, and here you go, another one bites the dust, and a little bit boxing going on in front of us at this point of time. GodLike Esports, now they have a couple of points already on the board. They just need to find 2 more players, and they need to finish them. But meanwhile, a nade is on the cards, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the members of Invincible, their eyes did see the members of GodLike, but they were knocked down, so their hands couldn't hit anything at all. Oh boy, that nade could have done so much work there. Very well cooked coming in from Gyrotex, but unfortunately a little bit shy, as GodLike might have seen it coming and actually move back. That nade could do a fair amount of work, does deal a decent amount of damage. That second nade's going to go in as well. It looks like Gyrotex is not going to be long for this world. The bullets will connect, the M4 will find its mark. There you go, Gyrotex should also be joining his fallen comrades in the grave as he is gonna get punched and banned into oblivion. GodLike looking to send a message.
Oh, they're the bullies, right?
They're
the bullies. They're the big ones. They are on top of the world, it seems. And GodLike trying to find the fourth one, the last piece of the puzzle. Let's see if they're going to find it. They're going to find him. Or, on the other hand, he found them. Oh, they want to nade. Oh, they want to nade. They're smoking. They want to nade him.
I mean, it's the end for Erangel. I mean, he's going to try and create some sort of distraction for him, draw the side of GodLike away from the zone. He's just running away. He's just trying to make sure that GodLike have to go as far from the zone as possible to try and take him out. But GodLike don't care. They know they've qualified over here. GodLike are going to chase him to the ends of the earth. Z-God even pulls out the pan and is going to try and find and see if he can maybe melee him to death. And the blue zone is starting to close in now, but GodLike don't really seem to care. They're still running after good old Rango. And Rango, well, it seems that he might just be baiting them in over here. GodLike, they have to be a little bit careful now. I mean, with the blue closing in, sure, it's not a lot of damage. Jonathan baiting him out by jump shotting over there. And looks like Rango will finally make his move. Does rattle off a couple of shots. Does find does find Clutch God. And now GodLike, they've got a decision to make. Do they continue to pursue, or are they happy with Rango just letting him tank the blue? Well, they will chase him down to the ends of the earth over here. Rango is just trying to live, man. Give that guy some room to work with. The micro Uzis have been pulled out over here. And it looks like Rango should be taken out. The pan is out. Z-God doesn't even want to use his bullets anymore. He just wants to go for the pan in his face instead.
You know, I would love to see if Rango can do a 1v4 there. I mean, I know it's going to be super difficult, but, you know, everything is possible.
Look at the amount of utility they're using.
They want to throw the pan now. They want to throw the pan. And yes, the pan is coming and the nade is coming out. Clutch God, he wants to punch his enemy. He's trying to punch his enemy, but he won't lose his life instead. Everyone is coming and they're punching. They're using pans. They're using everything. And here you go. Team GodLike, they lost a player, they won the fight. It seems they are happy now.
Absolutely. Team GodLike going in for the pan finish, just rubbing salt into the wounds of their opponents as well. Sometimes it's not about the physical damage, it's about the mental damage up there in the head. And Tactical Esports, well, they are just going to casually see IRONSIGHT trying to take some sort of fight against them. They see, haha, nice try, come back again next time around. And, well, they're going to have a lot of loot to work with for all their trouble. 3 finishes to their name, a buggy waiting in the wings to take them away. Let's see what Tactical Esports are going to do next, as the circle has shifted a little bit further towards the west here. So there might be hope for those GodLike members. Yeah, they can still go in there, but with the blue zone increasing in damage done over time, they need to be a little bit quick on their feet, because the peripheries of the circle will be guarded by a couple of teams over here. In fact, MAYAVIx might just be making their way towards Saverny.
It's a nice plan. It's not a bad plan for them to play it safe in this one, but they need to be aggressive at the same time. Maybe they're starting it off slow. They want to build it up till the final few circles, and then they would love to get some position points and some finish points as well.
Absolutely. Soul is also coming in from George Bull. Apologies to cut you off over there, but I just thought I'd point it out for all the members who can't really have a look at that. In fact, let's have a look at the instant replay real quick and see the pan finish coming out from the members of GodLike, as they really like their melee weapons.
I'd love to see what instant replay we're going to watch. And yes, as I imagined, it is Tactical Clutch who managed to get a 1v3, it seems. And
what?
Yes, it was a 1v2, but in the end his teammates would come in and save him, it seems. What a brilliant clutch that was coming in from Tactical.
Oh yeah, absolutely clutch. Absolutely coming in clutch for his teammates over there. And well, there is the cherry on top. Sure, one of the members pays the price for it, but that's okay. You know, they got the pan finish, they added the insult to injury, they got themselves those extra finish points to work with as well. GodLike, they are a happy camper. Well, let's see if they can continue to camp happily inside the circle, as they should be moving in there soon enough. While Team Insane, they just continue to raid everything they can get their hands on. Every house in sight is going to be looted. Everything they find will be picked up. And guess what? Raid actually has an M249 over here, so he's got some potential to lay down covering fire for his teammates if things do go south. In the meantime, though, it does seem that the The rest of the members are just going to be happy taking up a couple of spots. And this is what it should be like, right? We shouldn't be seeing a lot of early action on Erangel. For now, with the circle, the way it's been moving, there is enough room for all these teams to, well, just be peaceful with each other, sign a ceasefire pact, and really not rattle off any shots whatsoever. But elsewhere on the map, it does seem that Nayak has taken the fight to the members of Team Mayavi. In fact, he is trying to find another one as well.
This fight, and you know, I want to see some aggression. You know, their favorite dialogue is, we will play with aggression, we will play with fire, and I would love to see that fire inside Team Mayavi in the last match of Erangel. This could be their last game in BGIS. They have to play like that. They have to understand the value of this match, to be honest. Meanwhile, Admino trying to flank in. They know the players. They know everyone is trying to flank. Author is trying to write a story, it seems, but this story, I would love to say where it goes.
Yeah, well, Knuckle already being lost to the side of Team Mayavi. He does prevent them from being a little bit too aggressive, but once again, a bit of a concentric shift coming in from the circle here, as it is going to shrink in on itself. And we will see, well, the members of Team Mayavi right in the smack dab center of it all. TKM also in the nearby vicinity, with Enigma taking the bridge from Rozok towards that little area. And there's going to be a lot of action coming out from the bridge that leads from Georgiapol towards shooting range, as we do see members of X-Alliance trying to make their way over there too. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards Seoul, who do seem to be, well, driving their buggy into the water. That is what Rox is going to do for now. Not too sure what the plan is over there, but OP in the meantime is going to try and go forward over here. Seoul, they do want to take a fight. They are not afraid at all, and they will move out and maybe try and eliminate whoever stands in front of them. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards TKM, who once again seem to be holding the bridge that leads all the way from the main island to the northern island.
All about the survival of the fittest, and Rox was desperate to survive. He just wanted to, you know, make sure that he would survive the fight. That's why he made sure his buggy was in the water. Talking about FPS Gaming, they need some points in this one, and they are trying to take out Team Enigma. But from this range, I don't think so they are going to get a lot of value out of it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be hard for them to, you know, find a knock or even less a finish. It's just going to be difficult at that range with the ARs, like you've mentioned. Maybe a DMR or a sniper would come in handy there. But Empire from 4 Heroes is going to be biting the dust here, as I'm not too sure what the plan was there. He saw the airdrop, he got a little bit greedy, he went in there, but at the end of the day, there were insane members around the corner to prevent them from walking away with the loot stashed in there. Well, Raped, he's gonna find the extended mag, he's gonna make sure that his weapon is up to date, got 150 bullets to work with now, and in the meantime, it seems that Team Mayavi could be in a world of trouble. TKM are sort of being jumped and hunted over here, but Team Mayavi will be biting the dust over here. They have been eliminated in 16th place, and I think that is it. We're not going to be seeing more of them in the semi-finals. Unfortunately, this does mark the end of their journey.
I think this does. I think they're out of BGIS after this fight. Meanwhile, talking about other teams, the zone is going to be so important, Floki. A lot of teams would like to get a decent spot in the zone. Meanwhile, if you talk about Team Outliers, it's not a great day for them. They lost a lot of players early on in the game, it seems, and all the games actually, all the maps, they were a little lackluster. But right now, they're fighting GodLike, and if they can take out GodLike, even if they're not qualifying, this would be just an amazing moment for them.
Oh yeah, oh no, Neo has to be very, very careful. There was a bad kid that he used to heal himself back up, and now he has no choice but to try and take the fight. He will try and use his M4 to its full effect, but Prince is not going to come out of the gun just yet. Look at Neo. He still continues to move forward. The blue will be able to take him out, and I don't think he's going to be long for this world, as the play zone will do its work. But are any GodLike members going back for him? That's the question. Doesn't seem like that is the case. In fact, looks like Z-God is gonna just stop his buggy for a while, allow his friend Jonathan to hop on, and maybe then they can rotate the hell out of here. Oh, Prince, he will be spotted. Can he be found though? That's the question. Z-God is a little bit behind on that M4 spray. Will connect a couple of shots, but does not find the knock. And now GodLike once again have a bit of a harder choice to make. Do they go in or do they take this fight? With only 2 of their members still alive, I think the choice is gonna be to survive as long as possible.
Oh boy, no, they're not going to do that. They're going all out. If they see someone, they're going to attack them. They don't even have healings. I mean, look at them go. They don't care about it. They just want to fight, and they're just going all in, it seems. Talking about the zone, what a brilliant zone that is. Overall striking in the first finish for his team, and I think he found a fish in the water.
He most certainly did. Well, let's see if he can continue to pepper him with bullets as I believe it is Evil who is on the receiving end of Rox's weapons there. Let's see if he is able to get himself out of the sticky situations, because Tactical Esports have heard the commotion and they want in on the action. Look at that. Rox, he's going to be prepping up a couple of energy drinks to try and move out of there. Maybe tuck tail and run. To just move his way out of here. He will fire off a couple of shots, go for the intimidation play, and now with the rest of the Soul members coming in, maybe he has a chance to go in on the aggressive. In fact, look at Vidu. He is just moving forward. He does not care whatsoever. And well, they will finally stop over here, Soul, and they will reevaluate the situation. In the meantime, Team Insane going up against the side of Enigma as Avi and Sagi are a little bit split up. If Avi ends up falling over here, the rest is not going to come through. He will most certainly be biting the dust. And you can look at Ray for now. He knows that there is someone in there. He's going to go in and get the finish for himself. Avi will be taking out the headshots. Are coming through, and nade being thrown as well in the vicinity. It will only hit the buggy though, and it seems like Rave is being baited in by the fallen member Avi on the side of Enigma. Although Rex and Sagi, they are trying to protect him for now. I don't think they have what it takes to get the res.
I still feel Enigma.
Oh wait, what? Hitman in the meantime from Tactical did jump and break his ankle, but you were absolutely right, Spear. I mean, it doesn't seem like Insane are going to be able to take this fight against Enigma because they are on the high ground.
Absolutely. I mean, Enigma would love to get some more points out of this. It's not about qualifying only, Floki. It's about making a statement, and Enigma would love to make a statement after this. Meanwhile, Adi, look at that take Warfare Magnum coming into play, and I would love to see some headshots now.
Absolutely. Oh my god, he almost connected over there, but guess what? Who's even more accurate? It's going to be, well, God IGL there with that beautiful shot coming in, knocking Adi on his feet, and now Raved. Well, he's thinking twice about what he's going to be doing next because, well, the rest of his teammates, they also have a fight to fight, and it looks like they're going to be needing help. But in the meantime, Team X Lions in a world of trouble over here. They've got one of the members knocked down on his feet. Yoda and Samurai still standing, but do they have what it takes to take this fight against 4 heroes as they are pushing forward over here? They are in the 3v2 situation, and they will try and make the most out of it. In fact, Mikey will be going to go in for a flank with the AKM, will get the knock on the members of Team X Lions, and X Lions have been eliminated in the 12th spot. They will not have a lot of points to show for, and in the meantime we're gonna turn our attention back towards the circle as once again it should be shifting soon enough, but I do think the Soul members are down on their feet over here, Spirito.
The last one standing, Viper is the last one standing. He needs to do something. What is he doing? He's hiding in the vehicle. What is he doing? Is he going to get some points for his team? No, he wouldn't be able to get any, Floki. What happened? Team Soul, are they qualifying or not?
Well, they should be. They got themselves 1 finish point and 1 placement point to work with. I'm not sure if that's enough to tip them over the edge, but they are going to be in a world of trouble over here. And TKM, in the meantime, going to be turning their attention towards the members from Enigma, who's still somehow standing strong, but with TKM's aggression and with all the vehicles that they have at their disposal, they should be able to push into them if they like. Siam, in the meantime, just going to continue to hold on from inside the smoke, looking for an angle. Can he find Sagi? That nade might just do a lot of damage, but no, Rex is behind a hard rock, so he will not take the explosion straight to his face. Instead, he will hide behind the cover for now while Sagi pushes forward. He's looking to find members from Insane. Siam is down there in the grass. Does he spot him out? Yes, he does. And he will be able to put a couple of shots straight into his dome. In fact, the second member from Insane should also be taken out. Goffin trying his best to win the 1v1, but he will not succeed. Sagi will get the credit for that finish, and he will go back out there to get that buggy back in as well. Make sure they've got all the vehicles in the world to rotate out. Eggy, that is a dangerous vehicle to be driving in, but in the meantime, GodLike, they have their eyes set on the members of Outliers as well as the members of Invincible.
Well, they have to be careful there in the open area. They have to enter the zone, and the gatekeeping scenarios are quite common at this mountain place. Jonathan trying to rush in. Meanwhile, if you talk about TKM Author trying to write a beautiful story for his team, but for now, I think they already destroyed Team Soul, so I would love to see if they can win the chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Well, it wasn't side of Invincible. They have been eliminated. It was the side of Tactical Esports instead. And in the meantime, looks like TKM, they're going to continue to try and take out the members from Rage officials as Author, Prince, GodLike, and Praful all have spread out and are looking in different directions each. But they need to be a little bit careful over here because there are multiple teams closing in. I do see a couple of teams towards their backs, and if they don't end this fight with Rage soon enough, they are going to be fighting a war on multiple fronts. In fact, elsewhere on the map, it does seem that Rex has been knocked down on his feet. But will he be taken out? That is the question. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards GodLike instead on the other end of the circle, where they do seem to have their eyes set on the members from 4 heroes. In fact, TKM, they will get their hands on an airdrop once again. We'll see what it holds for them. But in the meantime, TKM, They are not too sure where they want to take the fight, so they will retreat. Rage are going to make it as difficult as possible. Another smoke coming through from Otto, but Otto is going to be shot instead, straight in the chest with the UFP coming in. Mad Dog going to be taken out of the play zone in the meantime. And well, Jadoo going to continue to rattle off a couple of shots. I think Roxy OP will be meeting his end over here at the hands of Jadoo. Well, he will find that finish. Outliers have been eliminated, but look at that vehicular explosion coming in from TKM Esports as they will take out Rage as well, eliminating them in that 7th place. The circle should be shifting in once again. Let's see where it's going to be going. Oh, it shifts a little bit down towards the south, and Team Outliers might have a chance to take the chicken dinner.
Again, I told you, right? I mean, even if Outliers play well, they are not qualifying, but it's about time for them to get a chicken dinner. It's about time for them to do something great in this one. I mean, they're playing the best match of their life, it seems, and they should play just like that.
Absolutely. Let's see if they're able to do that for now, as the side of Team Outliers and, well, the side of Team TKM Esports as well, all taking their individual fights, just trying to make sure they're able to get a knock, and maybe that's going to allow them to get into a better position. But Prince might just have his hands full over here, because everywhere he looks there is an enemy. That does mean one thing, that if he just starts rattling off in a couple of directions, he might get a little bit lucky and find a knock. But I think he's not looking to do that just yet. He has his teammates to help him out, and he will instead let them create a distraction while he sits there back as bait. Oh, Jadoo could be in a world of trouble over here. That Buggy does take a fair amount of damage from Kalnayak, and Kalnayak, we'll see if he decides to move in, or if he continues to stay there. He will decide to move in for now and get into a better spot. Oh, Canary, but this nade could be huge. He's spotting out all the members from TKM. Kalnayak could be in a world of trouble. That nade could be locked right towards his face. It will lock him down on his feet. And we'll see if the confirmation is going to be coming in as well. That second nade going around the card doesn't find him. Yes, it does. Great plays coming out from Canary. Despite only 2 members still standing strong, our Esports will try and make the best out of the situation, as TKM could be in a world of trouble. But Canary, he has to worry about his flank too, because that is not being held very well. Jadoo is all by his lonesome over here, and 4 heroes are looking to close on. They're looking to get the second chicken dinner on board. Spiro, are they going to be able to do it?
Questions. A lot of questions, Floki. I mean, I would love to see who's going to win this chicken dinner, but meanwhile, 4 heroes with 5 finishes, 2 players still surviving. Yes, they have the higher ground, yes, they have the zone, and yes, they can win the chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Well, in the meantime, 4 heroes, they're going to try and push more despite having only 2 members. That is a very valiant attempt coming out from them, but it might just backfire. It seems that the members from Tactical are on their left flank, and so are the members from Team Outliers. But look at my TOP. He's actually going to use his teammate as bait over here to maybe try and set up for some sort of bait and switch play. He's dropping in a couple of smokes to help him out. Make sure he's got some blanket of safety to work with. It won't block bullets, but it sure as hell will block them from seeing it. There's general direction, and guess what? My TOP will finally spring up and take out Max, as now my TOP is prepping up a nade. Can he actually connect with it? Deny is going to be on the receiving end of it, but no, it's going to find someone else. Doesn't really connect. Might have done some damage, but that's about it. Nope, it didn't even do any damage whatsoever. And now, 4 heroes, it looks like it is going to be a regroup of King and my TOP.
The zone is going to shrink in, Floki, and this is going to be the most important zone of this map. Our 4 Kings, you know, they have already done it before. They can do it again. They can get the chicken dinner. Another nade cooking in by King. He throws it, but is he going to find anyone? That was close, but only some chip damage was dealt there.
Absolutely, and King, well, if he wants to do some more damage, then he needs to stand up and see where Deny is, but that would mean exposing himself as well. Instead, he's got an inkling where Deny might be. He is trying to prep up that nade. It might just find its mark. Prince, so low on HP, still somehow standing strong with a sliver to his name. Can he clutch this one out for his team? Couple of smokes coming in from King that will give him some semblance of cover to work with. In the meantime, Praddy is trying to go around on the flank, waiting for that smoke to dissipate so he can maybe try and find the members on the side of 4 heroes, King and my TOP. They're standing in a line, and maybe Prandy could line them up if he does see one. Oh, he sees one, but is he going to take the shot? He will get up, he will fire, but he's missing. No, King! He's not going to take those hits. He will finally go down over here, and can Friday find the second pick as well. No, he spots himself from another angle. It's going to be Tactical Esports who are coming in from the flank and trying to take him out over here. In fact, Team Outliers might not be long for this world, as King, well, he's down on his feet as well, and 4 heroes also trying to survive over here, as everyone just reeling and licking their wounds at this point.
Oh, why why Brady stand there? He could have just taken their opponent out and find another place to prone down to. Meanwhile, talking about Tactical Esports, the last man standing, he's a kid, but he's a champion as well because he is right now in top 4. The last man standing for Team Tactical. I think this could be the 30 bomber that we were talking about for TKM maybe.
Absolutely, it might end up being the 30 bomber, but we're going to have to wait to find out. TKM, they need one more finish and a first place spot to see that dream through, but with Otto down on his knees and those grenades coming in, it might not bear fruit. Truffle is going to be a little bit careful. Another nade is going to be tossed into that general direction. And then M4 will find another pick as well. Can Tactical Kid do it? He's looking to clinch it all for his team. Go on with the 1v3 clutch, but no. Looks like the side of TKM will survive just a little bit longer. They may have lost one member, but that is all they're going to lose for now. The supply drop is right in front of him, and Kid might just go forward and see whatever scraps are left in there for him. Otter gonna be brought back up on his feet, will be able to heal himself for now. And TKM, with still 2 members remaining in the fray, they might just be able to clutch this one out. But our Esports, they're in the center of it all. Mighty OP slithering around in the grass, could be visible over here if he is not careful. And well, he's trying to spot them out. He sees the leg of a player. Jadu is going to be in a world of trouble. He does end up getting shot, but then Canary knows where he is, and Mighty OP will be cleaned up over here. That is it for 4 heroes. They will get their 4th place finish, but that is all they find. TKM Esports, they might just get that 30 bomber that you were talking about, Spiro. 15 finishes to their name, and they still haven't revealed all their cards just yet. Prince slithering around from the right side while Otter goes in elsewhere. He's trying to find Tactical Kid, and Kid, he's still down there in the grass, not visible to the naked eye. And Otter, he does not have the right idea about this evil. Instead, trying to take down the buggy, and Kid is just waiting for him to show. This might just be, this might be what Kid is looking for. He will find another member from TKM. Otter will be taken down, and now it is a 3-way standoff between our Esports, Tactical, and TKM as well. Tactical, they try to move forward, they try to get some more finishes. He will be able to clutch it out as he eliminates the entirety of TKM by himself. Now in a 1v2, the position change will come in, and our Esports do not know where he is. Are they going to go in aggressively? Look at Jadu and look at Carry. They're trying to make sure that he doesn't have any vehicles to work with whatsoever, but that just might work. Oh, he will be able to fight Jadu. Carry is now left in a 1v1. Kid looking to move forward and maybe cement his mark in history at PGIS 2021. The grenade being prepped up. It's going to be perfectly cooked, delivered straight to Jadu's feet, and it might just find him. Carry, he has shot. He has revealed himself. And clutch will come in. Tactical Esports will be able to find the chicken dinner. TKM, the 30 bomber, will not be found. Instead, Tactical Esports, they end the day the way they started. They will get the chicken dinner.
Now that's what I call a 1v4 against 2 teams actually. He did a 1v2 separately, then he did a 1v2 against Team R Esports as well. What a magnificent performance coming in from Tactical Kid. You know, we were talking that he's a kid, but he's a champion as well.
He most certainly turned out to be, Spiro. I did not know that you were an Oracle as well. You know, you saw it coming. You called it out before it even started, calling Kid the champion. And he is indeed the champion. He's got his team the chicken dinner. My goodness. I mean, if anyone at all takes that spot away from Kid for the iQOO MVP, I am gonna be mad. I am gonna be fuming and furious.
Well, Flocky is going to fight everyone if you don't give it to him. But at this point of time, let's have a look at highlights. Let's see what happened in Erangel. And I think it all started near GodLike and Yasnia Poliana. Oh yeah. That was amazing. I mean, we saw some pans flying out there.
Absolutely, we saw some pans flying up. We saw a couple of fists being thrown in the end. Those finishes being found as well. As GodLike, they really took the fight to the enemy. They had no cares whatsoever about their placement points. They just went in for those finishes and they got them all for themselves. The highlights, they should be coming in up on your screens right about now. So let's jump straight into them and see what they're all about. Well, I'm a little bit late, lag on my end. I apologize. Seems that I am dealing with a little bit of ping myself, but there we have it. The first team to meet the end, or rather the first player was Harish from Outliers.
Yeah, after that it was just GodLike willing their way through to, I think, take down their opponent. It seems, yes, they took out Invincibles beautifully well. They knocked some players, they fisted them, they used their fans really well, but in the end, the last player, oh boy, all 4 of them was just going on all out with the pan there. And it is a little disrespectful, Flocky, but it is what it is. When you are good enough, you can do whatever you want to do.
Absolutely. When you're good enough, the world is your oyster. There's no one to stop you just yet. And GodLike, well, they didn't care that they lost a member. The pants came out, the fists was swinging, and there you go. There was a lot of blood spilled on that ground. It's going to be fertile for generations to come. As I'm quite sure you can grow whatever you'd like over there. But once again, GodLike adding insult to injury over there. And Tactical, well, Clutch, he wasn't too long for this world. But even then, even despite the fact that one of them ended up losing their members early on, it seemed that they were able to play it out until the bitter end. So kudos to them for doing that. And Tactical, well, I mean, I think they just say it all over here. IRONSIGHT, they were eliminated fairly early, and they weren't long for this world either.
I mean, you don't need 4 of your players if your fourth player can do a 1v4 in the final few circles. And you know, that's what happened there. Tactical Kid, the last one standing, he managed to clutch it out twice in the final circle to get that chicken dinner.
Absolutely, Tactical in the end just came out on top, just swinging like madman, and well, Kid, he's the one to thank for that. But even all these other teams over here, Insane Esports, they put up a good performance. Was it good enough to get them to that top 6 spot? I don't think so. It's very, very unlikely, but we're gonna have to wait for the points table to find that out. But in the meantime, GodLike, you know, I mean, every action has its consequence, and every action has an equal and opposite reaction. This time around, well, they stayed a bit too far out in the blue for too long, and they got gate kept in the end. But I don't really think that the side of GodLike, you know, they were just going out there and having fun after knowing for the fact that they had qualified. They were just celebrating.
Absolutely. I mean, Team GodLike, it's a wonderful team. They know how to have fun in these matches. They know, but believe me when I say that, in semi-finals, it's all going to be so serious. I don't think you are going to find any kind of shenanigans coming in out from GodLike. Meanwhile, 4 Heroes played well, but the matter of the fact is, for X-Lines and for a lot of teams, are they going through to the semi-finals?
Well, I am not too sure if I can answer that question, Spiro. My math is worse than my memory, and my memory is as bad as a goldfish, so I am not the right person to ask. But you know who is going to be the production. They will bring it up as soon as that stats are ready. But in the meantime, TKM Esports too, I mean, being responsible for eliminating Seoul, I think they're going to be feeling proud about that.
Yeah, they would be really happy. They took out the one of the big teams today, and I think not only they took them out, I think they took them out of BGIS, it seems. Maybe.
Absolutely. I mean, they might just have taken them out of the BGIS, but we'll see if that is indeed the case, or if they still have somehow managed to stay in the top 6. Jadu from our Esports, this one was truly magical. I don't know how he managed to connect those shots through the smoke, but he did. He knocked them down on their feet, and I don't think they had much to answer for once that was all done. GodLike as well, he found the mutant. He did a lot of work with it, so kudos to him for going towards that airdrop.
Absolutely. I mean, MK14 is a wonderful weapon. You can use it on auto, you can use it on single. I mean, it's my
Very
favorite
versatile.
weapon. It's my favorite weapon of any map.
Absolutely. It's a DMR and an AR rolled into one, so what else could you even ask for? Well, Canary, I think he had a lot of plans in mind for the members of TKM. Those nades just popping GodLike out of his misery. I think that is where TKM started to crumble a little bit. They still had the man advantage at this point, by the way. They still had a lot of players alive, but they weren't sure about their positioning. They weren't being too careful. They weren't proning down and spreading out and trying to find that information that is oh so necessary for these late game open circles.
I mean, they could have waited for their opponents to show themselves instead of, going all in searching for them. It's really important, I think, Floki, that you have your cool. Even though you got a lot of finishes, even though you are in a beautiful position, even though you have the numbers game advantage, clutches do happen in this game, and it was the case there. A kid became a champion.
Absolutely, it was Tactical Kid, and well, his moment of glory is not too far away. I think this is where it all started. TKM, they're able to take out the members from 4 Heroes, and then Kid gets up, spots out a couple of players, and puts him out of his misery. No, in fact, it was actually Canary who went in and got that first knock on the TKM members. But still, at the end of the day, Kid, despite all of the commotion happening around him, he stayed calm, he let them dig their own graves, and he made sure that he capitalized on his position very, very well. They knew that Kid is nowhere to be seen, that there is one member out there from another team that no one knows, and well, Kid, he just used that fact up until the very end, made sure that he kept the members from TKM guessing, and in the end even pulled off the 1v2 clutch. This is the highlight of it all. He switches positions, he gets up, he knocks down Jadu, he sees Canary fighting, so he knows where he is, and that was the end of Canary. My god, Kid, I think he should be getting the MVP for that clutch.
Well, he should be getting the iQOO MVP for that clutch. I mean, not every day you see these kind of clutches. I mean, it was a 1v2 and a 1v2. That means it was a 1v4 against 2 different teams, and that was magical.
Absolutely, it most certainly was. But yeah, I mean, this is the level of performance or the level of play that you need to be bringing in the quarterfinals if you do want to make it to the semis, because, well, the action over there is going to be even more unforgiving. It's going to be even harder for you to qualify to the grand finals. And boy, the action, it is starting to pile up a little bit over here. It's getting hot and heavy.
It is getting hot and heavy. I mean, even though that was Erangel, it was too hot to handle, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
But I have to say, I mean, the points table is going to come now, and I'm looking forward to it. Let's see how many points teams have earned, and this is the game points table. Well, you know what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for the overall point standing.
You know what? I just want to have a look at the MVP first. So you know what? I'm going to override that call a little bit. Let's jump with the MVP and see who it is. If it is anyone apart from Kid, boy, we're going to have a word. Oh my God, how? Khalayak, okay, well, fair enough from TKM. He got 6 finishes, he dealt 913 damage with 2 assists and 2 headshots. This man, he got the MVP from iQOO, but in my heart, the MVP will be Kid.
Absolutely, but you know, credit where it's due. Khalayak with 6 finishes, 913 damage, 2 assists, 2 headshot, 243 healing, survival time of 21.5. Let's have a look at top 5, and I think we are going to see Kid at number 5, Tactical Kid. 4 finishes, 601 damage, and a beautiful clutch.
Absolutely. Once again, Tactical Kid coming in clutch for his teams over there. I mean, I don't think he had any finishes to his name prior to that final circle. He was sitting on 0, and then he just sprung out like a viper and struck everyone that stood in his path. Of course, 4 heroes, TKM and Rex Canry also fighting their way over here. But, well, we've got some other stats for you as well, so let's just jump straight into those and look at the match summary and see what it has in store for us. Out of all the grenades that we used, 107, there were only 5 finishes to be found.
And the total healing of 6,396, we got a total knocks of 57, in which I think the number of finishes is more than the number of knocks. There are 60 finishes we got from this game. 4 airdrops were looted, 31 people were rescued, and the longest finish distance is 275. Now it's time to see some buildings. Let's have a look at the FD performance graph and see which team created the longest skyscraper.
Absolutely. Well, I'm not too sure if I catch that, but I do believe it is TKM Esports who got the most number of finishes. Once again, doing a lot of damage, almost breaching that 3200 mark. We are going to have to add a couple of notches over there because, well, the roof, it keeps getting raised every single time a match is played over here. 2,900 damage done, 15 finishes to their name, and everyone else being sort of evenly spread out. But let's jump into the point standings, the meat on the bones. The points we've all been waiting for, and there's going to be TKM Esports in first place with 25 points to their name, and in second place, not too far behind with 22, it is going to be Tactical Esports with 15 position points and 7 finish points to work with.
Absolutely wonderful performance from Tactical Esports. Number 3, we got our Esports. They had a great chance to get a chicken dinner. They missed out on, I think, 4 points. 3 points they would have gotten from position, and 1 with that finish. They got a total of 17 points, and they are at number 3. Number 4, we got 4 heroes, 8 position points, 7 finish point for a total of 15 points. Number 5, we got Outliers. This was their best game.
Absolutely. Outliers, I mean, this is about as far as they found themselves, but let's have a look at the other side. Now, of course, this is not the place where anyone wants to find themselves, but that is where Insane, X-Lion, Soul, FPS, BE, IRONSIGHT, Mayavi, and Invincible do find themselves. In fact, IRONSIGHT and Mayavi don't even have a single point to their name, so this is going to be the end of their journey over here, but, you know, maybe, just maybe, there's still hope for some of these other teams over here. Soul, they did not finish too well. I know the question is in your head. I know the question is on our head too, but we're gonna have to rest on that a little bit longer because we have something for you guys, our dedicated viewers who've been watching for the longest time. We have been doing a giveaway in case you haven't noticed. The description and the link was available down there, and well, if you signed up and predicted correctly, you are going to be winning away with the grand prize. But have you predicted correctly? Well, for that, we are going to have to look at the overall point standings, which should be coming up on our screens. But just in case you missed out, do make sure that you click on that link, that you fill it up, and maybe next time around you can get yourself at that top spot. But the overall standings, they are about to come up. Is Soul going to be in there? Well, we are about to find out, folks, because I am not too sure myself. I am dying to know. Well, let's have a look and see for ourselves. I just want to close my eyes. I can't see this.
Come on, Flocky, we have to see this. We have to see it. At number 6, we got our Esports and Team Soul. They are out of Battlegrounds Mobile India Series.
God. That is not what we were expecting at all. They had to just get themselves 6 points to work with over here. If they did manage to find those 6 points, well, they would have been up there at 55. Unfortunately, our Esports edged them out by a matter of a few points, and well, they find themselves in that top 6. Team X Lions too are going to maintain their spot, stay in 5th place. Enigma Gaming in 4th, 4 Heroes, Tactical, and GodLike to follow as well. These are your semi-finalists, folks, so give it up for them. and these guys are going to be the ones competing for a slot in the grand finals. But on the other side, well, there's always another side, there's always an uglier side to every points table, and here it is this time around. FPS Gaming getting dropped down to the 9th spot, while Team Insane Esports with 31 points in that 10th spot for themselves. IRONSIGHT, Rage, Invincible, Team B, MAYAVIx and Outliers. For the most part, their positions stayed the same, except for Rage moving up a notch and Invincible moving down a notch.
What a Erangel we had. I mean, Team Soul, they wanted to win that fight against TKM, of course, who managed to get a lot of points. But, you know, it is what it is. Team Soul got eliminated. Team TKM got eliminated. Team Insane were not able to make it today as well.
Absolutely, Team Insane were unable to make it over here today, but maybe next time around in a future event they can just sort of take the learnings that they've acquired over here, apply it there, and maybe, just maybe, topple over the giants that we have been seeing so far. But one giant has already been toppled over here, Spiro, by a margin of 6 points. It was Soul. I'm quite sure not a lot of people are going to be happy about that. It's quite sad to see Rocks go like that, and along with the rest of the boys as well, Yuva, Viru and Viper all just not making it. But such is the nature of competition. There are winners, and then there are people who learn.
Absolutely. I mean, there are a lot of teams. All these teams who got knocked out, I just have to say that there are a lot of tournaments coming, official tournaments, where you can make a strong statement, you can make a huge comeback, and you're going to get, you know, a lot of rewards as well in those ones. But right now, let's have a look at those who qualified. After 4 days, we finally have our top 16.
Absolutely, these are our top 24 teams who are going to be making their way. Of course, we still have to get rid of 8 teams in the semi-finals, but we've got Hyderabad Hydra, 70 Esports, All Dirt Esports, Only Glitch, Revenant, and COX Rip Mizo from Group 3. On day 1, these matches were played out, and I have to mention All Dirt Esports, they had one very breakout performance. Do make sure you go back and check them out. But let's move on to Group 2 for now. It's going to be Reckoning Esports, Chicken Crushers, 247 Gaming, Team EXO, Dog India, and the Sapari Gang making it into the semi-finals. Of course, Reckoning Esports having the most chicken dinners, and of course reaching that 100-point mark.
Well, they have the best points as well. I think they got 100 points, and it's yet to be beaten. And GodLike were not able to. So let's have a look at Day 3, Group 1. Scarlet Gaming, Orange Rock Esports, Orclist 5, DSM, Team X Park, and Celsius Esports. All these qualified teams, they are just so proud of themselves. They should be actually. What a beautiful performance. But let's have a look at Day 4, Group 4. Today we witnessed GodLike Esports, Tactical Esports, 4 Heroes, Enigma Gaming, Team X Lions, and R Esports. And these 24 teams are going through to the semi-finale.
Oh my god, I mean, this just goes on to show that there is so much talent waiting to be unearthed out there in this country. So many teams coming all the way from the open qualifiers, making a name for themselves by reaching the semi-finals. But there is still one more obstacle in the way before they get to see that moolah, baby. I mean, there is still semi-finals up and coming, and if you don't perform well over there and you get knocked out, if you are in the bottom 8, well, you're not going to be making it to the grand finals. You will, however, have the glory of having taken out some of the top teams in the country, so I'm quite sure that is still going to be something to brag about for some time to come. But in the meantime, these 24 teams are the ones we're going to be seeing. Who are you the most excited to see battle it out?
Oh boy, I mean all of them. They are 24 best teams in India, and I think semi-finals are going to be super fun. Of course, we have a break tomorrow, but after that, oh, the action is going to be so immense, Flocky.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We just got a 1-day break to take a quick deep breath in. And then we are back the next day with the semi-finals, and that is where the action lies, folks. If you want to be catching all of that action, well, make sure you click the subscribe button, make sure you hit the bell notification icon, and now, the moment all you lovely viewers have been waiting for, we are going to be announcing the winners of the giveaway from the Battlegrounds Mobile India Series official. So let's have a look and see who those names are. Your quarterfinals Day 4 winners are Vanch, Sheikh Madeen, Mohanish Baviskar, Muhammad Kapsi, and Bhupesh Suna. I am really sorry if I butchered those names, but congratulations on winning out over here. You're going to be getting some sweet, sweet merch in there. In fact, do make sure you tag a couple of people and let us know what you find in there.
Absolutely. I mean, that merchandise is just amazing, and you know, I would love to know as well what they got in that.
Absolutely. Well, these are our winners who did predict correctly over here. I do believe there are 5 of them. Maybe
there are 10, so we need to read these
as well.
I think Shabazz Khan, Satyam Singh, Raj, Fenil Surti and Shubham Sai Sahu are also our winners, and all these 10 lucky winners are going to get some really good goodies.
Absolutely, and if you were in there, congratulations to you, and if you weren't, well, next time around, predict better and make sure you sign up for it. But ladies and gentlemen, we did say there was a big announcement coming our way. We did say that there was something is going to be happening, that's something that you might not see coming. In fact, the official sponsor of this event, the iQOO 7 Legend, is going to be in the hands of every single player during the grand finals itself, baby. Everyone is going to be playing on this bad boy, making sure everyone has a level playing field. And on top of that, you'll get to see just how well this baby can run BGMI.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you know, we already know, right, Floki?
Oh, we do. We have played. They wouldn't know. You guys need to see just how good this phone is.
Grand finals, every single player. Now, there are a lot of players who are playing on different devices, but this device is a beast. It has Monster inside with Snapdragon 888 processor. Oh god, the finals are going to be super fun, but you know, before that, I think semi-finals are going to be super fun as well.
Absolutely, and if you don't want to miss out on all the semi-final actions, like I've said earlier, make sure you click the subscribe button. Make sure you also hit the bell notification icon down there so you know when we're going live. The stream, it always starts at the same time. We go live at 5:30 with the first match of the day, so make sure you cook your popcorn before that. Make sure you have a couple of sodas as well in handy, because you don't want to be missing out on any of this action in the coming days, because we will be seeing which of these teams are going to be making it to the grand finals, and guess what? 8 of them are going to be removed. We are not going to be seeing all of these teams over here, so if you want to catch that action, you got to stay tuned, you got to click subscribe, you got to hit the bell notification icon as well, so you know when we go live. But before we say our final goodbyes, before we say adieu, au revoir to the audience, well, I like how I had the Italian twang and audience as well. You know, being a little bit of an Italian myself, I do enjoy pizza and pasta. But, you know, all that stuff aside, do you have anything to say at all to all of the viewers who have tuned in so far, and all of the teams that perhaps are going to be watching the stream and didn't make it?
I would just like to thank them all, Floki, for teams. They came here, they played really well, they put a lot on the line, it seems. I mean, you know, every young player has this dream of playing in an official tournament at BGIS. That this platform is everything for every single one of them. So those who qualified, good job done, guys. And those who were not able to qualify, you played well.
Absolutely. We hope you come back stronger next time around in the official events for BGMI. Make sure you're on the lookout and make sure you sign up for them. And guess what? Next time around, there is an open qualifier out there. You, the viewer, might also stand a chance to win some of these grand prizes that we have in store. So if you're out there and you're feeling inspired, pick up your phone, start grinding out on BGMI, and who knows, maybe in a couple of months' time, you're going to be on the screen winning it all. But if you never pick up the phone, if you never try, you're not going to get there. And it's like I've always said, if you ever want to get somewhere in life, well, you just got to start. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step.
I have to say something as well. If you don't buy the ticket, you won't win the lottery. And BGS is like a lottery for a lot of players. It's a dream come true. And I have to say, it's not a dream now, Floki. For those 24 teams, it's their reality.
Absolutely, it is their reality, and this is where they're going to be finding out what they're truly made of. They're going to be going up against some of the best teams out there in the world, and once again, it is all thanks to this bad boy over here, the iQOO 7 Legend, making it all possible, giving us that 1 crore rupee prize pool to work with, making sure that all of these players who have signed up, well, they're going to have a chance to win some really, really big money, some life-changing money in their hands. And man, I mean, all those days that you spent grinding out on BGMI, all of these players over here, they're probably going to be thanking their stars. But once again, there is a tiny little speed bump on the way known as the semi-finals.
I mean, you know, semi-finals are going to be fun, but I have to say it again. The finals are going to be played on iQOO 7 Legends, so every single player will play on the same device.
Absolutely. So if you want to make sure you get to see what this bad boy can do, make sure you tune in for the grand finals as well, because that is where this phone is going to be utilized and it's going to be in the hands of every single player. But before that, we're also going to be having the semi-finals quite obviously, and well, 8 teams are going to be taken off the menu over here, and who knows, it might just be some of these names who are doing really, really well today. If you want to find out who they're going to be, well, you're going to have to tune in for yourself and see, because we are not going to be able to tell you. Make sure you click the subscribe button, make sure you hit the notification icon as well, because for now, we're going to be saying our goodbyes. Thank you so much for tuning in. You're watching the Battlegrounds India Series 2021.
Are you ready for this?